That's probably right, and we'll see. Although I'm still predicting that we're going to get a 1K pot here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I'll take that bet. That might be a 1K pot. Yeah, you know what? I would take that bet. How much you
You
want
want to
to?
take that bet?
I'll take
We'll
that
see.
bet.
I'll have a martini if I lose.
Wait, are you
How's
serious?
that for a
You'll
bet?
have a martini. You will
I
literally
will.
you'll
You
next
have to
time.
tell me what goes in a martini, but yes, I have all the liquor. We just have to figure out what's in it.
Okay, so if there's a 1K pot, you will, and for
No,
those
if
of you
there's not
listening,
a 1K pot,
yeah, yeah.
I will drink. If there's a 1K pot, you should drink.
Yeah, no, no. Well, I mean, I'm gonna drink regardless. But yes, Captain Geek 222, that is Dominic, who does not drink. This is a man who, when we've gone out, after poker games before, and we were at a bar, and all of us got drinks, and he got a lemonade, and he sipped it, and in all sincerity, he was like, "This is a strong drink." So
It
it is
was, man. That
amazing.
was some strong lemonade.
um,
Tell you,
it's amazing that he is willing
kind
to
of.
bet a martini. I mean, personally, I would like to make him the martini, but all right. So you heard it here.
We're
If
still in the pandemic. We're still in the pandemic, so we still have to respect social distancing.
all right. So
But
you heard it here. If there is a 1K pot tonight, which I am betting against, I would love to see it. Dom will drink a martini, and hopefully it'll be on stream. If not tonight, in the future. Now, if there is not a 1K pot, he will drink. Now, if there is one, I am willing to entertain. You can suggest some prop bet for me. Drinking.
you have to drink lemonade.
All right,
A
that is
strong
really not.
lemonade.
I mean, if that's what you want, then it's basically a free roll. Not as much fun, but I will be more than happy to drink lemonade if there's a
Uh-huh.
1K pot. Um, well, I will think about
You're gonna think about what you
a
don't
more
like to do.
fitting, yeah, a more fitting. I mean, I could do shrooms, but I could promise to come on stream and do shrooms one night and try to do some commentary. But I do think a 1K pot here will be a little bit tough. I mean, this is still 50-cent dollar, and
It,
yes, they're deep stacked. It's just gonna be. I mean, it's much easier when you're playing 10-cent, 20-cent PLO to just reload 20 or reload 40. And don't forget, those are also
yep,
nine-handed games, so the pots get
yep.
big really fast. Where here, the money potentially more significant. I mean, I don't think these stacks are that
The
large.
king high flush there with caliburrito.
Off to a hot start. Oh, let's see. So Vermilion says here, if you ask Winston Churchill what goes in the martini, I haven't read the whole quote, but I'm sure it's going to have to do with glancing at the driver booth in a corner. Am I right here? Yes,
Uh-huh.
that is true. But if Dom has to drink a martini, I will be nice, and we'll give him, a more reasonable ratio of vermouth to gin, and we'll
Shaken,
make him
not
drink
stirred, of
gin rather
course.
than vodka. Yes.
Shaken, not stirred, like James Bond.
And it looks like Ray went ahead. Ray's not just here for the PLO, he's obviously here for the Twitch chat, as he created a Twitch account so he could chat along with those of you watching.
Oh, that's great. We've been thirsting for Ray's commentary on Twitch.
I mean, had I known that, I could have just hooked Ray up and just added him on Discord and he could come on and do some audio, but we also do want him generating some action thus far.
Absolutely.
And from what I've seen, it looks like it's been mostly what Caliburrito and Jimbolaya, with a few
They've been
smaller
mostly going
pots.
heads up, yes. Although Wise Prof just raised here after a limp by 7-2 twice. And 4 players to the flop.
So the stakes here, hi Tony 37. It's higher than the usual 10-cent, 20-cent, and even 20-cent, 40-cent. This is 50 cents a dollar, with 10-cent
That's an ante.
antes to make it a little bit more spicy, with a max buy-in of 250. So hey, thank you everyone for actually joining in. This is actually kind of exciting.
We had
Uh,
we have an audience, I hear.
yes, this is also Dom's first time on Twitch, so please be gentle
Not my
with him.
first time commenting.
Oh, this is not your first time comment. Well, at least commentating to an
I'm
audience.
to an audience. Well, yes, I sometimes commenting to just in my general life, commenting to my wife and the kids.
Well, and also
Not that they pay attention.
on the Zoom chat. I'm actually a little bit nervous as for those of you who do not visit the Fish Fry Zoom clubhouse, Dominic is definitely very free and liberal with his opinions on different people's play. So I'm a little bit nervous
I'm
tonight.
pretty straightforward. That's all I gotta say. Just like if I think you did something really bad, I will say it.
So Dom, you've played PLO with some of these players. I know you don't play it that much, but you were
Hmm.
actually involved with what was then the largest PLO pot with Ray. I believe that was like
Yes.
four something. So I don't know if you could describe not just your
Yeah.
experience with that pot, but just playing, I guess with Ray and probably a few of the other players at this table.
Ray's just a very loose player. He will call very light, and he will. I've seen Ray get it all in on just like two pair. And obviously in PLO, two pair is a good hand, but it's not really, you know, a winning hand. He's very likely to be beat actually. Um, but he seems to do that a lot,
Right. And
and
well,
and I've been fortunate enough to win some big pots against him because of that.
Well, it's funny that you say that, Dom, because yes, I would agree with you. Two pair is not a very strong hand in PLO, and actually, that was the hand that Ray got it in with you, in that $400 plus pot at 10 cent, 20 cent. But somewhat in his defense, you got it in, which is bottom set on that board as well. And so what, like $400 is how many big blinds is that? I can't even do the math that quickly. I should be able to. So, what do you think that says about Ray's perception of you and your PLO game if he is willing to shovel in that much money with just two pair.
I think that my image sometimes, and I try to feed on it, is that I'm bluffing a lot, even though I think in reality I don't bluff as much as people think I do.
Right,
Um,
right.
but it is it is like this image of like how do people perceive you and how do you think that they perceive them. I mean, there's all these like leveling, right? That's what I think is most fascinating about poker, right? There are all these levels of thought that you might have on this. Um, so yeah, I mean that is right. I think that Ray probably thought I was bluffing there,
Hmm.
and I, having played with Ray, I also like knew that he could do that with just two pair on that big hand that you described.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if either of you were actually drawing. I'll have to go back and look at that hand, but I do know just looking at it in a vacuum,
I don't.
it was pretty spectacular. And although I haven't had to trot it out, I definitely have it saved as something where if I'm trying to, um, you know, persuade someone to come play PLO at the fish fry that the games are juicy, and even though the stakes are low, there's some crazy pots. That is definitely one I will be like, oh hey, and check out this
A
hand.
$400 pot, yeah, in a
Yeah,
10
10
cent,
cent,
20
20
cent
cent.
game.
Yes, yes. Um,
Takes it down with four clubs on the board. Always want to see the straight flush there.
yeah. And so let's see, why wouldn't we? I saw Joey yesterday. When do you get here? I'm trying to think who that would be. Maybe that's Dylan? I'm not sure, but Joey is my wife, and she is actually currently in Vegas.
She's
Um,
in Vegas.
yes.
Have more fun than we are then.
I don't know about that. That's arguable. The last I heard from her, she was playing. I think there's like an $800 deep stack tournament. I think at Venetian, and she had
Uh-huh.
like I think she's down to like 20
So the
bigs. But
the
she's
real question is whose pot will be bigger tonight? Her table
oh,
at her
that's
table
true.
or at the PLO table?
That's true. Well,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
So we haven't seen any real big pots yet. Been seeing some very modest pots. I think you might be right that people are going to be playing very tight here. Ooh, a set of sevens, Cali shows.
Yeah, I mean, I think early on, I mean, that makes sense. Plus, I doubt it makes that much of a difference, but, people are on stream, maybe they don't want to be embarrassed,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense. It's obviously not unreasonable, but I think as the game proceeds, and if certain people's stats get deeper and other people want to, win money back, there is a chance. But at this point, it looks like you will be having at least your first martini from quite a while.
Well, we still have about 45 minutes before we do that, so it ain't over till it's over. $23 pot, so double paired board,
Yeah, I
double
haven't
paired
been
Broadway.
watching as closely, but have a lot of the hands have they been multi-way? Have they been heads up?
There's a lot of multi-way pots, with a lot of people in, but all very like small pots. Nothing too crazy. People aren't betting pot size, which you would see. Oh, Ray just raised there.
I mean, if there's
Of course.
anyone, I mean, I've played with Caliburrito, not so much in PLO, but I've played with him a lot, no limit, especially late at night. And if there's anybody willing to get it in light, and bluff. It's definitely Cali. Actually, it's between Seven
Cali.
Deuce Twice and Caliburrito, as I've
Uh-huh.
definitely seen both of them basically put the pedal to the metal with just Seven Deuce
Hmm.
and no limit. Um, Here in PLO though, it's interesting because it's six max and you have. Yes, you do, Kelly. I don't want to ruin your image, but I'm sure I'm
Did
not
we
the
not
only
just
one
see
with that
the last hand
observation.
where he bet and then folded
And
to
then
a
I folded.
raise?
Um, but I think there's this interesting dynamic where you play 10 cent, 20 cent, but it's nine-handed. The pots are actually going to be much bigger there because everybody, either
Everybody's
rightly or
calling, yeah.
wrongly, is like pot odds, and you have a good mix of players who are just starting out playing PLO, and they're willing to because it's only 10 cent, 20 cent. It's perfect, and they might be drawing the hands that might not be winners, but that really just forces other players along. Whereas you have a six max table that is full of action players, but have some experience with the game, and they're going to probably pick their spots a little bit more, and the pots might not be as big pre for them to to get in there and to start drawing. So,
Yeah.
just sort of something to think about in the future. If we have other games like this, do we want to make it 8 max? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a huge demand. It looks like we definitely have interest among seven players because there's a waiting list of one person.
Let's see, who
But
is on that waiting list? Is it? It's Don is fat
it's
too.
Derek.
It's Derek, of course.
Yes, he wanted to actually come in before.
Uh,
Yeah.
So we've got Kelly
Unfortunately,
never
having
bluffing burrito here with a less than half size bet, which I think kind of makes sense on this board. I mean, admittedly, I don't play a ton of PLO, but it's like
and a
there's not a
raise
lot
by
of drawing
Wise
hands. We have a
Prof.
check raise, not just a raise. We have a check raise
Oh,
from
check
a
raise.
Wise
That's right.
Prof.
Always a scary with a double pair or with a
Well,
pair on the board.
that's
The
probably a smart
folds.
fold. Uh, so, a small factoid on a Wise Prof. I mean, Prof here is short for professor, although it could be short for professional. But apparently, he is in fact a legitimate professor of political science, and he wants to
Oh,
distinguish. Yes, he wants to distinguish himself, from sort of the, I guess, the moniker of Howard Lederer, who calls himself the professor. But a Wise Prof is in fact a professor of political science. However, he's made it clear to me that he is not interested in discussing politics at the table. If you want to
understood.
gab politics with him, you pay tuition and you sit in his class. Otherwise, I guess he's here to just school all of us in PLO. Because I'm sure some of you know this already, but if you don't, more people will. He has in fact won a WSOP circuit event.
Oh,
I
Wise
think
Prof has.
maybe in PLO. I'll have to double check Hendon Mob, but according to Hendon Mob, his career earnings or winnings is just north of $40,000. So he's
Wow.
sort of the quiet ringer, I think,
But
of this group.
well, you also know that who also has a circuit ring is SVCIO. He won the seniors tournament at one of the WSOP circuit
Oh,
events.
that's right, and he does play PLO. We should get him
Yeah,
on the waitlist here. Maybe I'll send him a
yeah,
text.
yeah. So
I've been told by the Twitch chat that it was not in PLO. Is there some sort of political science event on the WSOP circuit? Regardless, though, he most likely has the most
I'd
hardware, at least poker-related hardware, at the table.
love to talk politics with him. Of course, I'm very obviously in the field of politics as well in my work. Um, so I'm wondering what kind of political science.
Alright. Although, looks like we have a multi-way 3-bet pot here, which might be the first. Did you catch who
Oh
3-bet
yeah,
this?
yeah.
It might have been Noodles, who generally plays a little bit on the tighter side
Noodles,
here. I mean,
noodles
either
just
way, if he
after
either 3-bet
23.
or cold called it, I would actually be a little bit more worried if he cold called the 3-bet. But
I
given
think
that
no,
he's c-bet here, he probably has it.
he did it in the button. Ooh, there's an
Yeah,
interesting
this is
hand.
just one of those cases where, depending on how high your pocket pair is, you might be forced to make some tough
He could have
decisions.
easily have done that with aces.
Hmm
He's
But it's
checking.
a curious check.
He has to.
I mean, if you have aces here, I think you do just have to value bet here, and if you get raised, you have to just decide whether or
Mhm.
not your opponent is bluff raising you, or do they have, I mean, well, it's PLO, so you have to have
F,
two cards to
F,
play.
half the pot.
I mean, this really feels like a value
Yeah.
bet here. Caliburrito's shown a lot of discipline thus far folding. Uh, we'll have to see what he does here. I mean,
We have to be
if you have
careful that
queens or kings here, you probably don't feel great.
he
And
has a straight. He
he
folded
shows
the
the gut
straight,
shot.
but we do have to be careful about our commentary, right? I assume the players can hear us as well, right?
Yeah, but I actually think the commentary's all right because we can't see any of their hands,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really up to them whether or not they want to
Mm-hmm.
listen to the commentary or be
That's true.
influenced by it. I
That's
mean,
true.
unless they think there's some sort of conspiracy where we've got huge pieces of one of the players, and we're going to attempt to push small edges by
I don't think
assuming they're
any of
listening.
these players would take any of my action. Having like, had too much history with me in some hands.
So Noodles, who won that last pot, I think he joined the fish fry maybe a month and a half ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd have to double check, but he actually I think holds the title for the player fastest to reach 5,000 hands. He got to
Really?
5,000 hands very quickly. Yes. And for those of you listening who have not hit 5,000 hands, not that it needs to be anything on your bucket list, but once you hit 5,000 hands at the fish fry, I will send you a fish fry kitchen magnet to sort of, I guess, commemorate your degeneracy of reaching 5,000 hands at the fish
It's
fry.
hanging proudly on my refrigerator.
All right. Yes, Dom has definitely reached it. Radical Dude has been with the fish fry since day one, which was actually
You're
early
kidding.
June.
I helped to create it in some senses, in some sense.
Yes, you
Proud of
did.
that.
It did. Yes, I will admit you were a very early impetus with the original game that we had on Poker Now.
Yes, we were playing on the web-based poker now for a while and doing Zoom, and then Pepito suggested, "Let's get on Poker Bros because then you can also keep the money on there."
Ooh, a wise prof asking Jimbo how much he sat down with. That seems like a mild needle. This is like a professor asking a student a question who appears to be napping.
I believe Jimbo sat in with 180. In fact, most of the players sat in below the 250, which is interesting.
I'm not surprised that Jimbo is auto topping up here. I'm
He's
not sure. I haven't
auto-topping at
noticed if any of
180.
the other players are. But I mean, personally, I'm always auto topping up.
Yeah, people have bought in for different amounts. Cali, I know, bought in for 250, and Raycerx also bought in for 250. Um, but I did see that Jimbolaya bought in for 180, and I believe Noodles bought in for less than that as well.
Yeah, I should have actually written down what everybody bought in with, but
That's
I
okay.
couldn't even get the table on the screen properly to start, so it's probably a bit much to ask for me to have that kind of forethought.
I think you, as the host, can see the hand history, right? You could probably see it from the first hand.
Oh, if I go back, that's
Yeah.
true. I think I can also see. I mean, I'll do a quick. I guess we'll call it a heat check. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're probably all running at normal. Um, Yeah, but I can. Let me
They're
double
set
check
down.
that, and then I will actually go ahead and let everybody know. I guess the players at the table as well. So yeah, heat index wise, all of them are running normal, which basically means I think they're within like plus or plus minus probably like 50 BBs, if not 100 big blinds. But in terms of generating action, not surprisingly here. Although actually, now that I look at it, maybe a little bit surprisingly, Raycerx is a loose cannon. Caliburrito is at table hero. A Wise Prof is table sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
We have Folding Pro from Seven Deuce twice.
He's playing
Folding,
very tight,
yeah,
unlike him.
Folding Pro from Noodles, and then also Loose Cannon from Jimbolaya. So
Interesting.
we'll have to see if that changes.
Well, what's most interesting right now is 7-2 twice being a folding pro. I would never have guessed that from him.
Well, we'll
He's
have to
been
see. He might just be feeling it out. He doesn't want to bust his load too early. And then it
he's
looks like in Twitch chat, Ray appears to be promoting his poker strategy book, Always Buy the Max. I mean, I would certainly read that book, Ray. So if Noodles here, often playing in
On the
position.
board.
I mean,
Well,
really, it's just Queen Jack here for the nuts.
yeah, Queen Jack is
The
the
question
only
here is if you do have
best
that,
bet.
how light is Ray calling here? I mean, Noodles, I think, is often going for value if he's betting for half. The real question
A little more than
is
half. It's about 2/3 pot.
if Ray were to raise this, how often does Noodles only bet with Queen Jack here, or would he bet something, like
Well,
a set of kings? If you
I
think
don't
he's
think
bet, if you think he'll value bet less than that, I would actually argue here
I think
for
Ray's gonna
raising the river.
fold. If I had to guess, Ray's folding there. Yep. There was no fold equity on Noodle's part, so he can't raise him unless he had a hand.
Well, I mean, there is full equity there because if Noodles doesn't have Queen Jack, he's basically always folding there.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, but he was sort of like committed. He only had another $50
all
behind on
right.
the point.
True. 70 twice, announcing he is testing the waters, and then promptly puts in a 9BB open from under the gun. Will Ray dip his toe in here? Of course, he's not only dipping his toe, he is just cannonballed into the water, and he is snap called.
Not called.
Alright, so we have a
Playing out of
pretty
position against
pretty dry
Ray.
flop.
$1 bet. Is that a
Alright,
misclick?
alright. we've
That
got
must have
some
been a
we've
misclick.
got some frogginess going on here. How high seizes it? That's a great question. It's 50 cents a dollar, but if you're asking about it figuratively, you'll just have to keep staring, I think, at the animation.
Callie's cracking a beer.
All right, so here we've got them slowing down. I actually really hope here that somehow like Ace 3 wins it.
Oh, pot size bet there by 7-2.
I mean, really, here I would advocate. I think actually a raise there
7-2.
is actually
Goes to
huge.
7-2.
I think if Ray would have potted that river, just because there are so many strong potential hands on that board and no busted draws that he could have, regardless of what 7-2 had, he could have gotten a fold there,
Well,
theoretically.
7-2 was indicating he bluffed there because he showed seven
Right.
deuce.
I mean,
On brand, love it.
I mean, he could have had it, but I really don't think so. After such a big open and then just snap calling raise, 3-bet, and then, the flop in turn barely showed any action there.
Mm-hmm.
I really actually do think a raise could have taken it there. Obviously, it's easier to say that while commentating.
Mm-hmm.
But the few reps that I've actually played some PLO, and to be honest, I think I've won. I haven't won that many pots, but I think the pots I've won have probably skewed more toward just sort of like raising on the river, where I'm just guessing that the opponent has a hard time calling. Although I was called down by a Wise Prof. I think there was a potential straight on the board, and he river 2 pair, and I think he either called the river raise or the pot size
Oh,
bet.
small pot here. Pocket aces, Callie had, but one with the 9-8. Oh, pocket aces and pocket kings against pocket kings. It's interesting. There was a lot of action pre-flop, but then once the flop comes, there's no action.
Yeah, everybody plays a
One of the
little bit
differences.
more carefully. Yeah, and I think that's actually really where these players will start to distance themselves. In terms of who's going to win a bunch of money outside of coolers. Obviously, if they're big coolers or huge draws where people just need to get it in because it's pot, 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 I mean, that's fine. But a lot of that is sort of out of the player's control. But, more at the margins in terms of where the value is, especially with the table playing somewhat carefully, somewhat passively, which isn't wrong, I do think there is a lot of value to be picked up on just sort of setting up bluffs on the turn and then just, firing that trigger on the river and taking it down, especially if it's heads up. And it's just a question of, maybe any of these players will find those spots and will feel comfortable doing that. But again, I'm not advocating it. I think that's probably I'm just converting how I tend to play no limit to pot limit.
Oh,
It could
Jimbo
very
raising.
well be wrong. We got Jimbo here with a raise in the cutoff. I'm sure Ray's coming along here. Of course he is. It's just more
Well, Ray limp called there. Paired board with a 10. And a call from Ray.
I feel like Ray's flop calling frequency is actually probably quite high.
Yeah. He's calling, he's got with all kinds of draws, which could have hit there with that 7.
All right, let's see
And the
what we have
call.
got here.
You have the 10
We've got
and 10
we've got
3.
the killer 10-5-5-3 suited hand, taking it down. And let's see.
And
Jimbo tried to
Flush.
show. Let me see what.
He showed us 7.
Yeah, he should. Let's see if I can. I'll bring it up.
Hey,
Yeah, he just showed
not the
pocket 7, so he did river a boat, and that actually makes sense because I actually think he's not calling with anything. Yeah, with anything less than that.
hmm.
All right, Derek says it's annoying music. It's actually supposed to be the peaceful waves, I believe. Unless is
Peaceful
there?
waves.
Is there? Wait, can you please tell me? Is there music or is it just beach waves?
Because we can't really hear it.
Yeah. Or is there actually music
Otherwise,
playing?
is it singable music? That's the question. Debut
All
my
right.
singing voice on Twitch.
All right, Derek. How much wine have you drank?
Is the real question is Derek passed out yet on the
Yeah,
floor?
I'm actually bummed. I thought I was gonna still be able to watch the Zoom and be on here, but unfortunately I can't. Uh, but it sounds like there are people on Zoom. If anyone is not on Zoom, I feel like I've neglected it a bunch or a bit, like the past couple weeks since I've been working, and just sort of getting the fish fry set up on stream. Not next week because I'll be in Vegas, but the following week I think I'm going to try to rally more people and get the Zoom going again. Because for those of you who have been on it, it's actually a lot of fun to be playing and talking poker or just random stuff with other people, especially in the tournament. And if you haven't been on, I really would encourage you to come check it out, as it's actually quite fun. Most people are drinking, talking trash, crying about bad beats, crying about Ray.
Well, so far it looks like showing a draw there, 5-3. So far the pots have been relatively small here, so I
Yeah.
might be drinking that martini.
Yes. Oh, and apparently Noodles is playing No Limit as well. No
Of
sweat.
course, I was wondering about that. I was wondering if anyone would be multi-tabling. Is anyone also playing in the tournament that's going on right now?
Oh, that's a good question as well. Well, clearly he's not multi-tabling for the kitchen magnet, as he's already received his. But actually, somewhat, related to a kitchen, he actually owns a pho restaurant, I
Oh,
believe in Sacramento, hence the name Noodles.
oh, interesting. I
Yes.
wonder if I've been in that restaurant.
Actually, let me give me 1 second because I think I have it jotted down somewhere. I can give it a quick shout out on
Yeah.
here. Although I'm
I
not
used to
sure if
work.
it's actually a positive or negative shout out to be called to be endorsed by the fish fry, but nonetheless, let me see if I can find it. But go ahead.
Well, I've been, when I used to work in Sacramento, so would eat a lot of pho up there. Actually, it's possible I've been in it.
All right, so his restaurant's name, I believe, is Pho Kim An, and I believe it's in Elk Grove, which is just
Oh,
outside of Sacramento. So I know there's actually a small contingency of players at the Fish Fry that live and play in Sacramento. So if any of you are curious and have a hankering for pho, check out Pho Kim An in Elk Grove.
came
That
on. All right.
Yeah, that's Noodles. That's Noodles' pho
We'll get
restaurant.
the fish fry discount. I hope.
Yes. I'll have to set that up.
Here's my coupon. Where's my discount? That's what you really should do is like give out coupons. That's for the 10,000 pan.
you know,
That's
sure, if they bring the magnet, that would be a great little coupon, or maybe you get like seating in the back room, in the VIP room in the back.
well, as our restaurants open up now, we can go out. Hopefully, some more. And it's an interesting board here. 3 players still, even after a bet there. Oh, and that got a bunch very scary now
Yeah.
with that river cart.
Who wants it? This is
Backdoor.
one of those pots where it's like, all right, who wants this pot? I mean,
Callie's saying he's got it.
if you have like the ace of diamonds here and you're facing a bet, it's potentially a great spot to just raise here.
Nope, no action. Backdoor flush. Backdoor
And
straight
there we go,
flush.
Caliburrito showing
Nine
showing it.
seven. Of course, if 9-7 of diamonds would have taken it too. The straight flush. It seems like in PLO we see a lot more straight flushes, and it seems like we also get quads a lot more than in No Limit.
All right, we have another
Even
three-bet
though
pot.
statistically that's not right, I guess, but it seems that way.
Right. That's probably slightly more likely here. All right, so we have a four-way three-bet pot here with a pretty dry flop.
Yeah, two Broadway
I
cards,
mean,
and
Dom, imagine if a player went broke here with pocket eights. Could you imagine that ever happening?
it's happened to me a couple of times.
I'm trying to think what the bottom, like, what's the bottom ranger? Ace King, you would bet maybe a little under half? Sort of like test the waters here?
Queen 10, someone
Well, I mean,
certainly bet
obviously
that.
Queen 10 if you have the straight. I'm just saying, more interestingly, how thin would you be betting here for value? Would Ray call with Ace Jack here? I think he might. Um,
Ace Jack, I mean,
your Ace 8. I mean, pocket eights, I think you could probably safely bet, or you should bet, lead out that turn. I mean, here's where you sort of face a tough decision as to
two-thirds
whether or
pot.
not
Yep.
Ace King or pocket eights, are good here. He's
Yep.
probably saying he has Queen 10.
He's trying to represent
Let's
it.
see.
See what he has.
He has pocket tens.
Three,
Those are actually great blockers. And hey, look, bing, 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 two pair. I was somewhat right. Yeah, I think that was actually a great bet by Ray. I mean, the Wise Prof wisely just check called there, but Ray had both blockers for Queen 10, so he could rep that. I didn't see what he. I mean, I can't. I'm still not good enough where I can read it quickly enough. But let's see. Ray called the turn there. What does he have? It looks like he probably just has a bunch of
he was
two
a
pair
bunch of
draws and
draws.
yeah,
Draws.
that didn't get there. But I actually do think repping with the blockers there, having the Queen 10 is probably safe. But after he checks there, if you put him on two pair, it's really just a question of whether or not he thinks a Wise Prof will hero call him there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, had Wise Prof bet. I'm not sure if he would have bet called, but if he thought he was good, he's probably gonna bet call there anyway, even if Ray raised with the blocker tens.
I think if Ray had a set, he would have raised earlier. So I think that Queen 10 could have been a possibility, but that was really the only hand that Wise Prof was fearful of. So I thought it was a pretty easy call, especially against Ray.
Okay, I normally don't do this as I tend to take, I guess player club confidentiality pretty seriously, but this is a good sign. I haven't seen Broke Tycoon in a while, and he just sent in a deposit for some money, so perhaps he's angling to get in on this game. No pressure, Broke Tycoon, if you're listening,
Get in
but
line.
we would love to see you. I will fund your account shortly.
He's just itching to get it in against 7-2 twice.
That is his partner in crime. Both partner in crime, best friends, and also mortal enemies. Or mortal enemy.
They just raise each other. If you guys haven't played against them on the same table, it really is a treat. They're like raising and re-raising each other just for the hell of it. Doesn't really actually matter what their range is and what their hands are. But they raise, re-raise, and they throw the emojis left and right.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen any emojis.
We've seen a lot of champagne. We've seen a lot of
true.
champagne.
I shipped all of them. Not that they needed it, but I shipped all of them $5 so they could buy themselves some emojis and use them liberally. But it looks like I've been scammed.
You have been scammed, especially when they can earn emojis. Oh, Callie just did the chicken. Noodles.
There we go. All right. Now we know who's listening to this stream. The plan worked.
Oh, they're all going now crazy here.
All right, that's what the people came to see.
Oh, and someone wrote, yes, 7-2 twice did get multiple Oscar awards after that bluff of the 7-2. We forgot that. Yes.
Alright, 7 deuce twice. So when you don't show cards after having shown 2, I mean, that usually means you probably have it.
Probably had it there.
Alright, let's see. We'll do a heat check here. Let's see if anybody's moved into the first hot. So we've got Ray, who's still at normal. Caliburrito, who might be closest. Actually, I need to review this heat index here. So
Jimbo's
normal.
cold.
Oh, is Jimbo cold? Yeah. So basically, you're normal if it's actually plus or minus, 100 big lines, or basically like one standard buy-in. But you're right. Jimbolaya is actually in the cold zone. But I've seen this before with him. I mean, he'll play all night. You know, it remains to be seen whether or not, you know, how long or how late this game runs. But I've seen
Hmm.
him run cold to very cold to extremely cold, and then I'll wake up the next morning and it'll be
And
like
he's
9 a.m. and he's still playing, and
oh
now he's suddenly in like extremely hot. So I really
well,
doubt
I
he's
think
worried.
that's probably his strategy is to outlast them. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of Jim sleeping.
Yeah, I'm actually not
He
sure if he
doesn't,
does.
he doesn't
Um,
sleep.
I mean, his late night partner here is basically Raycerx. The only other person who's missing is actually Carcassonne, as I've also
No,
seen
that's
him.
right.
He has incredible endurance as well when it comes to poker.
I'm surprised Carcassonne isn't on this game. This
Uh,
is
well, I did invite him, and he very humbly was like, "I already have trouble keeping up with these guys playing 10 cent, 20 cent." So he politely
that's
declined.
yeah. It's an interesting game because of the higher stakes, we are seeing definitely tighter. It's the play is much more tighter than in the 10 cent 20 cent game. We're not seeing a lot of like four betting.
Right, right, right.
Anyone shocked by the game flow? A wise prof said. I am. I will be the first one to say I am shocked.
All right. I mean, again, I
But
think it's what
maybe
happens. I mean, this is sort of and oh, really quickly, I will address that. But Ray,
40 minutes in.
that's true. Ray is asking in the chat, would you go through who's in real life on the table? Well, I think you're playing with everybody at the table as a real life person, Ray. I'm not sure what else you want. What you want? Everybody's like first and last name and social security number, or what? I mean, you've played with all of these people for like the past month,
I know you
past
should know
multiple months. I'm
everybody
not
right now.
sure what he's asking. Um, but then to get back to a Wise Prof like gameplay, I mean, I think nobody at this table, is necessarily a PLO noob. Everybody's played. You're all comfortable with each other, but
He's
I mean, it is six max, so there's a lot less dead money out there pre because it's six. I mean, I've encountered this before playing in like home games where people want to play aggressively and we're all deep, and then everybody wants to play PLO, and then everybody just like sits there waiting for the nuts. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but PLO is obviously a lot trickier than No Limit, and I mean, if you're in the mood to gamble, it's great, but if you're in the mood to like play well and make some money, getting into these sort of like multi-way four bet pots,
if
it's
you
not
missed
the
that
best.
if you missed that Callie was trolling Ray there. He said, "I'm Phil Galfond. Nice to meet you, Ray." Somehow, I doubt Phil Galfond is spending his time in the fish fry on Saturday nights.
Well, you never know. You
Although you
never
never
know.
know.
It's a way to blow off some steam. Maybe he'll learn a few things.
And Jimbo, of course, having to get the Jennifer Tilly reference in.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was supposed to be some weird, with Jim, you never can tell. Was that some weird misspelled pun? Jennifer Philly, like horse reference? I can't. It's actually not close. Or it's actually very
Jennifer
close.
Philly.
Yeah. I mean,
Actually, one of the things that we want to do is do a little bit more of the profiles. Obviously, you told us a little bit about Wise Prof. Is there anything about any of the other players you want to tell us about?
all right. We talked a little bit earlier about Seven News Twice. I don't know him in real life, but he is friends with Jaime, a broke tycoon who I've played
Mm-hmm.
quite a bit with at the Oaks. So I asked Seven News a little bit about himself, and he claims to be, a numbers guy or a stats guy when it comes to poker, but he will confess that he's really just your typical loose, no limit gambler. Um, he says he's only just started playing PLO a few years ago. Loves the game, and his
Interesting.
his biggest thrill, not surprisingly, is getting a bluff through and then maybe talking some trash.
We have some fans here. The commentary's been pretty entertaining. We've been, according to Wise Prof. Thank you very much.
Well, maybe we should be the one charging him some sort of tuition here, or he owes us a lecture. He owes us a lecture on the
Well,
downfall of East Germany
I
and the Berlin
wonder
Wall.
now. I'm very curious about what his specialty is in political science. I was a political science major,
Oh wait,
part of
oh we've
part of
got
my
70s.
career.
We've got a
Ooh,
free roll, huge free roll for 70s
free
twice. It looks like
roll.
a chop. Yes, but
Chop
that was
it.
a massive, massive free roll there.
Wow, yeah, with the flush draw there at the same time.
Wait, Dom, did you say that that you did political science as well?
Yeah, I was a political science major for like I started as a political science major. I actually ended up changing my major to sociology in college. But obviously, I know a lot about politics in my line of work, especially. So I would be very curious about what kind of political science a Wise Prof
Right.
teaches.
I wish I was a little bit better at like doing PLO equity, but I have to imagine that 7 news twice. I mean, at least with that flush draw. I mean, he's probably that's probably like
Oh,
what he was definitely
he's
free
been
rolling it.
doing. I guess Wise Prof is hearing what we're saying. He said he's writing a book about the Electoral College. Interesting.
Very timely, very timely.
Very timely. Yes, that relic that the Electoral College is. Pot size bet
All right.
and a bunch of callers. Three callers, three-handed,
All right.
and the board pairs.
And you're playing too much PLO. And you're on the circuit. You're on the World Series circuit tour, the tournament circuit tour.
Too much procrastinating. It's okay. If it's poker, that's the way I look at it. If you're procrastinating, you really should get something else done. But if you're playing poker, it's okay. I think you got to pass. And Ray was bluffing, of course, and gets called
See,
by
that's
King
one of those
Jack.
interesting spots where I mean I think King Jack is obviously a good call, but I mean thus far what we've seen a lot of like the smaller bets on the river have either maybe been bluffs or have been sort of thin value bets, and I do think it's a very unexplored line of just sort of raising that river, and if you're wrong, like you're wrong, but
Mm-hmm.
thus far nobody has shown the propensity to bet small on the river to induce a bluff raise or a light raise. And
Mm-hmm.
I think it's something to be considered here.
Yeah, maybe a little too early. Like I said, we're still in the first hour here.
I mean, Ray did
Um,
try that other river bluff against Wise Prof
uh-huh.
that didn't get through. I didn't see what size it was, but it was probably at least half to maybe two-third.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so in that spot, yeah. But
It looked like a value bet. I mean, Ray's bet there. But it was an easy call with the straight there for Cali.
all right, we're getting
Oh, it's a
some medium-sized pot.
flop there.
I mean, yeah, we've had quite a few hands here where the pot size is pretty decent on the flop, and then it just sort of slows down. Which might be just a function of what the runouts are and what the players' holdings are, rather than
Mm-hmm.
what their specific strategies or play styles are.
We got a bet by what Prof and
I mean, I think one
multiple
thing that
callers.
distinguishes sort of
Ooh,
the play at this game, as opposed to the 10-20, is that like nobody seems to be like potting it, whereas it feels like it's always potted post flop
that's
at the
that's
10-20.
true.
Where here, people are controlling the pot size a little bit more. Um,
Oh, there
well,
we go.
I spoke a little bit
Just
too
as we say
soon.
it. Just as we say it, he pots it. Could we be seeing one of those situations where we have the nut flush versus the straight flush? That
I mean, it's like there's not much he can be drawing to if he doesn't
no.
have like a made flush there, and even then, he can't
Oh,
feel
shows the
great.
two pair. Interesting. Shows the two pair. Not doesn't show the flush. And of course, these other two cards could very easily have been two clubs or two high clubs.
Well, we'll have to see if a Wise Prof sends caliburrito to detention later
Looks like
for that infraction.
Callie's running
Seems to
on the
me
table.
I don't know if he's necessarily running away, but he just based on chip stack sizes appears to be up. Let's see if he's actually hit the over the 100 BB profit mark. Let's take a look here.
Oh, is
Nope.
that what the
That's what
number
the
is?
heat,
100.
yeah, the heat index, if you haven't looked at it. Dom, I'm actually surprised you don't know this. So, you've seen the heat index, right? When you
I
like,
see the hit index. I didn't realize it was. Oh, look at that! Oh, there it is when you click on the question
yeah,
mark. It
yeah.
shows you.
So, I guess both for your
Update.
edification and anyone listening, if you're not aware, yeah, the heat index, when you look at people's avatars in Poker Bros, normal means they've either won or lost between 100 big blinds or basically 100 big blinds up or down 100 big blinds. When you get down to if you've lost between 100 big blinds or 300 big blinds, you're cold. And I believe that's where Jimbo is at the moment. Whereas if you're running hot, if you've won between 100 and 300 big blinds, and then above those levels, there's very hot, which is 300 big blinds to 500 big blinds, and then extremely hot, which I feel like Dominic you might have hit,
Uh,
what just
yeah,
last week, which is more than
I've
500 big blinds.
yeah, I've hit that once. I think only once though. I mean, I typically buy in for the 120 on the cash games, for the no limit cash games.
Right, so we have nobody at hot. We only have Jimbo at cold at the moment. We actually don't
Yeah,
know sort of where in that range he's in.
Callie has not hit the
The
hot
hot
limit
mark.
yet.
He must
Hot
be.
mark.
Let's see. I can go back and see what he bought in for, and we can
He must have
see.
put in for 120, so I'm surprised unless he
He might have
lost
been
some.
he might have been auto topping up as well. He might have like lost some pots early. But you're right. He did. No, he bought in for 250. Yeah, 87 BB. He's on it.
Yeah, there you go. Jimbo's been gaining slowly. He's at the 265 now.
Yeah, but he's stuck a little bit, so we'll see. But he's definitly in it.
Oh, he's
For
back
the
to normal.
Great job, Jimbo. Let's see if he'll cash out. He's like, that's enough for me.
When have we ever said Jimbo was normal, though?
That's true. Jimbo, I'm sure you're listening. I hope you come back on the Zoom soon, as we miss your presence or your stories, your late night presence and your late night stories. For those of you who don't know, so all right, he's right on the edge. So Jimbo, believe he's in Pennsylvania, one of our few East Coast players. There are a few more. I think Coconuts 44 is on the East Coast,
And
and Loy
then
Cannon.
and
Oh, and
Don is
Derek
fat
and
too.
Donis Fat too is also on the East Coast as well.
Although he seems to go back and forth, just like his play.
That he
He's all
has,
over the
yes, he
place.
is known to fly to California as well,
Yeah,
and Vegas too. Yes.
yeah. Don is fat too is all over the place, just like how he plays poker.
Kelly, I think actually I did mention this a while ago, but it does bear repeating as although I was not surprised, it was still very what's the word? Gratifying? I'm not sure, but not surprisingly, oftentimes when I'm both playing and also managing the fish fry late at night, I'm pretty drunk. And 2 months ago, and I'm also handling money. Like I actually find it's very important to me that when people request or like send money that I'm responsive. Um, that doesn't stop me from drinking, unfortunately. So sometimes those two interests collide. But yeah, one night I was cashing people out. It was super late. I was really drunk. I was probably like rushing to, and I accidentally sent caliburrito like an extra $500 without realizing it. And yeah, I woke up the next morning and he had already sent it back. So I'm not surprised. My
Kudos to
interactions with him.
Caliburrito.
Yeah, he stand-up guy, but that is great that he noticed it
Of course,
and immediately sent it
you,
back. So
of
that's
course, you just
very
told your
appreciated.
audience then to sort of like
Yeah, wait
ask
until
their cash
really
out
late at
every
night. Yeah,
every
yeah,
morning,
get me
late at
drunk.
night,
Yeah,
get him drunk.
yes. I actually am. I'm like, okay, I need to be a little bit more responsible with the accounting. So I mean, before I was like, oh, this is like low stakes. There's not a ton of money going back and forth. So, even if I made a mistake or lost some money, I'm like, it's fine. I'll just pretend like it's an expense for a party. But as the club has grown, and actually it's gotten not like crazy expensive to run, but it's definitely not non-significant money to keep the club running, and the amount of money that people are buying in or the transactions going back and forth. It definitely, I started a spreadsheet. I'll say that, which
There you go.
yeah.
You gotta have the spreadsheet.
So
This is an interesting board
yeah,
here.
yeah. This is one of those boards of like, well, who wants it? I think.
Who wants it?
I mean,
Yeah, someone should have a straight here. It'd be scary if you have the straight. You
no, the
worry about
question.
flush.
That's the thing is like, yes, there's a good chance somebody has a straight here, and then you just ask yourself, well, what's this person's folding threshold if I'm going to represent, the flush, or even if they do have a flush. I mean, I know it's heads up. This is where I think it's a little bit easier.
I mean, it's got the straight
Yeah,
there, showing
yeah.
exactly.
I mean, and it's on the turn. You raise a turn, then possibly fire the river. It's obviously a higher variance style, but sort of given
But yeah, if
people's playing
Wise Prof
styles.
is bluffing there, would Cali be able to fold there? I mean, that's a part of this.
I mean, he has shown. I mean, Cali's up money, but he has
Yeah.
shown there have been a few hands. I haven't even been paying attention super closely, but he has folded two raises.
That's true. He has. It's a scary board there with all the hearts, and again, possibly a straight flush there.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to call on the river, but it comes on the turn. So if you want to sort of like set it up, and they're all still like fairly deep.
There's
You know,
another interesting board. Now the flush came in. Of course, the board is paired. Your flush still might not be any good here. The interesting thing about PLO is like you might think you have a good hand, but it may not be the best hand, and then you have to figure out what do you do with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I feel like a broken record here, but when you don't have the best hand, sometimes it's not about calling or folding. You really need to consider whether or not raising will work. It doesn't always work, and the spots. It's not. You shouldn't always do that, but I think
Well,
it's
it's
very
also
often
like
overlooked.
how many players are in the hand too? So that
Right.
was a straight there. There was no betting at all. So it was a really small pot with a straight. That's just a PLO hand. It's like, obviously in no limit, that's a big hand, a straight. But in PLO, especially with a multi-way pot that was, you're happy to win a small pot there with the bottom straight. We're
One-third
coming
size
up
bet.
on our time. It's been about an hour. That was a really fast hour, actually.
I'm
Pocket eight.
more than pocket aces there. I'm more than willing to continue chatting
You
if
can
you want.
keep it
If you
going
want to
for
go
a little
play
bit more.
cash, you can. If there's anybody,
I think what we should do is keep it going for another 15 minutes or so. Maybe we'll see some, some that 1K pot after all.
no,
I
this is
hate-
no, this is what we'll do. We can keep it going for as long as you want, and if there's not a 1K pot, you have to go mix the martini, drink it. You don't have to like gulp it, and then
I
we
may
can
not
we
have
can
any
we can.
vermouth in the house. I have to go check.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you saw that Winston Churchill says you only need to look at the vermouth.
to look at the vermouth. Gin or vodka? Well, gin is harder to take straight. I have to say, I can do a
It
vodka.
has a little bit. All right, vodka martini. So it's basically if you don't have any vermouth, you're basically just gonna be drinking vodka ice, and if you want some olive brine. All right, Abe, this is a big pot here.
I
I
do
think
have some
Jimbo
pickle
third bet.
juice.
All right,
I
let's
went
see how
to
this plays out.
the Wise and Sons and got a jar
nice.
of pickles.
All right, let's see how this 3-bet pot plays out here between Jimbo, a Wise Prof, and Ray. Yeah.
No
Alright.
betting on the flop. And that
pretty-
one is a blank.
This is really like who wants this pot
Rainbow.
here?
Blank rainbow.
This is one of those where like there are potentially a bunch of like straight cards on the river that you can rep, and you bet here to just sort of define what other people
Ray
have.
bets at 2/3. We're getting a lot
Thank
of
you,
props
Jimbo.
for our commentary.
Yeah.
And we aren't professionals. We're just very funny people. That's what I think it is. Or at least I can speak for myself.
See if Wise Prof wants any piece of this dry pizza party.
I think Pepito and I are a good combination because Pepito's all about the cards and the playing, and I'm all about the jokes.
I'm all about trying to get you to drink a martini. Here, let's see. We got 112. All right, he's going for it here.
Here we got a big pot here, almost $200 pot. See what Jimbo does.
I mean, more than that. Yeah, obviously if Jimbo calls here.
And a very dry board.
I do think
the
Jimbo
board
is.
is not paired.
No, the board is paired. Knowing Jimbo's range, and this is obviously just my opinion, I don't think he calls here with anything less than a full house. That's just my opinion here.
With Jimbo. I think that Ray is, I shouldn't talk while they're in the hand. They're both probably listening. So.
Yeah, that's true too. I'll probably wait as well.
I mean, Ray's very likely to be bluffing there.
I think he would also value bet something like Ace 4. The question there is, I think that's actually a much better bluff bet sizing rather than trying to value bet Ace 4, just because there was the pot was pretty big, but then there was very very little action. And it's like, well, who's gonna hero call that really? I think personally, I think that's a better spot with that sizing to bluff, given how everything played
Well,
out.
given, I mean, Jimbo doesn't call light, right? In my playing with him, I've not seen him call light, especially on
Right.
the river.
Right.
Unlike myself, of course, who is constantly calling light. That's an interesting card, the Nine of Clubs. That was a big pot that Ray won, right? Over almost $200, right?
I think it was like 110 because he bet 80 and
110.
it made it 200.
Oh,
So
it was a total of 200. Yeah.
that does push Jimbo back into the cold territory. So he's still lying in wait.
That's,
I am. If only it were that easy. I will say I'm gonna take a look at the tournament and let's see. Oh, there were 38. Was there really 38 people that turned out tonight? That's great. I actually did not look at it that closely. It looks like there are still 30 runners. Currently at the top, we've got Lee, your favorite, and
Lee,
his
of
and he's
course.
not rebought.
He's not
Dom. He's
rebought.
not. He is not
Wow.
rebought. So we've got
Who's got the
Lee.
chips to Lee? That's what I want to know.
We've got Ace Hole 3. Everybody, at least on Zoom, everybody's favorite Poker Bros handle. Coconuts 44, Soapy Go, and Anti Diffeldan. This is actually a great, very interesting top 5. Let's see. We've got to do the bad beat check. Let's see.
Has
Bad
Bad
beats.
Beat been
Let's
playing?
see. I think he's playing night. Yeah, he's hanging in there. He's rebought once already. He's in 18th at the moment.
And what about my arch nemesis, Picado Ray?
Let's see. Yep, Picado is still in there. Actually, him and Bad Beat both have about the same amount of chips, about
Picado Ray, of
6,500.
course, is going for the three-peat, right?
For the
If I'm not
three-peat,
mistaken.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
reminded me. He is in fact going for the three-peat, which has
Yeah.
not been done before. All
No,
right.
no one has done that. I mean, I have to say, to be honest, I think Picado Ray's just been on this insane run of luck.
Well, it sounds like
Yeah.
you're just jealous because based
I
on my
am.
experience, that's your dominant strategy when it comes to poker.
I am because it should be my luck.
So we've got, a lot of checking here, which is probably standard, but again, I have to ask that question, like, who wants it? Admittedly, it's only 560, so maybe nobody, but, um, sometimes these are one of those spots where it's worth bluffing. If you're wrong, whatever, you lose a small pot. If you're right, you, like, show it. And, I mean, I don't think anybody here is going to get irritated, but there is a lot of, I think,
Well, nobody
uh,
wanted that pot, so Jimbo took it.
there's
Jimbo
some,
probably
there,
had a straight there.
maybe, possibly, yeah, if he's betting,
10
but
9, 10
I was,
9, ace 10 kind of hand.
all right, we got seven deuce twice with the signature testing the waters. 4x open. And of course, we've got everybody's signature move of just calling
Everybody,
immediately behind.
everybody except Noodles.
Yeah. Well, Noodles is, busy cooking broth and also playing No Limit and grinding for that second kitchen magnet.
Size bet from 7-2. To make of that, a pot size bet. We haven't seen many pot size bets tonight.
True. Especially on the flop. Yeah, usually it's
Yeah.
big on pre and then they pot control on the flop. I agree with you. As we wait, yes, Vermilion DK humbly pointed out, oh, we have
Ooh,
a
a
check
check
raise and a
raise and an
snap
all
call.
in, and it's look
We have a
at
top
that.
set versus pretty
Top
big
set
draw
with
with
all
a bunch of
kinds of
backdoors.
draws for
Yeah.
Jimbo.
All right.
Flush
Yes, all
draw. But
incoming. All right, let's see how
that's
many
a
times
jack
they run it
10.
here.
So there are no more tens on the board. No more quads for 7-2.
All right, there's a
Oh, there's
first
this
one.
flush.
All right, that's one board. Are they running it twice? I can't tell. Let's see
It
here.
looks like it's
Oh, he's at the
twice.
full house. Yeah. All right.
It's a chop.
Friendly chop. Friendly chop. Although it's too bad if I could get Derek on here. It's been a while since I've heard his crazy theories in terms of when to run it twice and when to run
Yeah,
it once and 3 times.
his math I don't understand, but whatever.
I mean, I like to keep it simple. Many of you already know. I like to run it once. I sometimes
Run
feel a
it
little bit
once.
bad, as it sometimes feels a little bit mean, but I just like to move on to the next hand if I'm ahead or behind.
Yeah, you're all
Play,
about the poker. You're
playing
not
for
about
keeps.
messing
Yes.
with the numbers. Um,
All right, Jimbo's saying, is it based on stack size? I thought Derek's theory was like part of it's like if you're ahead or if you're behind.
Yeah. How many times he has this theory about how many times you should run it if you are ahead, or how many times you should run it if you're behind. Even though the math is the math, it's still like
I mean, yeah, it's really a question of volatility versus variance. The variance is the same
yes,
over the long run. It's just
yes.
how much are you willing to lose or win? Yeah, in one hand. I agree, Kelly. I'm in the always once club. All right, we've got a pot shaping up here. A pot-sized bet left behind for Wise Prof, and they check behind.
Check check three. Oh, a set on the river for Ray.
I'm surprised Ray. I guess he's maybe
There
worried
was no
about
bet
Jack
in there.
10 there. I think I guess, a little bit worried about
Guess
Jack
he's
10.
yeah afraid of the straight, but very unlike Ray there.
I mean, there is definitely, I think, some method to Ray's madness. It was like almost a tongue twister there. But let's see, I'm looking at pot over here. Let's see, it's 3-bet pot pre. So Ray's hand there. Let's take a little bit of a closer look. So Ray 3-bet that pre looks like queens, single suited, actually with 3 spades. So I'm not a PLO expert, but I'm not sure that's at least in my own range, necessarily 3-betting hand, but that's fine. He basically has suited queens, but with 7 deuce. uh, the flop is king 5-3, and he just comes out and makes it 2/3.
Oh, this is an interesting hand here. This is a very dry
Yeah.
board, and 7-2 twice just
Oh
potted.
gosh.
Oh, and then Jimbo just re-raised it, and
And we
now
got
you're
a
all in.
snap. And we got top
Ooh,
set
a
again
jacks
with a
against
gut
the
shot. Yeah, gut shot with
aces
aces.
and the gut shot.
All
He's got
right.
the pocket aces.
All right. Somebody put something in the water. What are you all drinking? Are you guys doing shots without telling us?
Oh,
All right. Some do. Are they running it
oh,
twice again here?
they ran
I
it
actually think
twice, but
Jimbo's equity is not great. Or he got the gut shot.
Jimbo just won the first hand. No, oh
No,
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 he
he
got
won the
the
first
higher
one,
jack.
and then he got the gut
Right,
shot on the
got the
second.
second one. And the second one.
All right, they're just doing this.
Uh,
They're doing this for the Twitch subs. I'm surprised Jimbo snapped him off there on a board that dry. I mean,
I am
I think that's
surprised.
it's
Maybe
probably a
that's why.
call, but it actually seems. I'm not sure if that's out of character for Jimbo. I'm not sure if that's
And the
standard.
emojis.
I mean, maybe he's just like this dude can't have top set again.
You can't have top set again.
I will say Seven Dudes twice does a great job, I think, personally, sort of managing his image at the table. I mean, he can definitely play wild. He will definitely show some
Mm-hmm.
bluffs. He's definitely willing to get it in with combo draws. But I've noticed, I think, other players, they'll sometimes not make the correct adjustment and will just be like, oh, I've got top pair here. I've seen him bluff with just the flush draw. I'm all in. And
Mm-hmm.
those are a lot of times where he has it. Similar to those two cases where he makes this huge bet and he has top set. And he was able to get his money in ahead twice against Jimbo.
Well, yeah, and then he'll show those when the hand where he has the 7 deuce like he did earlier today,
Right.
right? I mean, who knows if he was actually bluffing on that hand? But he just happened to just show the 7 deuce.
Mm-hmm.
It is PLO. All hearts here. A small pot, $4.60. No bet on the flop. Kelly leads out. And the call now heads up. The snap call from Ray, who's got the nut flush for Callie. Likely Ray had a flush there as well, the way he snapped it. Of course, he could snap it with just 2 pair there. Seeing Ray, having Ray played with him. Are you still there, Pepito?
Yes, sorry.
Oh.
I noticed I'm like remiss in my cashier duties. I'm sorry
Oh, okay.
for
As
seemingly
long as
going MIA here.
I just didn't want there to be dead air for our audience. I think we should do this, on a regular basis. Maybe not every week, but maybe once a month. It would be nice to do this.
Yeah, this is
If you're
definitely
up for it,
quite
and
enjoyable.
we could also have some other guest commentators too, if you want to mix it up.
Hold on one second. Let me take care of some of this stuff. But yeah, no, I think that'd be great. And it seems like there's at least some audience for it, so that's always great. I mean, I was fine
Yeah,
doing
it's
this
certainly. I think
if it was just
the
us.
players that are appreciating it. I'm seeing a lot of positive comments from the people at the table. So we're happy to happy to criticize your play. Although I have not seen anything really outrageous yet to say, how could you do that? That was horrible. And believe me, I'm willing to say that, to our mass audience.
Right. Oh man, I'm really behind on. If anybody's listening, I'm really behind on the cashier stuff.
Oh,
All right, hold on.
Caliburrito wants to do a guest appearance on this. Might have to take him up on it.
Oh shoot, hold on.
On a future
yes,
fish fry.
we can do that, Kelly. As long as you're on Discord, I have it figured out with Discord. If you have Discord, if anybody has Discord and wants to hop on the stream. All right, hold on here.
Two pair.
That's one.
It's like Derek got off the wait list. Tired of waiting. He's got money to spend somewhere else.
Alright, shoot, I did not keep track of who I've paid and who I haven't. Alright, I think I sent it to him. Sorry for doing this out loud. I'm actually going to mute myself. Give me 1 second, Dom. It's all you, and don't worry about dead air. People can also watch the game, and I'm sure people are also playing themselves, so I don't think they're hanging on every word hard.
Try to take advantage of Pepito, of him not paying attention, and get more money from him. Gary board, Jack. A lot of possibilities with that card. And the pot size bet from 7-2. And a raise by Cali, big raise. And 7-2 doing the emojis thing. Not happy with that raise. Of course, he's trying to put 7-2 goes all in, and it's snap call. Let's see what we got here. We got a straight and a flush. Oh, wow, he had both the straight and a flush draw there, and he hit the flush to take down the pot. That was a really interesting hand. But the emojis were flying there. Pot with 3 players.
All right, give me 1 more minute. Noodles. I'll be right there.
Noodles doing a small bet there, or 3/4 size bet. I'm saying the pot is actually very small. A limp pot. Nobody else.
You know what else I haven't noticed? I have not looked. I've been remiss. There's only one. Yeah, I should have opened another no limit table. If anybody's listening, the second no limit table. I mean, there's not crazy.
To gamble.
Yeah, that
was my fault. Open up that second table. Especially as the tournament. People busting the tournament.
That is definitely one downside to streaming.
Is that
I'm neglecting my other duties.
Up your phone.
I know. I just noticed that. All right, let's see who's on the wait list really quick. I can send them some text messages. Yeah, Covenant. All right.
Well, let's do one more round and then we call it a night.
Sure.
Yeah. So we'll do one more round with Jimbolaya with the button. This has been very entertaining, but of course.
Well, you do have that martini to drink.
I still have to figure out that martini. I will look it up. Of course, maybe the bet should be by the end of the night because it's really unfair to do it at the beginning of the night when people don't have the big stacks. But by the end of the night, we might very well see a 1K pot.
True. That's true.
I think that really should be.
We can do that. We can do that. We can leave it up to the players to see if there's a 1K pot. I'm willing to leave it open. I just thought it'd be funny to have you do one on air. But
you can see since you're the host, you can actually see the record of it. Going through all the hands, right?
Yeah, but I definitely don't want to go through all the hands. I'd rather have one of them just, whatever, clip it and send it to me.
You can certainly ask if there was a 1K pot. because my sobriety is at stake.
I'm sure
By
we
the
will
way,
hear
I do
about it.
not have
There's no
just
way
to be.
that if there's a 1K pot that one of them will not share
We're
the
not going to
hand.
hear about it. Yes,
Yes.
that's true. By the way, just for the audience asking, I do not have any kind of a problem. I just don't like to drink because just of how it makes me feel as I get older. But I've never actually had a drinking problem or a drinking issue. For those who are wondering, are we like
Wait, did somebody
pushing
ask
me off
that,
the
or
edge?
are you
No,
just
no. I'm
feeling
just wondering that
self-conscious?
people could certainly ask that question. Like, are we forcing Dom to get off the wagon
Oh,
or
right,
anything
right,
like
right.
that? So I just want to make it clear that I am not an alcoholic. 'Cause- and I'm not totally dry either. I will have the occasional beer with sushi and that kind of stuff.
All right,
But,
all right.
uh,
Living it up.
well, it goes really well actually. A good Japanese beer with sushi is just like an amazing. Adds so much flavor to sushi.
Type passive. That's you're a type passive drinker. You gotta lag it up and get some sake shots with the. You gotta have a sake. Next time you have an omakase sushi, get the sake flight as
Get the
well.
sake, yeah,
Yeah,
because
get the.
I have the big bottle of sake with the gold leaf in it that was a gift. I've shared on Zoom with folks this big giant bottle of sake. I think that whenever we can play live again, I'll bring it over.
Yeah, once we
Are you?
no. Oh, go ahead.
Do you actually drink the gold leaf? I guess you do, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah, you
just
can.
drink it.
Yeah, you can definitely drink it. There's no taste, but
Yeah.
not that I've had my share of gold leaf or bourgeois drinks or meals, but gold leaf is
It is a
definitely
strange thing, I
consumable.
have to say. Why would you put gold leaf in your drink? Like, I guess,
Well,
like, to sort of say that
it's
you're
like,
very
well,
wealthy.
why are people buying gold Rolexes?
That's true too, I guess. But,
And hey, thank you, Mike Kelly Lynn, about the I guess the fish avatars, and I'm assuming just Twitch in general. So I did some of the art direction, but a lot of it I have to give a shout out to Speed Diddy. I'm not sure if he's playing as well tonight, but he's a friend of mine. Him and I work together on the art. Like he does the illustrations. And then I have another non-fish fry college student friend of mine who helps me with the animations. But
ooh,
I'm glad you're enjoying
the
them.
same person who did the magnet, right? It's the same graphic.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm
Okay.
trying to keep all of it consistent. It is Speed Diddy is the illustrator behind all of these characters. Yes.
Although, if the artwork starts doing art of the commentators, I want a royalty.
Dom, that's you. I sent him a picture. That's you in green.
Then I should really get a royalty.
But thank you. I will let Speed Diddy know. But that makes us both happy that we're not the only
Yeah.
two enjoying it. I mean, I was actually laughing with my college student friend Len about it, where I'm like, oh, I'm so excited because we've been working all week on this overlay for Twitch, just sort of getting the animations right and stuff. And I'm like, I love it. Hopefully, someday other people. I had no idea if people were going to turn out, and we were both fine with it. We were just happy to look at it, but it is gratifying to know that other people are tuning in and enjoying them. Actually, yeah, if you look closely at the ship, at some point the guy hanging overboard like throws up
Oh,
at the back of
fun,
the
fun,
ship.
fun.
He'll like vomit into the water if you look closely, or not look closely. I think actually near the end here he throws up once. I think it's coming up if you want to look at
Because we
him.
all love a good vomiting
Look. There he
emoji.
goes.
Oh,
That's what I'm spending my time on.
we all love a vomiting emoji. In fact, they should actually Poker Bros should create a vomiting emoji. Throw at them at people. Some vomit.
All
Set
right.
of jacks
Let's see. It's
for
Jimbo
Jimbo.
clawed his way back to normal here. And it looks like I haven't keeping track, but it looks like Ray has Ray hit the hot mark. No, he's in normal. Callie is back to
Sure.
normal. Have we normalized? Jimbo is still in cold. Cold Valaya.
Jimbo's still going.
Alright, I'll tell you what, Dom. I'm
There's
gonna go.
no
Oh, go ahead.
there's no lag, right, in that we know of. It's like instant
I think.
from
I
the
mean,
thing.
Twitch might be lagged by like a couple
No, I
seconds,
mean
but
in Poker Bros'
oh, and the
you know
actual app itself, no,
heat
there shouldn't
index
be.
heat index.
No, I don't think so. And thank you about the talking heads. I actually put a bit of time thinking about that because, although I'm, I guess comfortable with the idea of appearing on cam, I mean, I think the animations look so good that any sort of like real life video might throw it off. But then I thought it'd be weird to just sort of have our voices talking over it. So yeah,
Happy to get on to see our beautiful faces.
Tom,
Maybe
I
in the
know you
future.
would. You were just like aching to be discovered on Twitch. Um, but
This is my future YouTube career. I'm going to
right,
start that.
right.
People make big money on that thing, apparently.
Yes, yes. I don't know about 50-year-old Asian teetotalers, but you never know. There might be a market there. But yeah, I said this earlier. So there's two characters for those of you who were fans of high stakes poker, which the logo is of high seas poker is a riff on. The character on the right is Gabe Kelplan, and then that's AJ Branzino on the left, and
Branzino.
they're supposed
Very
to be. I mean, what his real name's what? AJ Benza or AJ
NJ
Benzo?
Benza, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, was the color commentary. So we were trying to keep it consistent with high stakes poker.
Gotta
Um,
keep it up with the fish puns.
yes, of course. All right, Raycerx
Oh,
says
this
he's been
is a
card dead for
decent pot here.
decent sized pot here.
10-8
72
with the straight. All kinds of draws there with that he had. Wise Prof.
All right, let's do one more orbit. Although seems like
One
we
more
got
orbit?
people on
Okay, we'll do one
stream.
more
I
orbit.
don't mind just like hanging out and chilling.
Sure. I mean, how big is our audience right now?
Looks like we're at 23. So not
Wow.
bad. So
Wow.
consistently up there. And yes, Donna's Fat Tattoo. You didn't know that Gabe Kaplan, or in this case, Gabe Kelplan, if I haven't hammered home that pun enough, he does the commentary for High Stakes Poker. You didn't know that? Yes, it's Welcome Back Cotter, Gabe Kaplan.
Welcome back, Cotter. Yeah. Of
I wonder,
course,
has anyone out there?
Donna's Tattoo's been living in a cave for the last year.
That's true. Is anyone else out there watching the new season of High Stakes Poker? I mean, unfortunately, you need to have a subscription to Poker Go.
It's on Poker Go.
Yeah, it's been good. Actually, Ivy is finally making his appearance. I think they
Oh.
put new episodes out every Wednesday, and I think he's finally showing up. I mean, Tom Dwan's been playing pretty much every week. Are there free streams? Apparently, Caliburrito's letting us know that they stream it for free.
You
You should
can
watch it. They've
get
been
it.
pretty good. It's not as great as the classic episodes, but there's been some pretty decent poker. And I actually listen to it more for like the table banter and the table chat.
You usually get a free month of it or something, right? And then
Yeah, I
you
think so.
cancel it and then use a new email.
I mean, Joey and I, like, she has it on all the time. Like, if she's like cooking or whatever, we just have it on TV.
At
Actually,
least Joey has it on.
what's been
Joey probably
really
turns it on while she's in the shower.
Yeah, and well, she loves watching that stuff. I just recently, her and I started rewatching the 2010 main event coverage. So
Uh-huh.
good. That's the year that Jonathan Duhamel won,
Yes.
with
Yes.
Joseph Chung and what's his name, John Racner. But actually, like
John
the
Racner.
final like 50, it's great. There's so many like great players that were just getting
That
started.
had that horrible hand with Matt Affleck.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
so many great hands in
That
that.
was
And if you have access to Poker Go, you should rewatch
that
from
was
the
a
beginning.
crushing. I mean, that was a crusher where he had the pocket aces.
Yeah,
And he was
with and
ahead.
Duhamel calls with like jacks, yeah, and rivers is straight.
He's
There's that
very
hand,
good.
the other hand that's huge, like the classic hands from the 2010 main event. There's that one. There's the hand with Filippo
That-
Candio with Joseph Chong. I don't know if you remember this one, where he basically calls with like a straight draw, and I think Chong has like aces or something like that. And like Chong would have had a massive chip lead, and then Candio, like, I think he rivers a straight, and he just goes nuts. He's
Yeah.
like this Italian player.
Remote.
Where are the other hands? Joseph
That was-
Chong, like, what was he, like, six betting? I forgot if it's like ace five against Duhamel. He runs into queens when they're playing like final
It's
three.
very interesting. You watch back some of that old coverage when you don't see people doing that anymore. But back then, people would be like 4 betting, 5 betting, 6 betting with a hand like ace 5.
Well, now everybody's
people-
doing 2.2x pre.
Now it's like min raising and then betting a third of the pot after the flop. All this pot control, small betting. It's just like watching the evolution of it since
Well,
2010.
What do we got here? Caliburrito.
Straight.
Has Caliburrito lost a pot at Showdown? I mean, I have a very selective memory, but I feel like when he's gotten to Showdown, he has not lost a pot. And with regards to min bets and small open sizes, I am doing my best to try to get over bets back in vogue. It may be a losing battle though.
you're doing a lot of over bets, especially on the river, and it's always a challenge figuring it out, whether it's you're bluffing or whether you have it. And you do in both situations. That's what makes it hard. So,
I mean, I should have some sort of bumper sticker that says, if you want to win big pots, you don't open for 2.2. For
not
million...
even 2.2, and a lot of times it's now min raises now.
Yeah.
You know.
I would agree with you,
Oh,
Vermilion,
Ray's
that most
here,
of the
buddy.
hands are straights.
What is Ray raising here with the 964 rainbow board? And this he's, I mean, there's really only one hand he could have, I think.
I really do like the comforting sounds of these waves as we watch these big pots come crashing in.
Fortunately, I can't hear it. I can only hear the Poker Bros app and, of course, the Twitch. I don't have the Twitch on. I will certainly watch this in replay. Just to listen to my brilliance commentary. All kinds of draws there that he folded. But Ray was certainly representing a set there.
At least. But I mean, I guess if the board, even though that board is dry, you're probably better off raising there. And Callie, there were no formal introductions. I've been trying to weave in the different bios of each of the players, sort of how they do it, I guess, on the WSOP main event coverage. I think I covered everyone, or pretty close to it.
Let's see, who haven't we talked about here? No, I think we talked about Ray?
I mean, Ray really needs no introduction, but I mean, we've known Ray for so long through Piranha Poker, which is
yes.
You can actually, if you want to plug Piranha Poker Dom,
yeah,
go right
actually,
ahead.
For anyone who's ever interested, part of how I met Pepito was through piranhapokerteam.com, and it's basically where people play. We play a series of tournaments. We don't play for money; we play for points, and then we do collect money, and then we use that money to send people to the World Series of Poker. And people have actually cashed in almost every year who've been sent. So it's a great way for people to learn tournament poker, to get a sense of it. Obviously, during the pandemic, we've been doing a lot of online tournaments. But the intention is that one of these days, again, we will be sending people to the World Series of Poker. I actually last year qualified to represent the team, but obviously there was no World Series to be had. So looking forward to actually using my seats in the very near future. But we are playing this year, and actually Jimbolaya is going to be a qualifier this year. He's so way ahead right now that he's going to get a seat at the World Series. I pretty much won a seat, although it's technically not guaranteed until the season is over. But so anyone interested, you can certainly check out piranhapokerteam.com.
When they finally get WSOP back on track, I think it's going to be crazy. It's going to be, like, nuts.
That's probably right. And they probably, if I was WSOP, they probably are going to require, a vaccination, proof of vaccination in order to play. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, but I mean when they get it done, no. It'll be all right if they have that. I mean, like, once COVID, is more or less, passes by and we're back to normal with no masks and no social distancing.
Yep.
It's going to be crazy. And, I know I'm looking, like, quite far ahead here, but it would be amazing if we get a fish fry contingency to meet up in Vegas during WSOP.
That's actually not unheard of. I think that we will definitely see a lot of that. There's going to be, an explosion, I think, of all kinds of travel. I think we're going to see that. People, I mean, I really have been always pretty much of a homebody, but after this, like, being sheltering in place for a year now, I want to go around, travel the world a little bit.
You're definitely not alone. I mean, I'm trying to think if I have mixed feelings. I mean, I think I've told you this before. I've been going to, like, WSOP, like, for every summer since, I think, like, 2010. And, like, for the past couple of years, I'm like, I'm not going to go. I'm going to take a break. And then I always get roped into going, or I'm like, all right, sure, I'll go. And I always have a good time. I never regret it. But, I guess it finally took a, once-a-century pandemic to break the streak of going to the World Series. But I am already looking forward to going back, because it's going to be lit.
I do miss it, yeah. It is. It's just a lot of fun. And also during that time of year, you have just so many, not just the WSOP, but there's so many good tournaments playing around, and obviously a lot of good cash games too for those who play cash.
And plus, just seeing friends
Yes,
and seeing other poker players
seeing
and
all the other poker players. Yes,
sweating everybody. That
nice.
part's always fun. If you're like in an event and you're on break.
Yeah,
well,
actually, one of the things I really like about Piranha is that we do end up railing each other, and people do that. And I forgot to mention that Piranha's biggest money winner was Pepito himself.
That is true.
Still holds the record for won over $12,000.
Yes, I did.
That year.
That was a deep run. I could have won so much more. I mean, that's what everybody always says. But I ended up running that.
He was, and for those who don't know, he was also featured in Poker News because he was at one point the chip.
I was the chip leader for that event. That is true. On day 2, I think I busted out with either 3 or 4 tables left. Yeah, such a bummer.
Yeah, you were 75th, I think, or something like that.
I think lower than that. I have to look. It was so long ago. That was a great run, and it was awesome having everybody sweating me.
He is definitely on Hendon Mob, although you'll have to know what his real name is. His legal name.
My Hendon Mob is definitely not as impressive as a Wise Prof's Hendon Mob. But that was a great time. That was a great time indeed.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. We're seeing a row here. 182 is shaping up to potentially be the biggest pot.
This might be a big pot here. Yeah. Oh, no bet though. No betting on the river.
Busted.
Set of 6s. I guess it got scary with the straight possibility there. Actually, scary before that 7.
I think with that pot, Jimbo may have returned to the land of the normal, and he has.
Oh wow, Jim's normal. That's the first time I've ever said that. All right. I think we're starting to fade here. Plus, I gotta go pee.
Alright, you can go pee. I can handle it. If you want to sign off, you can. I'll probably hang out a little bit more here as I finish this whiskey.
I'll do a couple more hands. Why don't we get to the button gets back to Jimbolaya, and then I'll sign off for the night.
Got Ray versus Jimbo here.
I have to go gamble my money away. Oh, look at that. Pot-sized bet from Ray here. And a fold. Trying to represent a straight there. Maybe a straight plus a flush draw. A redraw. What kind of whiskeys?
I just grabbed something really quick. I can't remember. Wait, let me taste this. Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just poured myself a glass of Jameson Irish whiskey. I'm pretty sure.
I will have to look at our liquor cabinet to see if we have any vermouth. If we do, I will create a martini tonight. But as I said, I think it'll really be by the end of the night.
Maybe. I mean, it would have to be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still taking the bet against. Although I will
remember. I assume that someone will bust out and do.
Okay, the chances are higher if it happens that Ray and Jimbo play until 9 a.m.
Okay.
Then there's a higher likelihood. Otherwise, I mean, it really depends on how this game breaks. I haven't thought about that deeply. I'm not sure how this game would necessarily break. But I could see it just breaking pretty quickly at some point. I could also see it running pretty late. But the 1K pot will, I would have a side bet that a 1K pot, I would take the over on 4 a.m. I think pretty safely. I would take the over on that. That it won't happen until 4 a.m. I could be wrong, but I think that's probably a safe bet.
Get big enough, right? Assuming that people bust out and they rebuy, then then there might be some really big stacks here. Plus, we also don't know if there's going to be other people that join in after somebody leaves here.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true.
Join in as well.
All right. So, one perk. Wait, really quickly. One perk that's nice about sort of running the fish fry and just communicating and corresponding with people is throughout the night I always get various text messages, and so I just received one from one of the players in the tournament, and basically, of course, he gets it all in against Bad Beat, and they both have kings. I'm only seeing the results, so they probably got it all in pre with kings, and of course, Bad Beat rivers or gets the four flush.
Yeah.
He runs so pure. Bad Beat runs so pure.
Yeah. That's how Bad Beat has been doing. What he hasn't told people is that really it's being bad beat on you.
True. Yes.
It's
Yes.
not really bad beat on himself. It's bad beat on you.
All right, we have a decent sized pot here, four-way three bet pot. He's probably gonna take this down. This is like such a dry flop. I'm actually surprised it doesn't happen more often that people are just betting these
He's
dry
got the
flops.
position. He's got the position. He could easily be on a draw there, betting it. Great draw.
Wait, so Dom, next time we do this, you should get a seat. You've got the you've got the most experience casting. I can tell by that laugh you're considering it.
No, well, it's like I don't know if I could come up with the witty jokes while I'm playing. So you do have to sort of concentrate a little bit when you're playing.
No, you have offered well, obviously it would be with a delay, but to do a live stream, I'll have to figure out. Obviously, I can do it if I'm playing.
Possibly.
It'll be a little bit tricky. I mean, I'm fine with it, but I don't find it that appealing. I mean, I'd probably find it more appealing if I was like playing at some other club rather than this one. But if you want to do it, I'll just have to figure out how to stream your stream. Ooh, full house.
Yeah, possibly, but not PLO. I probably would feel more comfortable doing that with the no limit game.
Mm-hmm.
PLO takes a lot more concentration, I think, because of the 4 cards and.
Although, I mean, it is a drawback that neither of us get to play, but I do think it would be fun doing just one of the Saturday night tournaments and just going from sort of table to table, as I know you have an opinion about nearly every player in the club, and you're not afraid to express it.
I am not afraid to express it. Although, like I said, I've not seen any horrible play tonight here.
Much to your chagrin.
Much to my chagrin, much to my regret. Even Ray's played pretty decently.
All right, mild shade, mild shade.
Much to my shock.
Although, wait, that opens a semi-awkward segue, but I cannot pass it up. Is that, speaking of mild shade, so you know how, alright, if people don't know, obviously I send out text messages for the fish fry. Membership's around like 150. Clearly, I can't send out one mass text to 150 people. So I have like a bunch of different discrete groups, which I try to, organize by either like people knowing each other or like geography, whatever, right? So there are a bunch of different groups. So the group that Dominic is in, he's also in the group with Ray. And do you remember that time? I forgot. After you won that huge PLO hand with Ray, actually, I should ask you this. I'll kind of put you on the spot. First of all, do you remember what you texted?
I do not remember what I texted.
You texted, so you won that huge pot at 10 cent, 20 cent PLO against Ray for, I think it was like $410 or whatever, which is insane for 1020. And then I think I like posted the link to like the group that all of us are in, the Piranha Poker group. And then you wrote something like, good old Ray getting it all in with like 2 pair. Yeah. So, first of all, I wasn't sure at that point because I'm always updating the list and I'm not sending notifications. Were you aware that Ray was in the group?
I don't know if I knew that Ray was in the group because I don't think I had normally had his cell phone number. But
yeah. No, because I recently put him in the group. And it's like, it's not the worst. It's not the worst amount of trash talk, but clearly, like, yeah. And so I don't think Ray replied, but I'm like, oh, I remember thinking, I'm like, or maybe he said, I think he probably said something like, blah, blah, whatever. But, and I know Ray is listening, which is the best part. Did you catch, and I think I'm right about this, Ray, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or you can even deny it. Did you catch the shade that Ray threw at you, I think maybe like a few weeks later?
I don't remember what it was. If he did send shade, I may not have had him listed as.
It was subtle, but it was brilliant, and I'm pretty sure I interpreted it correctly. I mean, maybe you were too drunk, maybe you were too dense to catch it, but immediately he stacked you in either no limit or I think it was PLO or maybe it was 6-hour PLO, but. First, he made a comment about, like, this PLO game is so juicy. And then as soon as he stacked you, he texted the group, seat open. And Ray does not text a lot in the group. And I was like, that is some brilliant shade and response
I did
to
not
something
catch
from
it.
a few weeks ago. I'm just about sure I am right. But he was
I
like,
did not
seat
catch it.
open. He did not even call you out specifically, but for those of us who were at the table who were watching, we're like, oh,
Oh.
well done. Very well done, Ray.
Very well done. And I don't take offense on it because I can take it as well as I can. So but of course, I don't think there was a long time when Ray's like number was just a bunch of series of numbers. So I didn't put his name on it, so it could have been at that time
Right, right,
that
right.
he wrote it. So I
No,
wouldn't have
I
noticed.
think you didn't know he was on the
Yeah.
text thread, which is a little bit it's problematic from my end, where it's like theoretically I mean well it's not that problematic. It would be nice if everybody knew who was who, but that's just sort of the nature of the communication technology. But it's like if you're willing to say stuff to the group, then I mean, and what you said was obviously not that egregious. But if you knew he was on there, I really doubt you would have said something like "Good old Ray getting it in there with two pair." So the lesson
Well, he
there is just be
is.
careful what you text, or not even be careful.
Well,
Be
I
mindful
mean,
that there may be
well, I stand by my comments.
yeah.
It's sort of
Obviously, it was not inaccurate. Yes, yes.
getting it all in on two pair in PLO. It's one thing, getting it all in on a no limit game, but in PLO, I think it's a little crazy to get it all in with two pair when there's so much else possibly out there, especially straights, flushes, sets, are just so much more common. So
Yeah, but your bottom set was not really that much higher than bottom two pair. Or two. It wasn't bottom two pair. Your bottom set was like one pip above two pair. That's the best part. We were like, oh, how does he get it in
yes,
there with two pair? You're like, call bottom set.
well, yeah.
All right, and
Well, it's less likely someone else has a higher set than you too. I mean, it is possible for sure, but it's less likely. I mean, the way that played out too is, if I remember the hand, that I mean, I would certainly have to look at it again to see. I mean, it's possible that someone else could have a higher set, but then we're playing. I said not for huge numbers, and you just have to be willing to lose it all
right.
when you're.
Well, I
I
mean
mean, when you're
that's
starting with a
why like low
$50.
stakes games can
Yeah.
just be so juicy. Like they're just really seductive because people are just willing like, oh, what's 10 cent or 20 cent?
50
What's a
bucks. Yeah,
dollar?
50
Yeah,
bucks.
yeah.
I'm buying in for $50, right? In the 10 cent, 20 cent, right? So okay, threes. Oh, it's a full house. Both have the same 8-3 garbage. And
Three card. And I'm sorry, Ray all but confirmed that he did intend it as shade because
oh, did he just say that?
the Twitch chat he responds, "We are all here to have fun and make big pots." So yes, shade confirmed.
Jade confirmed. I will take it. I'm a big boy. You, for those who don't know, Ray and I have had a long history of playing each other, and Ray's play is unique and unorthodox to say the least. Especially, he will call a big 3-bet, 4-bet with 4-2, and then hit it, of course.
I mean, not to be
And
results oriented,
calculates.
but it appears to be working for Ray as he has entered hot territory. We're gonna give some heat index updates. So we've got Ray
Oh
now
yeah,
entering
he's in
hot
hot
territory,
results.
and he's table
He's,
hero. Let's see if he's the only table hero here. So far, let's see here. It appears he might be. Hold on, going through.
Callie's a table hero.
Nope. Seven Deuces is a table hero. All right. No, actually, he is
They're
one
all
of
table
many
heroes.
table heroes, but he, as of right now, is the most successful table hero as he is in hot territory. Caliburrito, fortunes have changed. Unfortunately, he has entered cold territory. Although
Oh yeah.
a Wise Prof, I believe everybody else is probably at normal. Is my guess. Let's see if Jimbolaya has
It's
made it to normal here. Oh, he is still cold. So we are seeing some slight shift in the, I guess the tectonics, the plate tectonics of people's stacks. So Ray's the only one hot at the moment, but it is still pretty early on. I'm not sure how late everybody's playing. I know Jimbolaya will be here for the long haul. Racer probably will. I've definitely seen Callian and Noodles too. And I mean,
Pot size
Seven
bet
deuce,
from
I've seen
Ray.
seven deuce. It could be here and there. It really depends. But I can see at least four of these players going the distance. I know a Wise Prof has mentioned that he also does daddy duty as well. So we'll see. We'll see what
Callie
his
says
endurance
he's
is
good
like.
till
Yeah.
2 to 3 a.m.
And Vermilion, yes, I think actually the next one will be a high seas no limit hold'em stream as well. I'm gonna be so bummed. I want to play that, but I'll probably be streaming it. So, but yes, I think that will be in the works. I'm gonna think about how to structure that, and hopefully make it like interesting and fun. Maybe it'll
You
be
have
a
to do
bunch of
that.
demand, but I think yes, it will
You
happen.
have to do that as a 6 max, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the six max on one hand, you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be really aggressive, but at the same time, it's not as aggressive because you don't have as many multi-way pots. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So I'm gonna think about that a little bit more. But yes, there will be a no limit event. I won't be playing it. I'm like crying already. It
I'll,
will be very enjoyable for me to I think commentate on it, and I'll have a little bit more
I'll,
to offer. I think analytically, hopefully,
mm-hmm.
than PLO, as PLO is definitely not my strong game. But yes, it will happen. And Vermilion, you'll be on the list by the very fact that you asked for it
Yes.
on
For
stream. You will be the first first seat locked in
is Vermilion the big winner on No Limit?
for King of
He's
the
been
Grill
just
for sure. For King of the Grill
king
for
of the
sure.
girl, but he's also been like killing it on the cash
Yes,
game
cash game
tables.
wise, he has been a consistent winner.
You know,
Yes.
yes, he's been. So yeah, a 50-cent $1 would be kind of exciting to see on No Limit. I bet you would get a lot of players here, so you might have to make it a nine-handed
Nine
table.
hit. Right. He some frank honesty, he is on a massive downswing at cash at the moment. So maybe we'll have that high stakes no limit game next week, and maybe I'll play and stream at the same time. Change of heart. Change of heart.
Oh,
Just
Ray
kidding.
just went over the 400 mark with that
Good
last
job,
hand.
Ray. Raycerx 440. We might be seeing a small shift. Let's see, what time is it? 9:49. So the game started at 8. So we're not even at the 2 hour mark. That's how many hands
Yeah,
we've
we've
played.
been streaming for almost 2 hours here. I'm surprised that we're still going here.
So we've only had 85 hands.
Is that right? This is like, it's a little surprising, actually. Obviously, it's not been going as fast. People are taking their time thinking
Yeah.
about it. 50-cent $1.
Yeah, I think I would have lost that bet for a little under 2 hours. It's normally, online they say on average what like 40 to 60 hands. Of course, this is PLO,
Right.
so for whatever reasons it might play a little bit slower. Um, but I would have totally guessed that there would have been more than 85 hands played.
Double paired board here. Check.
Somebody
By
bluff
Wise
at
Prof.
this.
And he got it. That was a bluff. This could have been a bluff though.
All right, Ray, both from the table and the peanut gallery, says there's too much thinking and limping going on here. um, and this is more off the cuff. If we do a no limit, I actually think it will be 9. I think I'll make it 9-handed. To get more people in, because I'm assuming there will be demand for it, but also with 9-handed, because I considered it for this game putting a straddle in, but the way Poker
Oh, there
Bros,
you go.
yeah, but the way Poker Bros works is that the straddle is mandatory, so
Mandatory straddle.
yeah, it's a little bit too harsh to have 6 max and have it be straddle. Like,
Yeah.
I was talking to the players as well, and we were thinking about maybe making it lower and making it like 20, 40, 80, but it's like, we'll make it a little bit. We'll just bump it up to 50, $1, and then throw in some antes. But if we do the no limit one, I think I'll actually make this. I'll throw the straddle in there. With 9-handed, it makes it a little bit more manageable, and there's a little bit more money pre. So yeah, so that's in the works. I'm already
Okay.
excited for that.
Yeah, I would be happy to commentate on that. Maybe if you want to play it, maybe we can find someone else to pair up with me.
We could do that, but the
we
logistics
can-
of me figuring out how to stream it with two
Oh,
remote
yes, that's true,
casters
too. That
might be
might be a
not necessarily
challenge.
above my pay grade, but the amount of time and patience to figure that out.
What we really been trying to get is Jan to do this.
Yes, actually, Jam would be great. Actually, all right, I will put this out there now. I'm sure there are actually quite a few people, if they were willing and interested in casting, would do a phenomenal job. But off the top of my head, people who I think whose personalities naturally lend themselves, I think, to streaming and commenting. So definitely Jan, also known as Fats512, would be amazing. You may, if you are sensitive to vulgarities, you may not. You may not want to watch. Also, I think Donna's Fat 2 would be great.
Yes, that too would be very
Would be very good.
entertaining.
Jimbolaya as well. Although we might need closed captioning, as he
Oh,
tends
no.
to talk very fast and very much. I think
And
those
then,
would, off the top of my head, those would be my top three. I'm probably missing some people, but that would be
look
my
at
top
this
three.
huge pot here.
Whoa. I can't even read the board quickly
It's a
enough.
chop.
And it's a chop! It's a bunch of pump fakes tonight. This isn't high
Wow,
seas poker, it's pump fake poker.
That was a
That was
$500 pot.
that was a very large pot. And between Noodles and Jimbo, who tend to be, the more careful players at the table, I really, if I had to bet, I guess I would say push it to Noodles, but Jimbo doesn't get his money in that light either, so I guess I'm not surprised that was a push.
They had the straight, both of them, and that's why we all went in. There was no other better hand there. There was the nuts straight.
I just love the idea and image of Noodles nursing a huge pot of like pho broth while he's playing. He's like, that's the only reason I'm multi-tabling. I just gotta kill time, while this broth for the pho is brewing.
You're making me hungry. You're making me hungry. Cares?
Alright, I just poured myself another drink. And actually, I should be the good husband and send Joey a text. I haven't heard from her, so I think, wait, let me see, unless I missed it. Let me see if she's still in the tournament here.
Is she playing a
tournament? Alright, no,
tournament?
she just sent me a picture of a cocktail and food, so I think she busted the tournament.
Oh.
Wait, hold on, but that was back? No, I think that was on break. Alright, no, she might still be in. Let me see if she's still in tournament. For those of you who missed it, my wife Joey is in Vegas, and she's in, I think it's like an $800 like Venetian Deep Stack tournament. Let's see if she's still in. Last I checked in with her, she made the dinner break, but she only had like 20 bigs. Let's see. I will send her a text. And on that note, let's take a look at the tournament as well. We're down to 12 players in the tournament. Let's see, up top. All right, surprise. Bad Beat, although he has rebought, is at the top of the leaderboard.
Wow.
In second is MJ273. I think this is Mikel's. I think that's Mikel's Rodriguez's account. I think so. Sorry, a little bit tipsy. And then we have Z German, who does not make very many appearances here. I thought he only played cash. River Days, and then Jan, Fats512, followed by Lee, who is also still in, and also Derek. So all my top three Twitch commentators are still in the tournament. So at least that speaks maybe to their poker prowess, but maybe not necessarily to their willingness to stream and forego the tournament.
No, Jan would be hilarious. Derek would be hilarious. Of course, Derek would be trying to justify the bad play.
I'll say this about Derek, though. I think Derek actually is very entertaining when we're on Zoom, and he is sweating his own hand. I'm not sure if he's going to be necessarily as enthusiastic or animated about other people's hands or bad beats, but definitely about his own.
That's actually true, yes. Of course, he hasn't been on Zoom in a while, right?
I saw him on tonight, which made me kind of bummed that I had to bounce out of Zoom.
So he's on tonight. Oh, that's good to see.
Yes.
We will join later. Later.
I did not know that. River Days is your dad, caliburrito? That's amazing. Shout out to my dad. Well, that is incredible. Nice.
Family affair. Scary board, but no betting. Oh, 7-2 does. This scary board here. All kinds of possibilities. Half pot size bet. Oh, and a call from Cali. Flush. Cali likely could have had a flush, a lower flush.
Mm-hmm. All right, keep an eye out. Has Cali lost when he's gone to showdown? Did that just happen? Sorry, I was on. Let me take a look.
Yeah, that's it. He just lost.
He finally lost. All right. We'll just go with the narrative that was his first hand. He's gone 90 hands, and that's the first hand he's lost at showdown. I'm sticking to that story.
Yeah. Well, he's back to normal now. Ray is over 400, so he's still hot. Everybody else is, I think, pretty normal except Jimbo. Jimbo's still cold.
All right, he's putting 100 on the line. Not a binding bet, but that's what we similar to what we were talking about earlier. That's some slight shade from Caliburrito to 7 News twice, because he's never betting that unless he has a flush.
Yeah. Of course, Callie called it. Unless Callie's saying that he had a flush as well. It was 4 to a straight there too, so possibly got a straight. $1 bet. Is that? I always wonder when people bet like that $1 there. Well, in that case, it was definitely intended.
I'm glad we got to see that. The 4 diamond low connector, or the 4 suited low cards is always a winner.
The $1 bet on the river.
Yeah.
So talk about a defensive bet. I wonder if like Jimbolaya like goes all in or pots it. What 7-2 twice does there.
I know. I mean, I feel like I've been saying that early on,
Yeah.
and I know it's always much easier to say, when you're not in the
Once you
game.
see the cards, yeah.
But mildly in my defense, I also do practice that at least sometimes where I am willing to raise if I sense some weakness, and I don't think I'm being induced.
What do you do when someone bets you like $1 there? Is it? I mean, sometimes it is a misclick, online.
Right.
Because we know that happens. But in that case, that was intentional.
Well, I mean, I think personally, if I'm facing some like weird, very small bet, and it really depends on the pot size and how badly I want it. Like if the pot's not that big, and I actually I consider like how much the information is worth to see their hand, I'll just call. But if I'm like, no, I want to win this pot, and I think it's a good spot, and I think I have full equity, I'll raise. But there are definitely sometimes like I'll just call where I'm like, all right, if that was misclick or even if it was intentional, they're just making it so cheap for me to like see their hand and then attempt to like reverse engineer kind of their thinking, on prior streets. Because when you get to the river, there's just so much information out there, and I guess
that was a $13 pot, so $1 into it wasn't that.
I mean, and to be honest, there'll be sometimes where I'll just be so annoyed by such a small bet that I'm just gonna like mash the raise button just out of principle. It's probably a leak, but at least mentally and emotionally it makes me feel better.
Especially when 7-2 twice does it.
True. All right, we have 3 people interested on Ace 5-3 flop.
And then a 9 on the board.
9 just brings a flush draw, but not much. I mean,
not much, and unless someone has pocket 9s here, there's straight out there. So even if you have a set of 9s, this might not be any good. Just check around. Oh, and then the backdoor flush comes.
Check. Like quick checks.
What here Callie does.
Callie thinking about it.
Bets half.
All right.
Wins it.
Oh, I like it.
Shows the
There
bluff.
we go.
Of course, the pair 9s might have been good there.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Not on that flop. Somebody at least called an ace on that flop. And we get the fish emoji. We know who had the ace.
Show the fish emoji. Throw them. It's nothing like winning a bluff and then rubbing into your faces. Oh, of course, 7-2 twice says you had me.
I mean, the best part about that had me, which may or may not be true, but it's like if he had you, who's calling what on the Ace 5-3 flop?
It's true. Like, what are you calling with?
I mean, it was only a half-size bet, but it's super dry. They're not. I mean, it's definitely personal. Come on, you're doing it for your dad. You're doing it for your dad. You gotta make your dad proud.
It's Poker Bros.
Alright, we got a straight. Who wants it? This is a classic. Who wants it? It's obviously much harder to bluff at in PLO, but this is in no limit. It's a like who wants it hand, and who wants to call for a chop here. In no limit, not here in PLO. PLO is a bit tougher. And
It's also
actually,
harder when there's multiple players here to
Mhm.
try to deal it.
well, then you just have to ask yourself, the last person, like, yeah, what's their, their sort of like folding range here?
Oh, we have the 6
Oh,
high flush. Oh, straight.
but
There
he
we go.
decided. Oh, interesting. He decided not to raise there. Which I
Yeah.
get. I mean, I think for me,
7-6, no
I
raise.
mean,
He
yeah,
likes.
sometimes
Callie
you
likes
might
the
run
same
into
thing.
7-6, but it's like unless you think caliburrito is gonna like bet three bet bluff you there, I do think you should go for value. I mean, that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
But he did all right. He defends.
Nope.
Actually, the
Wanted to
best part
see.
about streaming is getting the real time reaction. He wanted to see what this, fish
What
caliburito
Callie
is
would have.
betting that river with because he knew he had the best hand.
He
And
had the wheel.
that call was definitely personal.
Now we're betting. Raise down to now 350. How did that happen? He was up to at one point like 440.
Well, I mean, I think that quote like really sort of typifies pot limit Omaha, where you're up and then you're suddenly down. You're like, how did that happen?
How did that happen? Callie's come back here, and then Wise Prof's got the best hand with a pair of 9s. Wow, kings and 9s with the ace kicker.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak a lot more confidently to No Limit I mean, I've obviously just put so many hours in that game. But, I mean, they're similar games, and I think dynamics don't change. And with the 6 max game, I think the players are playing a little bit tighter pre and a little bit tighter post, and I do think there is a window here for, one of them to just bluff, or even, I wouldn't even say, like, sometimes the edge is where you thin bet, or, I'm sorry, you value bet a little bit thinner. But from what I've seen so far, and again, obviously I could be wrong, I think there is room here, value to be had if you just bluff a little bit more or raise a little bit more. Because I've yet to see anybody bet like a really monster hand with a small
Oh, he shows
bet
the
on the
7
river.
deuce.
Signature move. I wish if I was more savvy, I would have like custom Twitch emoticons that we could just like shower the page with when that happens. Maybe in the future, I'll work on that. But yeah, I think my point here, I don't fault any of them for playing a little bit more conservative. I mean, they've all played with each other a lot. They're obviously very capable of like bluffing or getting in light. But again, that was at like 10 cent, 20 cent, or sometimes 20, 40, and on rare occasions 30 cent, 60 cent. But the sample size, has been large enough to see that a lot of the bets for like under half have just been sort of thin value, and you just have to ask yourself and wonder, well, are they going to call a raise? And maybe I'm giving up a little bit too much here, but I think, you know, I don't think they're going to call. Otherwise, they would have bet bigger. If you bet one
Oh,
third of the pot, maybe you will. I mean, it really depends on the moment and the player. But if your mindset is going for thin value, but you're only betting a third of the pot or less than half, you're probably more skewed toward folding because you're just not sure about your hand. But if you're very confident that you are going for thin value and that there's a second best hand that will call you, you're going to bet more. Maybe.
I think there was a missed bluff on this just last hand here.
And of course, I was like looking off in the distance as I was
No,
pontificating my
Ray
words and I
won it
missed it.
with a measly 2 pair there, and was multi-way pot in the river there, and Callie, I think, missed it. I mean, there was a flush on the board and a straight on the board, and but there was no betting, and it was just showdown, and Ray won the pot with just 2 pair.
Wait, did I just miss something? I'm getting a little bit tipsy, but how? There's a 3 bet to 7? Wait, what just happened? All right, we'll just see what happens. All right, so we have got a pot size bet on 10-6-6, a super polarized flop for both No Limit and PLO.
And a pot size and takes it down.
I mean, this is where you obnoxiously show 3 cards and not show 1. None of them obviously a 10 or a 6. All right, I think this is probably a good sign. Wait, let's see here. Oh, she busted. I thought Joey had not responded. And she lost in similar to the fashion of Bad Beat and the player that texted me, but it was Ace Jack versus Ace Jack. You know the line.
Ooh. Wow.
All right, so I know nobody was following me, nobody had a piece of her, but my wife busted the $800 Venetian tournament today.
Oh, that's a pretty decent tournament, as far as structure goes.
Yeah, no.
800.
The deep stacks of Venetian have always been good. I mean, the question's just like, I mean, it's no longer an issue because Sheldon Anderson has passed away, but the question, is more of an ethical or like principled question of whether or not you want to support the Venetian.
Yeah, I mean, now that Sheldon is gone, I mean, of course, I wanted to go to his funeral to make sure he was dead.
Right.
Poke him with a stick.
I mean, I'm definitely in the minority of this. I mean, thankfully, I'm trying to think why. It might have just been like convenience. I mean, I used to love when I first started playing live and going to Vegas. This back in, I don't know, like 2008, 2009. Like I loved playing and staying at the Venetian.
It's a
But
beautiful hotel and casino. It's just too bad it was run by Sheldon.
here, okay, all right. I'll pose this to you about yes, I definitely understand, respect, and appreciate the principled decision of not supporting the Venetian because it's owned by Sheldon Anderson, who came out very, very resistant. Not only resistant, but made moves that were very antithetical to online poker.
Mm-hmm.
But if you thought the room was good and was plus EV for you as a poker player, if you're really just all about the plus EV, like, should you be playing there? I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people actually probably never played at the Venetian and were like, yeah, I'm not playing there. And that's fine. I mean, it's a little bit of virtue signaling, but I think, yelling at
Well, I
people who
mean,
wanted
for
to play
me,
at the
it's like,
Venetian.
I mean, there are so many other places to play, right? I mean, there were so many good tournaments. I mean, the Venetian was. I've actually, if you look up my Hendon mob, you can see that I won a
It's
many,
Dominic
many.
Chan, by the way, for anyone
Yes.
watching who wants to look
Anyone
up
wants to look
Radical
up my
New
Hendon
Tendon
mob?
Mob.
I actually do
Dominic
have
Chan, and
I
Chan
do
with
have
an
a
A.
first place finish about what it must have been like 10 years ago when I played in the Venetian and I won one of their deep stack tournaments. But
No, but I mean their room is great. I really like
yeah,
playing at their room, and I have a lot of fun, like really fond memories. And I mean, yeah, I think he's an asshole, but at the same time, I guess I'm kind of lazy. And I was like fine playing there. I mean, it just so happened that I found other rooms, more interesting or a more positive EV. But let's say you're a poker player and you're just like, yes, I think the Venetian and whatever their player pool is plus EV.
uh-huh.
I actually think it's a little bit weird to take a principled stance and be like, no, I'm not playing there because he's such an asshole about online poker. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
think it's admirable and it's respectable to do that,
Well,
but
there's also, I mean, for me, it's also there are a bunch of other things not to like about Sheldon Adelson other than just the poker.
yeah, no, I mean, I
But
don't know that
there's some,
much, but he's a rich, old, white Republican. So, yes, I'm sure, I mean, I'll say this, he's probably a pretty
there's
despicable or abominable, or has done despicable and
yeah,
abominable, has made despicable and abominable decisions as a human being. But
absolutely.
strictly from the lens, and that I'm not saying that's how we should live our lives, but strictly from the lens as a poker player who is seeking out plus EV spots, like, should you care about that? Is it admirable that people are like, no, I'm not playing in any casino that's owned by Sheldon Anderson, even if it's plus EV for me?
Adelson.
Adelson, I
Keep
mean,
saying Anderson, but it's
clearly I don't even
Adelson.
care that much
Yes.
about it. It's Adelson. Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
he. Well, for me, it's like there's just so many more options, right? That are just as positive EV as well. Especially like around the WSOP when it's happening. There's just like all of these other tournaments that are pretty good. I mean, for sure, the deep stack tournaments at the Venetian have been really good tournaments, right? Really deep structures, and
Mhm.
so I agree with it that just based on that, it's like
Yeah, I
you
mean,
should
well, really,
they're
what it
playing.
boils down to, and yes, Vermillion, yes, firing late shots at a decrepit and dead old man. So I'm definitely going out here on a limb. Um, I'm trying to think what the numbers or the sort of reaction would be if, I mean, it would never be this way, but just hypothetically speaking, if everybody's like, yes, the Venetian deep stacks and the cash games were the softest in town. How many
Mm-hmm.
people would still be boycotting it? Probably less, and I don't think that's a big of a deal. But I mean, is it really that from a poker playing perspective where you're just caring about EV and you're compartmentalizing everything else? I think it's actually more admirable to be playing at the Venetian. Like, okay, whatever. person's like fucked up, but this is the softest spot, so I'm gonna play there.
We're getting mad props here. Like 7-2 twice just reported.
Wait, so when he says
love.
wife says you guys are awesome, is he referring to Broke Tycoon, or is he actually married to someone else? I mean, either way, I'm happy to accept the props. Very happy, but it's just not clear what the source is. But thank you, Seven News
I'm
twice.
sure his wife is now like saying, "No, those guys are horrible now."
Well, the best thing, I don't think this is giving up too much information, but
even I didn't go there. Even I wouldn't go there on that one.
no, about Seven News Twice's wife. When Seven News Twice needs to make a deposit, the PayPal does not come from him, but comes from his wife. Which,
oh wow!
Yeah.
So we know who really holds the money in that family.
Well, the real question is, I wonder how much action she has from him. What percentage does she have of his action? That's the real question.
I think it's called 100%.
Sure. All right. Touche. That's probably correct. All right. Is that finance or fiance? Because if your finance guy is listening to this stream on a Saturday night, yes. Okay, fiance. I was gonna say you might want to look for a new finance person.
Because we all have to. If the IRS is listening, we are all reporting our winnings.
Yeah, but even still, if Caliburrito needs his finance guy to be listening to this, he either needs to reevaluate his finance guy or his finances in general. If the stakes are so high, yeah. That
all I know is the IRS is listening. Yes, I am reporting all my winnings.
But hi, Miss Burrito. I'm glad you're listening.
I'm glad we have an audience. We're gonna be big, Then we'll get this on YouTube and then start making some money.
Okay, Radical Dude's expectations and objectives are definitely very different from mine, because I honestly did not think, except for perhaps the players at this table, that there would be, anybody listening or watching.
We're going to be bigger than Doug Polk.
Right, okay. I will definitely bet you another drank martini that is not going to be the case. Alright, we got a pass-size bet. Ray versus a Wise Prof, and Ray's probably wisely folds against that pie-sized bet from a Wise Prof. Alright, actually, it looks like somebody joined the waiting list. Let's see who this person is.
Oh, yeah,
Carcassonne! Alright, I know Russell is not listening to this because I sent him a text message earlier this week about, like, Twitch and just getting kind of excited about, streaming, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna look really cool. I might be paraphrasing, but I think he was like, what is Twitch? So he's probably not watching. But I'm a little bit bummed because, when I invite, people or whatever, when I think about these events, I try to find the people that I think will be good fits and will enjoy it. I did invite him and, he didn't want to join. But now that he's on the wait list, I'm happy that he's on the wait list. But I don't know if anybody's going to leave here. If you had if we had to bet, on who is going to leave first.
Who's going to leave first?
And why? And why would that be?
I think if I had to guess, 7-2 twice would leave only because he was bust out and his wife cuts him off.
all right, not bad. Not bad. All right,
that would be the only one that I can think of here.
Wait, let me go back. I forgot if it was in Twitch or if it was in the table chat. Somebody stated what time they were out at. I think it was Kelly. Wait, let me look. And I know he's listening, but I know he stated that he was out at either like 1 or 2 a.m. So we may be running, but it's still early. It's only like 10.
It's only 10. Yeah. Of course, we've been talking for a while. I'm not sure how much longer I can talk.
That is actually a first. That is a prop that I would have lost if anybody would have said would the words "I don't know how much longer I can talk" would have come out of Radical Dude's mouth. Because as someone who is with him on Zoom every week, I would have never expected that.
Of course, I did say that I was going to leave after an hour, and here it is, like 3 hours later.
Yeah, and you haven't even. You should just go make yourself a drink, and you will be here for another hour. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I may have to take a potty break soon. So, of course, like no one is. Since I'm not on Zoom, I guess I could do it while I'm still talking. Getting all kinds of mad props on the chat here.
Well, that's always very appreciative. I'm glad everybody's having a good time. That's really sort of what it boils down to with this. my principle is just sort of I'm gonna like do stuff I'm
Yeah,
excited about, and hopefully
I
other people enjoy it
I
as
don't
well.
think Carcassone's going to be able to get in for a while.
You know, but
With
he will be
people,
on that wait list until 6 a.m. What I really should
that's
do is try
true.
to get Carcassonne on Twitch. But he's probably on like one or two tables. I don't want to distract him.
Yeah, Carcassonne will multi-table like 4 tables. I've seen him on
Yes,
there.
and he will play until very,
Oh, look at
very,
that! Eight
very late at
five
night.
beats the Ace King Queen Queen there.
Mm.
And you're right that every time Callie shows it down, he wins it
Hmm.
so far. It's just the one time.
But not necessarily with monsters. That's the thing. Not necessarily with like monster holdings
Yeah.
there. I mean,
Well,
just
that one he
enough
had a
to
full
take it
house
down.
there.
Right, right, right.
Ray raising it.
Ray wants to
Instant
do
call from
eight.
Jimbo.
So, all right, from the poker playing perspective, what motivates Ray in the middle of a six max game? That wait, actually, let me check. He's probably at normal, but he's obviously doing all right at. So he wants to do another one. Yeah, but he wants to do eight seated. So what does that mean? Does that mean he
He
thinks
wants
that
to,
this table is a little bit too strong? Does he think that eight seated the tables will be or the pots will be bigger? What does that mean? What can you deduce from Ray's sort of like approach to PLO when he wants to do eight seated?
he, he wants it to have another 10 cent, 20 cent table going on.
No, I think he wants to do the same thing, but just make it eight seated, meaning that like
Oh, he
he
wants
might
to
be,
do
he
this
might be
again.
enjoying himself right now. Like he's probably ahead by a little bit, but he thinks that eight seated would be better than this. That's what I'm deducing from that. And if I had to guess, like the next chain of
Well,
logic here is that he feels like there will be more players in pots and bigger pots.
yeah, bigger pots and more people limping in and then getting raised out.
So
I
that
mean that's
means, we're getting a little bit more and more attenuated here, but Ray probably feels like he plays best when the pots are bigger and it's multi-way,
mm-hmm.
and the variance is a little bit higher, and that like in the long run he ends up, on the positive side of that variance. Because normally, I mean, I will admit that's very contrary to I think most poker playing logic, and definitely for myself, where like I'm like the best. I love playing like shorthanded or even heads up, especially if
Mm-hmm.
against like a player who's bad. I mean, the logic's just there. If there's a bad player, you want to have sole attention with them. So clearly, heads up is going to be the best. So it's interesting, and maybe it changes. Maybe the dynamic changes with PLO, but it is interesting to me that Ray would prefer to have this be eight-handed rather than six-handed. So, he wants to see more action. No, no, I think I was close because you think with more people there will be more people calling, which
Yeah.
could be. Oh, Jimbo.
Ooh, some shade from Jimbo.
I really doubt this is the case, but I love imagining this idea that Jimbo is quietly seething with his cat. Yeah, at this PLO table, just being like, I cannot. He's just looking at his watch, waiting for it to be heads up with Ray at like 4 a.m.
Well, they probably will be playing till 4 a.m. after we're long in bed. They will still be
Uh,
playing. We wake up in the morning, they're still playing. That's happened.
I mean, Ray throwing shade in the Twitch chat, which I'm sure he won't mind me sharing, although some of them may be watching. But basically, he feels that this lineup has been kind of ellipsis dot 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 too careful. But Ray, you could take advantage of that by just bluffing more. No pressure, obviously, but that
He
just means
hasn't
if
been bluffing.
if
The
people
only
are being
one
too
that we've
careful,
seen bluffing is 7-2
that is true. Yes, with his wife watching, no less.
with his wife, yeah,
Oh, you're right.
who
Sorry, Jimbo. Of
controls the
course,
purse
that makes
strings.
way more sense that Seven Deuce said that than you. That was, I will admit, in the back of my mind, it was a little bit shocking that you said that. Thank you for the correction, Jimbo. That was in fact Seven Deuce twice, who foretold that Jay or predicted that Ray, not Jay, would be donating chips soon enough. Sorry about that, Jimbo. But I do know you have your cat nearby. That I will bet on. All right. Oh, actually, we now have Lipo on the wait list as well. Whether or not
Oh,
that's a
look at
sign
that!
that they think
Everyone
this is
wants Ray.
it's a soft game. They were just waiting for
It's
this,
soft. Everyone thinks that the I mean, the play has been kind of conservative and tight. I have to say.
So we got
They,
people on the wait list thinking this is a beatable game.
but when the game has been so tight and conservative, who's going to bust out?
Although you know what else this is probably a function of is that I have not been paying attention to the lobby, and the PLO table is full, and there's one person on the wait list. So let me go ahead
Oh, is
and
that
take this
right?
time to open a second PLO table. And if
There you
anybody's
go. People
listening,
want to play
I'll
PLO.
actually make this a 2040 PLO table.
Oh,
All right. Sorry about that if people were I mean, maybe not. I'm mostly just joking around here, but a second PLO table is opening up now.
okay.
Oh, wait, and let me check in on the tournament as well here and give people a tournament update.
Last night I saw it was 10-handed.
10-handed, so we lost 2 from the last time. Let's see who's up on the leaderboard. So Bad Beat, still up there. He's dropped down to second. We have the mysterious Z German at number 1. Caliburrito, you'll be happy to note that your dad, River Days, is holding steady at 6th place with 20k chips. Let's see. Derek is still in. Donis Fat is still in. Fats Jan is still in. She's at number 5. And we have Tony37, who I know was watching the stream earlier. Not sure if he's still on, but he is hanging in at number 9 out of 10.
Mm. Oh, and Picado Ray is gone, huh?
I did not note that, but I'm not surprised that you were. Yes,
No,
I did not
no
see him in the
3-peat.
top 10. No 3-peat for Picado Ray.
Yeah. His luck has run out.
Well, there's always tomorrow at the Sunday Lazy Cash game, which I think actually there's been. I'm trying to think why. It might just be the players that it draws, but I feel like there's actually been more action at the cash games on Sunday. Like there are less
definitely
tables, but
is.
I feel like both PLO and No Limit wise, on Sunday, there tends to be a lot more action.
There's more action because I think the time is more limited, right? And people like maybe they're more impatient and then they go crazy. Because I mean, for me on Sundays, I'm lucky if I can play it for a couple hours. But Saturday night, I can play for the whole time,
Right.
almost the whole time.
Right. And
So maybe that's the dynamic. Because people are like, they're making dinner and then they come back in and out.
yeah, but I'm not sure why that would necessarily lead to like larger pots and larger stack sizes. I just
People are just
yeah,
impatient.
yeah, that could be.
That's my theory, at least. I don't know. Of course, I don't do as well on Sundays, but I do as well as on Saturday nights.
Hey, so, well, you don't have to identify yourself. Why wouldn't we? But yes, this game is still going, and if you want to bet on how long it'll go for, I'm open to it. So you can place your bet in the chat, and then let's see. Sounds like
How
a
long will
nightmare.
this game go?
All right, sorry, I forgot that you can't see the chat, Dom. So I will read it. And all right.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't me
I don't
pops
have the
back
Twitch
in?
open.
Wait, this is still going? LOL. How many on the wait list? There are 2 people on the wait list. I just
Yes,
got
there are.
home. And then I think in response to our commentary about the Sunday cash game, this person writes, sounds like a nightmare that I never want to live. I need 24 hours on my Sunday. LOL. And now he's like, I'm drunk. And I want front action, not side. So I'm assuming we're still talking about poker here. But you should get on the wait list.
He's whoever that is a little drunk, and obviously.
I think I actually do prefer the semi-anonymous Twitch chat.
Is it anonymous there?
But I appreciate his presence, but it does say something, I'm not quite sure what, that it's a Saturday night and you just got home and the first thing you did was check to see if this Twitch stream was still running of High Seas Poker.
Yeah. That's it. We're gaining an audience.
Well, we might have just lost one there.
Poke. That's my prediction.
Alright, I'm pretty sure if I had to guess, although I don't think I let him know. I don't think he's on any of the text messages, but based on what he said, this sounds like my friend Dylan. If it is Dylan, he's a dealer in Vegas, I believe at Bellagio, because his next chat line is he's saying that MTTs are a very real thing, which basically, if you play online, all the MTT grinding happens on Sundays, which is why I am guessing that is my friend Dylan, who is yet to make an appearance at the Fish Fry, but that's my guess.
So, what does FTT stand for?
I'm sorry, MTT, multi-table tournaments.
Oh, MTT. I think
Yeah.
you said FTT. It's like that's
Dom, if you're gonna continue doing this, you're gonna have to invest in either a second or third device so that you can watch Twitch while we do this, so you can at least
Well, I'm
track
afraid of
the stream chat.
No, I could do it, except won't you get like the background noise and the echo?
I don't think so, and actually, why wouldn't we? His comment just now is very appropriate. I think he's aiming it at you. He just wrote, "LOL stream fish." And breaking news in the Twitch chat. Don is fat too. Acehole sucked out on me twice. But you know what, Derek? That's a bummer, but I did receive a text message from a player who was complaining about your call with Ace 10.
And that was not me tonight, because I haven't been playing tonight. Believe me, I've had many complaints about Derek's play.
And yes, there's no delay on here. This is alright. Dominic, I'm not going to continue to read Twitch chat to you. This is the last one. Why didn't we just wrote, "This is a trip. I'm used to a 5-minute delay when I'm on Twitch. This is live," all caps, multiple exclamation marks. But yes, you're missing out on the Twitch chat, Dom.
Yeah, I will. I mean, I can see it all in the replay, right?
Yeah, but you're streaming live, so it doesn't really help if you see that if you see it in the replay. But yes,
as long as I'm just afraid of the back.
No, wait. All you have to do, if you just turn on the Twitch, just mute it, and then you won't get any feedback. Yes.
Okay.
Because you don't need to hear any of the audio. Yes, exactly.
Let me see here. I can do it. I have it on.
And I hope we haven't missed any hands. We've been a little bit remiss in terms of keeping track of what's going on at the PLO table. Although stack size wise, it looks like 7-2 has been chipping up. He's now at 372.
Okay, I think I muted it over there. I have the Twitch on now. Where do you see the chat, though? Is that in the bottom?
So you're probably looking, though, you're going to have to look for, let's see, the icon on the screen. In the upper right-hand corner, there should be like an arrow, because you're probably looking at it in theater mode.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit that on the screen, there's an icon in the upper right-hand corner.
Users in chat. I see it there. That. Well, I have to friend you first, I think. Okay.
All right. It appears this is my deductive logic app work.
There. We have a huge audience.
All right, this might have been a mistake for me to put Dom on Twitch, because now all he's going to talk about is the viewers and not pay attention to the action, because he's clearly here to try to make it big on Twitch.
Well, it's like, here's the new shiny object. You're sort of distracting me.
Derek.
Now I'm back on Poker Bros. Oh, look at that! Almost he 7-2 twice, had the straight flush.
Oh, yeah, the straight flush with folded.
All
right, Derek. A user just texted me a Poker Bros hand history where here's another time Derek sucked out. I won't identify who, but they're clearly listening and watching this stream as well. So just to give you a little bit of perspective.
I have many hands that I could show you about Derek sucking out on me.
All right, well there you have it.
There's no shortage of them.
All right, I usually save the replays for me to watch at the end of the night, because depending, it comes and goes, but sometimes I just get inundated with hands. No, but let's see, when you had ace, all right, I'm going to look through this hand really quickly. Yes, great read. Great read, Derek. And I don't know, I haven't looked at it, I just looked through your hand history, I don't know if I would have called it 2. But great guess. All right. I'll look at it later. But yeah, everybody listening, please continue to send me hands. I usually don't look at them until the next day. Unless you're on Zoom. On Zoom, we're often watching it live, where you're like, you gotta see this hand. Alright, this is not... This is not... Yeah, this is not Poker Confessional, Derek. It's fine.
I love it when poker players try to justify the bad play.
And I'm sorry I outed you, Lipo. But I should have known. I thought Derek had so many bad beats on people, there's no way he would be able to identify it that quickly, but apparently that was a bad read by me.
Oh, well.
Alright, let's see. Let's do a heat check here. 7 News twice in the hot zone? Yes! 7 News twice has achieved hot status while playing Table Hero. we On the other side, a Wise Prof is also a Table Hero, however, is cold at the moment. Caliburrito, same status. Table Hero, cold. While we have Ray, who has come down from hot, cooled off, he's still in normal as Table Hero. And not surprisingly, I think I'm going to needle Noodles here. He is the only folding pro at the table, and he's running normal, which is probably not surprising.
He's up for the session, though, right? At 193.
Yes, he is probably up for the session. So maybe tight is right. It might not be exciting, but tight is right. And Jimbo is a loose cannon here, which is probably about right, and is still within the cold range here.
I love how Derek is on the chat, still trying to justify his play.
Okay, Derek. You
It's
played
like,
good. You played good, kid. You played good.
it was amazing. It was the
I
best
didn't even
hand
see
ever.
the hand, but based on how many lines of chat you flooded Twitch with, you played good.
It was amazing. The best hand
The
ever.
best, yeah. Lifo probably misplayed it. What a fish. Lifo misplayed the hand. Total fish. I don't know why he texted me.
So funny.
Alright, why wouldn't we is definitely my friend Dylan. We'll put that to rest. Alright, we've got like a slightly under half pot size bet from Ray, and he takes it down.
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at Derek trying to justify the play over the Twitch chat.
Alright, looks like we're down to 7, so we're almost at the final table for the tournament. And let me give a update for, oh, caliburrito, you're gonna love this. Riverdays is now sitting at the top of the leaderboard with close to 56k chips. And Ace Hole is right behind him, but only with 42, so he actually has, a meaningful chip lead atop the leaderboard. Bad Beat, however, is in bad shape. He's now in 7th with 9k chips. Let's see, the blinds are currently at 9k chips.
It
And
might be the Cali family night tonight.
Could be. Why are the blinds not easily seen here? Well, the average stack, sorry, I cannot give you the current blind level, unfortunately, unless I observe the table. But the average stack is 31k at the moment.
Let's see the table here. It's they're playing hand for hand. It's 700, 1400 right now, with the big blind ante of 1400. There must be on the bubble then.
No, I think the bubble. Actually, let me look at that. I've not been looking at that really quickly. Actually, let me take a look
They're
at.
playing hand for hand right now. It's
Oh, then you're right. Yeah, that's pretty
They're
stunning
7
logical deduction there. I was a little bit slow.
the bubble
It's
just broke, and now they're playing the final table.
Alright, let's see what this final table is. Which I normally stream, but obviously we will continue streaming this High Seas Poker event.
Oh wow! It could be anybody's tournament.
Bad Beat bubbled, so that narrative continues actually. Where after, much fanfare, much deserved fanfare early in the year, he has not been able to cash. He's failed to cash in like his last 3, and I think he actually bubbled twice. So we'll have to see what happens, I think, to his mental game. So yeah, we have a final table with Riverdays in front. Oh, go ahead.
It's a shame we don't have Jan here on the.
Yes, because I'm sure she would be fist pumping and somehow do an audio fist pump for sure. But yeah,
fist pumping and f bombs galore.
We have a final table of Riverdays. This is in descending order. So in first place we have Riverdays, Ace Hole 3 in second, Lee's Ride in third, Fats 512 in fourth, Z German in fifth, and Dealer School in sixth. And now let me take a look at the payouts tonight.
We've got a big pot pre-flop here.
Oh, I see. You're right. We've got 4 callers at 27.
We've got
That must be a 4-bet?
Ray raised with
Yeah.
5-10 potted, and then Jimbolaya potted
Alright.
it, and then 3 callers. So $116 pot pre-flop, and
10-8-4.
Jimbo checks it. 7-2 twice. It's half pot.
Alright.
And then all in.
Wise Prof is going
Wise
for it
Prof
here.
is all in.
He has his stack at risk here.
Jimbo gonna do.
Oh, massive draw. This is not surprising. Yeah, a Wise Prof.
Draws. He's got the pocket kings.
Let's see how many times they run it. So far, 7 deuce has been, although he's been ahead. Every time he's run it multiple times, he's been ahead. So it would be incredible here if he runs it twice and loses both.
Accepted running twice, multiple times. Ooh.
Alright. Looks like he got the first one. Yeah, he's got 2 pair on the first one. Does he fade the second one? I think it's a chop pot. It's a chop pot.
Yep.
But this is why, although I do think it was, I did listen to people who sent me text messages. This is actually initially why, for the PLO tables, I did not have it run multiple times. And I think that's actually also why we saw a lot of, like, huge stacks.
Did people ask?
I think some people were asking about why we didn't have it on, and, yeah, initially I'm like, oh, it's PLO. It's
PLO,
life or death. It's life or death.
Small stakes.
But, you know, I think it's actually better. It might be good for the narrative of the club to have these, like, huge pots, but, you know, at the same time, this is more a club rather than a casino where people are... Except maybe for Jimbo. Jimbo is just here to win all the money. But I think for many of us, we're 50-50 here to win all the money, but also, like, we're friends. So, yeah, I did switch PLO to have it run multiple times.
Well, I think, if in higher stakes, it makes more sense. I mean, when you're playing the lower stakes game, it doesn't really matter that much.
Or as much. No, I agree with you on that.
Much.
I think that's actually a good principle. Where if we have higher stakes, we'll have that option on, and then on the lower stake. I mean, I think the original argument was also like, well, it's just an option, and if people don't want to, they don't have to do it. Which is true, but most people are going to do it. That's the thing. And if you want to, have these big pots at low stakes, you should have them run multiple times off. So I think at 10-20, maybe even 24. I think anything below 30-60, I will actually turn it off. I think.
Yeah, so. I think that makes sense personally. But certainly for your, a 50-cent $1 game, it should be on. We want it to be friendly, but we also don't want people to go broke.
Of course.
All
I mean,
time.
poker is always pain, but there are ways of sort of managing that pain. And
yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm like checking some of the chats. Hold on.
Pot. And he won it with chip 5s. Interesting. Jimbo called there on that. I don't know what he called with. Maybe he called with a 4. Likely he had the lower trips.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm like trying to catch up on some of the chats on these tables. Hold on 1 second. And it looks like, all right, I am going to... Somebody was asking for the baby PLO table, although it filled up, so I don't have to do that. But Derek is calling for another player at the 3rd no limit table. So Derek, I will type in the chat of the other table. Normally, in cases like this, I would actually go through like the fish fry like poker directory and like text some people that weren't online to see if they've come out. But I'm unfortunately a little bit preoccupied here. So let's see. I will send a chat message on the other 2 tables to let them know that a 3rd table is open and.
Oh, Daniel's asking for the 1K pot. I like that, Daniel.
Well, Daniel's never afraid to get it in light. Or not even get it in light. He's never afraid to make the tough call if there's a lot of money online or raise.
Well, especially for someone else's money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think it's fair that he's calling for that. It's not like, some super nitty person like calling for blood and they never get their money in.
Derek is trying to recruit players up from the stream chat to his.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. Alright, I tried to help you out there, Derek, but I'm only at like 40% capacity at the moment. Normally I'd be sending out text messages
Everyone's
to people.
watching our live stream.
It might be a stretch about everyone, but a certain number of people. Certain number of people and their significant others.
We have a big audience. It's the biggest ever. on the fish fry.
Wait, first of all, Dominic, you can't even say that. How would you even know that? That is not true.
That's not
This
true.
is
We've
not.
had more people
You
than
just
this.
you just randomly said that. Yes, I actually think during the heads-up battle royale, which makes a lot of sense
Interesting.
because a lot of people who were playing it were watching it. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I I'm not complaining. These numbers are actually great. I'm super happy. People are watching, hopefully enjoying it, maybe drinking too. But
well, I like to
for
think it's because of my witty commentary.
all right. I think people are just waiting for you to drink a martini to hear,
That's
yeah,
true too.
to hear how you sound
That's true
afterwards.
too. That's true.
All right, so quick. I mean, people are probably
Although
following me.
Daniel's on my side. He wants the 1K pot.
He just wants to see a 1K pot. Whether or not you drink, he probably doesn't care. He's German. He's like, all right, of course there's some American who doesn't drink. He doesn't care. But chip sack wise, so Raycerx out at 476 and
Yeah,
7.2,
he's
380. They're putting some distance, and it looks like Wise Prof topped up to about 250.
well, he's cold.
Exactly. Exactly, Wise
Oh,
Prof.
look.
Alright, now I'm curious. Alright, I will give Noodles, I'm gonna needle him a little bit because he is on both no limit tables. He's appears he's running up on one of them, so that makes it a little bit more defensible. Come on, Noodles, you gotta mix it up. If Noodles doesn't start mixing up, will one of you guys please bluff and show? Although he's probably multi-tabling and he won't see. Although this is a large pot that I've talked over.
7-2, like winning a big
deuce.
pot there. He's at almost 500 now. He's very hot on 7-2. We got to start paying attention.
Yes, he
more
is
on
very
this
hot.
stuff.
All right, he's the first person to achieve very hot on the heat index.
I think we are going to get that 1K pot by the end of the night.
Well, I did draw the line at 4 a.m. You could be right.
4 a.m.
I could be a loser here, but you haven't declared what the losing side has to do for me.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you don't like to do.
All right, let me think.
Loose
I'll do
pots,
the I'll do
maybe,
the
but-
once again. I'll do the heavy lifting for you. All right, let me think. And what would be good? What would be good
What
for
do
the
you,
club?
you like to do, like laundry?
All right, how about this? Although I'm trying to think if this is a perverse incentive. Probably not. It probably won't be high enough. But let's do this. If we get to a 1K pot, we'll do $100 splash pot at the PLO table.
Ooh. there
Where
we go.
we'll just put $100. We'll declare what hand it is. We'll make sure everybody's aware of it.
Oh, that would be an incentive then for
Yeah.
folks.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So for those of you listening, if there's a 1K pot while we're streaming, no, Derek, there's no splash pot for the no limit table. But if we hit a 1K pot while we are streaming, I'll figure it out. But we will have a $100 splash pot very soon after that. That'll be the losing side of my bet.
Wow, that's very generous.
Well, it's worth it. But you're right, we are getting close,
Also very
and
generous
it'll
for
be a
me
good
to-
sweat. Or would people hate me if I like shut down the stream at the river of a 1K pot? And I'm like, oops, stream's over. Thanks for coming out, everyone. Have a good night. See you next time.
I think we know that you wouldn't do that. This is a real interesting hand here with the 3 straight flush diamonds there, and then the
And we
paired
got-
board. And
Okay,
the
we got
raise
the
there by
2.
72
Yeah, there we
cards.
go. We got the 2
So
chip
the
stacks.
question is, look at
Ooh.
that. He had the straight flush. Straight flush. Too bad we didn't see a full house there. That would have gotten that 1K pot there.
Alright, hold
Or
on.
nut flush. Nut flush versus straight flush. Probably was not fit to represent the flush there.
Alright, hold on 1 second. Cashiering duties call once again here.
All right, I am going to take a quick break.
That's fine.
I'll be back.
feel like this is one of those spots where it's so dry. If you bet half on the flop, yeah, you should really follow up on the turn because I mean, what draws? I mean, you should have a good idea of what the other player has if they're willing to call that flop. Mm-hmm. All right, so Ray rivered it. Mm-hmm. And that makes sense. I think the hand probably played out pretty standard. I mean, we don't know Caliburrito's hand, so we're not sure if he has to check call there on the river. But you know, based on how dry that is, I mean, that's almost just sort of like run bad that the backdoor straight came in. Because I'm guessing that Caliburrito was probably ahead the whole time. All right. I know Noodles is not watching, but when you've got a family limp pot, and you're not in it, Noodles, you gotta get in the game. I should send him a text. Hopefully he'll hear that donkey braying. We'll have to see.
Can you eject players out?
I'm not gonna reject the player. Get out of here. I was very happy that he agreed to play.
I'm just kidding.
Because don't forget, Dominic, I did invite you to play. I will put you on the spot.
You did invite me. The stakes were too high.
There you go. I'm glad we got that on record.
It was actually much more about wanting to do the commentary. Have a lot more fun.
Stream table. Oh, you're right. Oops. Sorry. What did I do here? Thank you.
What did you do?
I must have hit something. Hold on. I swear I locked it. Wait 1 second here. That was weird. Hold on 1 second. I'll get it back up. Thank you for letting me know. That was really strange. This is what happens when you go to the bathroom, Dominic. Alright, it should be back up. Thank you for letting me know. And I will center it as well. Alright, there we go. Alright, thank you for that note. So let's see, looking at their stacks, they're not quite there, but 7 Deuce Twice and Raycerx are approaching that that 1K threshold where they both get it in. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah, they're going to be all in.
And let's see, we have a third person on the wait list. And that would be Gary Foldman. Interesting. I would have lost that bet, but he is on the wait list.
I said, I don't think anyone's getting on this table.
Is he there genuinely, or is he only just trying to get, you know, a mention on Twitch? You really have to wonder that, given the huge numbers that are watching. He's trying to get internet famous. He knows he's not getting on.
He's just trying to get some attention. And we just gave it to him.
True. Now he's. Oh, actually, we now have a 4th player on the wait list, but I'll check it after this pop. We got a 3-bet, or actually just a raise from Ray from the small blind after a bunch of limps. And I think this is going to be a family pot with Noodles. Yep. All right. This is sizable. It's probably the first sizable family pot.
Wow.
Yeah, like one of those wired monotone flops. Yeah, this is someone's probably way ahead.
Paired queen. Someone's either ahead or there's nothing. Oh, Cali betting on the button.
I wish I played enough PLO. I don't know how mandatory this sort of half pot size bet is in a multi-way pot like this on such a dry flop. My intuition says that like it's. I mean, depending on the players, that like it's probably plus EV to bet your whole range there in a pot like this.
Well, you've got position here, so betting when everyone else has checked you. Oh, Ray calling 2 bets there.
Smaller bet on the turn, though. All right, we'll see. Actually,
double paired board, though.
Mm-hmm.
Double paired board, plus then the backdoor flush here. That's a small bet. Yeah, oh, he raised.
We got the click it back. Oh, Ray trying to just reel him in. Reeling him in. Reelerx. I mean, he has to have a queen there. At least a queen, at the very least a both. And I can't imagine. I mean, Caliburrito could have had a queen, but I don't think he would have folded that quickly with a queen. I mean, he probably would have called. Probably, well, but even if he did fold the full house there's no way he would have folded, I feel like, that quickly.
Well, Cali could very easily have been bluffing there.
Yeah. No. I mean, that's probably more likely. Yeah. I agree with you on that.
Bluff.
I agree with you on that.
Yep, that's what Cali confirmed. Thank you, Callie, for confirming that.
All right, so Dom, you're inching a little bit closer to the 1K pot because now after that pot, Raycerx and 7 Deuce Twice both have enough to generate a 1K
Absolutely,
pot.
yeah. If we see them in the hand, and those two players could certainly get it all in.
But don't forget, the stipulation is we have to be on stream. I'm willing to be here all night. It's really how much your bladder can take second round and sort of what stamina you have. But I can be here all night.
Well, you can lose your voice like chatting this way.
Sounds like you've already lost the bet, my friend.
The other thing is, of course, it also means I can't really be playing any poker, and yourself as well.
That is, yeah, I
So that's
agree.
the other
That is
drawback.
the downside. I find it worth it. This has been very entertaining.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun, for sure. And like I said, I think maybe we could do this like once a month, or I'd be willing to do it once a month. For certain games. But I agree.
Standards already, certain games. Yikes. So anytime, alright, for those of you listening, if we stream and you're playing and Dom is not casting with me, that is definitely shade. You heard it here first. For certain games.
Well, I meant by I wouldn't want to do PLO all the time. That's what I meant.
Oh, alright. You mean type of game, not the lineup.
Yeah, type of game. Right. Not the lineup. No, not the lineup. I'm happy to criticize everybody's play.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I actually think tournaments might be best because we'll be able to hop around tables.
Yeah, that could be good. That would be fun.
All right, we can do that. I'll put that. I'll write that down as something to consider.
Yeah.
We got a full
tournament
house.
Would be fun. I mean, certainly doing a higher stakes no limit would be fun too.
All right, so 7 Deuce Twice is also across the $500 threshold here.
Yeah, they're both in.
I mean, I know we've been spoiled at the 10 cent, 20 cent level, but being 500 big blinds deep, 6 max PLO table where everybody else, the lowest stack here is basically 170, so they're almost close to 200 VB. Yeah, that's definitely nothing to sneeze at.
And as people have busted out, as we predicted, people have rebought or topped up.
I mean, I think they came ready to play. I mean, I specifically invited players I knew that would play a long time, aren't going to be scared money or whatever. So this is not surprising that this table's been pretty much locked down. Although you predicted earlier that 7 Deuce Twice would be the first person to leave. If he's the big winner, is there pressure to stay? We'll see. Although he does have an out. Yeah. He could just be my wife's making me, and she controls the purse strings. So sorry, guys. Bye. Sorry, but not sorry.
Do we know if there's actually really a wife here?
Yes. No, because I wasn't kidding. I don't think it was too much of a disclosure, but no. When he has to deposit, or when he does deposit, the PayPal is not from 7 Deuce Twice. It's from a feminine name. I could be wrong. I don't think 7 Deuce Twice is a woman. In fact, probably not, because his first name is Matt. But the deposit does not come from a Matt, so it is most likely his wife. I mean, it would be more scandalous if the money was not coming from his wife. That would be, but from another female third party, that would actually be even more scandalous.
Well, let's not break up their marriage now. Let's not start any rumors.
Yeah, I'm not sure when this game. I mean, I forgot. Callie said he had to leave at some point, but it's still. I know it was after midnight. I think they're gonna be here in the long haul, but when it comes down to it, it really will be Jimbo versus Ray, and if Jimbo ends up with a decent sized stack, I might. Well, that would be kind of crazy because, unfortunately, I kind of want to see $100 splash pot, to be honest, but we probably won't be streaming that late. So that would be a bummer, but I would actually love to see $1,000 pot.
There's no way to actually put the $100 on the table.
No. I'm gonna have to declare it. I think my only worry, I think they're probably all listening to the stream except for Noodles, but I'll probably send a group text and then
just so everybody knows.
Yeah, as that's only fair. All right, so here's a question. So there are 4 players on the wait list. 4 players on the wait list, right? if I opened another 50-cent $1 PLO table, I don't think it would fill up though. Which
No,
doesn't
they all want to
necessarily
be
mean that
famous.
they think this is a soft game. Maybe it speaks to that they
No,
want to be on stream.
they
But
want to
it
be on
is
stream. They want to be famous, man. They want me to make
right.
them famous.
All right, Dom. All right, Filippo's drawn the line that he thinks this game is going to go at least 10 a.m. But all right, that's fair
That's
enough, Filippo. But wait, how many people will be at the table at 10 a.m.? I think that
it'll
is
be two.
the more interesting line. Is it 2 or 3? Are you going to draw the line at 2.5? That 2 or 2. Yeah, 2.
I
Yeah,
bet
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
Ray,
That's the same thing.
Jimbolaya, and Carcassonne. That's who's
Yeah,
going
well,
to be on
he's betting
three-handed.
2, but I think if Carcassonne gets in here, I think he's willing to play for quite a while. I could see the table
Yeah.
going down to like 4 players or whatever, and then Carcassonne comes in.
Yeah, it'll be three-handed. They'll play till 9 a.m. Three-handed between those three. That's my prediction.
Right.
But I can see.
You know what I
since
should have
7-2
done? I should have made a last longer bet with you, not a 1K pot bet. I should have. I mean, I don't think you would have agreed, but that actually would be a
last
great
longer.
dynamic for the stream. To like, let's do a last longer on the stream to see who can stay up the longest.
Who can stay up the
Casting them.
longest streaming?
Yes.
Yeah, you would have won that one. I'm old, man. I can't stay up too late.
You're not that much older, and I've seen you up pretty late.
I'm up to maybe 1, 2 in the morning, but short of that, it's really harder. In fact, we know 7-2 Twice will be one of the first to, because since he's like married and she controls his pot, she's not going to let him stay up that late.
Well, you could be influencing the action now, but I'm more or less with you. But you might be influencing the action here.
Well, Mrs. 7-2 Twice is listening, I'm sure, right now. So I'm sure she's going to be like, he's up so much. He can't.
She's
He
yeah.
can't stay
She's
on
not
too long.
now. She's not only pulling at the purse strings, but she's tugging at the belt loops to be like, dude, you gotta cash out. You gotta cash out.
Ooh, Callie. Ooh, nut king, second nut flush. Callie lost a big hand there.
Oh shoot! Hold on 1 second here, Callie. Hold on 1 second here.
Extremely cold now. He's only got $20 left, probably.
Let's see here. I need to reload him, but this is like
Oh, do
my
you have to load
nightmare,
it?
Kelly. Yeah, but I'm like out of chips, and I even bought a bunch. All right, hold on 1 second here. Why isn't it letting me reload him here?
Too busy chatting away.
I know.
Not paying
I know.
attention
I
to
know.
the
I know.
bank.
I know. I'm sorry, Kelly. I'm getting you here. All right, you have enough. I probably owe you actually a little bit more, so give me a second. I'm gonna rectify that. Dom, just take over Twitch for a little bit. I actually need
I will.
to take care of this
I will
really quickly.
keep chatting away.
Thanks.
Probably Callie's got a huge monster hand. He's like, damn it!
I know, and he didn't get to reload right away, which is my fault.
Yeah.
All right, for those of you,
Great.
curious where the expenses come from, from Poker Bros, it definitely comes from me having to buy more chips from them, which is obviously fine, but this is definitely where they make the bulk of their money.
Well, Callie's all in here for his. Now this is a big pot here, total of 178. And then Race keeps betting here with a blank on the river on the turn. And he folds, and he's got 2 pair, and Callie's got a couple. I'm not sure what Callie has. Callie just had. Oh, Callie just not enough there for Callie. It's a scoop for Ray.
All right, Callie, if you're listening, you will be getting more chips on the way. I've just purchased more chips.
He just reloaded for.
All right, good. He's good. He's good.
Well, now Ray's got over 900.
I will be there shortly to commemorate this, but. All right.
Now I expect to see some big pots. Especially now that Ray has such a big stack.
All right, I will be coming back shortly. I think I handled all of the cashier stuff.
Ray just potting every hand now.
Yeah, actually, I missed it. What was the pot that got Ray to through the before the hand with caliburrito?
It was a multi-way pot, and Cali was all in on it, but there were like 3 other players in. Ray's close to going over the $1,000 threshold.
Yeah, he's only 7. I think he'll get there. It's just a matter of when. And
Well,
at whose expense? That's
And-
really the question.
And one of the things, if you've noticed, is Ray is really like putting the pressure on now that he has this big stack. He's like potting every bet.
True to form. He's putting people in decisions
Oh, and
here.
then 7-2 just popped it.
Alright, looks like 100 splash pot.
Whoa!
100
this is
splash. It's only 990.
Oh, so close.
It's only 990.
$9.90. Only $9.90. $10 off.
I know, right?
Can I throw
Only.
$10 into the pot.
Alright, 7 deuce twice gets
Oh,
her on the
the-
first run. He gets
the
a
nut
straight.
flush draw, but the pair, the straight,
I think that's a chop pot.
double straight. No, it's a double
No,
straight. He scooped
I did
it.
not read it quickly enough.
Yeah, he scooped
That's a
it.
pot. We now have 7 deuce twice, who's now
Wow.
the front runner.
That's
That was a
7 twice.
huge
That was
pot.
a huge pot. It was $10 off from the 1K, so we came really close there.
It's just whetting the appetite, but this is what we came for. Huge pot.
Yeah,
And you wanted to leave 2 hours ago.
I know. Well, I knew that it was going to get big once people's rebought a couple of times and won some stacks. Of course, now is Mrs. 7-2 going to be saying, "You need to leave"?
I told you to leave! You never listen! But that was a good sweat. I wish I could read the boards
Yeah.
quickly enough. That was a great sweat.
Yeah, I know. He got the straight twice.
Yeah, I think you're right about Ray's strategy now, where he's just gonna be mashing that pot, and it's just
Yeah.
pot.
Of course, now he's lost.
I don't think that's gonna slow him down. That might actually motivate him a little bit more.
If
If anything, that might just motivate him more, where he's like, "This is working." Yeah, I should have gotten there.
He should have gotten there. Yeah, he had the nut flush draw. Said Ray will get it in. He's not afraid of getting it all in with his flush draw. Or
No, if
any
he
kind
either
of draw.
thinks he's ahead or he's getting the odds, or even if he's not quite getting the odds, he is definitely out of everyone here. Actually, it's really close between probably 7 deuce and Cali, to getting it in. But the stakes are higher. I actually think, based on what I've seen, he's probably the most likely and willing to get it in.
Well, Ray just potted it again after a couple limps.
With Noodles in it. This is where
Noodles called.
is now
Noodles-
idling on his 2 no limit tables and is paying attention to this hand, especially if he calls his flop pot size bet.
Ray, there it is. Ray with Ray again. Noodles coming along.
Noodles coming along. Yep. See what Wise does here in Cali. And Rise.
Oh, he pops
the
it.
raise.
Oh, and Ray pops it again.
The snap bet
Wow.
rebet here. Noodles faced with a tough
Of course, he puts
decision
them
here.
all in. I mean, it's all in on both players here if they were going to play.
Noodles finally realizing he's in a high seas poker game. spending
pay
those
attention
those
now.
time banks, yes. Spending those
And
emojis.
he's throwing his emojis, which
Probably
means
foretelling
he
a
probably means
fold.
folding.
Yes. Telegraphing a fold here.
Throwing-
Probably
throwing
smartly. All right,
emojis
they're all
in.
in here. Got set. We got the flush
Set of
draw.
eights
So we just got Wise
and a
Prof
flush
with
draw.
just a flush draw here. Not flush draw. No backdoor draws. Ray doesn't have any backdoor draws either. He just has top set.
It's top-
Or mid set,
or
middle
second
set, middle set. I'm
mid-set,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes.
And his pocket sixes, Wise Prof's pocket sixes aren't any good. Ray takes the first one.
Somebody
And
read the board to me.
he
I drank a lot
doesn't
of-
get the second one either.
I
It's
think-
a
all
full
right, it's a
house.
Ray.
The board paired, yeah. Even though the spade comes, it's the.
All right, my
it's the
4 a.m.
broker.
line is looking so bad now. My line's looking really bad. Thankfully, it's a win for everyone if we get a $100 splash pot.
Yep.
Ray getting love from the audience there.
Does everyone know that it is a splash pot of $100?
I think so, except probably for Noodles. So actually, let me send a text now, and
Yeah.
then we'll just sort of determine. I think the way we'll do it, I'm trying to think what's the best.
You have to add it to the winners, like.
Yeah. I just want to make sure people know what hand it's on. But hold on, let me send a text message
Yeah,
to
they
all
have to
the
know
players.
which hand it is, and then of course everybody's going to be in that hand.
Yeah.
That's
No,
how
I think
those things
Noodles
go.
is probably the only one not on the Twitch chat. So hold on, let me send this so he knows. But I'm pretty sure everybody else knows there.
He's too busy eating his noodles.
He's too busy making broth and multi-tabling the other tables. That's the problem.
Showing the ace of hearts. Possible nut flush there. I think people's shyness has gone away.
Yeah,
They
I
are
think
being
so
much
too.
more aggressive now.
I mean, yeah, now it's more like, all right, there's a bunch of money to be won here. Yeah, and
Yep.
I think,
especially with the hearing about that $100.
I don't know if that I mean, really, mathematically, is that $100 splash pot really gonna be worth like? I mean, if it's heads up, you're risking 500 to maybe
500, 1,000,
maybe
yeah.
win 100 in the future. I don't know about that.
People go crazy for that.
Yeah,
extra...
that is true. People do go crazy for that free money. That is true.
You ever played? Obviously you played with the 7-2 bonus, and people go
Yeah,
crazy to get that 7-2 bonus.
True.
Oh, speaking of 7-deuce, there's a 7-deuce right there on this board, and he goes all in. Wow, with the pot. Full house.
Oof.
What did Callie call with? With a straight? Called with a straight.
Yeah, it looks like a straight. Yep.
Wow. Now we've got some big stacks here.
Yeah, they're past like 20 or 30 minutes. They're suddenly like blood in the waters, and sharks are just having like a feeding frenzy here. It's just who's gonna come out alive. All right, I'm typing out the text message to let them know about the splash pot. And I'm assuming everybody knows what a splash pot is. If you don't, basically whatever hand we decide is a splash pot, there's just $100 in the middle to start. And the winner, I will just ship $100 separately.
Yeah, unfortunately, the software doesn't allow you to add it directly, right?
Yeah, no, they don't.
Yeah.
Would be nice to just drop 100 in there.
Oh, Callie's all in, raised all in,
Yeah,
and then fold.
Clicked it back. I mean I've been singing this tune all night, but is that the key? He basically just clicked it back on that river and took down that pot.
Yeah. Well, especially with such a small bet.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean,
he
it
must have had it.
I mean that's
There was no.
that doesn't matter. It's more the fact that like a click it back got it through, so that has to run through your brain where you're like, oh, are there other
He must
spots?
have it.
No, are there other spots where that can happen, where, you can take
Mhm.
it down if you don't have it? I mean, you don't necessarily have to
Mhm.
rep it with just a click it back, or a min raise, but, it seems like a lot of these players are just sort of, and I think this is probably pretty standard PLO strategy where you're just jockeying to, like, get it in with either huge draws or, like, a pretty big made hand and hope it holds up. But at the margins, you can chip up, without having to do that and possibly raising a little bit lighter on the river. And taking down like these, medium-sized pots while waiting for like, the big clash with these like 200, 300, BB stacks going in. Yeah, we'll say it. Last 30 minutes, we've suddenly seen some gigantic hands. I'll have to mark this on the Twitch.
The aggression is definitely much higher now.
Yeah, it's definitely ramped up.
A lot more pot-sized bets as opposed to early on it was like half pot bets, but now we're seeing much more standard pot-sized bets.
Yeah, I think part of it might also just be the implied odds that people are seeing as well. When you start off, even though you start off 250 big blind deep, which is fairly deep for cash games to start off with, but in PLO, I think people are probably just less inclined until they're really deep to sort of just like call pot or bet pot. Why not bet one
Mm-hmm.
third or why not bet one half? But now that players are deeper, people have reloaded. It makes a little bit more sense to apply more pressure. Because early on, if you're not that deep and you start potting it multi-way, people are just going to be committed based on their stack size. Where here, you still have some wiggle room. You can pot the flop, and you're not necessarily committed on the turn. You can pot the turn, you're not necessarily committed on the river.
Kali, another half-size pot bet here. The call. Kali has
Do you have a busted straight draw?
Kali was
Yes, he did. But
bluffing.
what did he?
Yeah, plus a straight
But
draw.
I can't read it. What did Wise call with here? Wait, did I misread that? He did not just call with a pair of tens. Let me look at that hand. That deserves
He
a closer
basically
look.
Kali bluffed like every street.
No, Cali bluffed, but what did Wise? Oh, he had a wait. Oh, he had a straight. He had ace here. I'm like, there's no way he called with a 10 here. It looks like Cali. So Cali, what, fired every street? He had ace queen.
He raised it on the flop.
Yeah, he had
by Jimbolaya, and
yeah.
then he raised it.
Yeah, and then basically it might have worked. The Wise Prof basically called that flop with position, basically with the nut flush draw and a gut shot as well, which makes sense. And caliburrito, I wish I played more PLO, but I feel like that might actually be a decent run out for him to just sort of triple barrel off because the only sort of hands. I mean, maybe a Wise Prof will call with a set here, but I mean, really, he hit his gut shot on the river, and that's why he was able to call. If he didn't hit his gut shot, yeah, he's basically folding. But interestingly enough, I don't know equity-wise who was ahead, but he didn't have much. Caliburrito, I mean, just naked value-wise, just looking at the boards and their holdings, Cali was basically firing with bottom pair, top kicker, with he had a straight draw on the turn, and yeah, Wise Prof basically was drawing the nut flush with a gut shot. So if that gut shot or the flush didn't hit, which that's a lot of outs, Cali probably would have taken it down if he only had if a Wise Prof only had two pair or less. So yeah, now we've got multiple players here. We've got three people that can generate a 1K pot. So
yeah, Ray's getting close to back to 700. Ray's developing a bit of fan club, I see on the chat.
People love the action players. That's what they came to see. Yeah, I'm not sure if Noodles is gonna if he bets out of position with a pot size bet, even in such a small pot. I don't know if people are gonna call that. I mean, he's been pretty tight. He's been pretty tight. And like they know his attention might be distracted. He's playing other tables. He's playing, and it's not bad to play straightforward. That's obviously fine. There's no criticism of that. But when you sort of play six max, people are gonna notice that even without Twitch, and it's like, do I want to call here? Because they're not sure if they'll get paid off even if they hit. I think that's actually the real issue. So he plays tight, but is he going to pay me off if I hit?
Being a tight player, right? It's like when you're a tight player, people will give you credit when you do play a hand, when you have a hand. I mean, I know that some people that actually will strategize that they'll play tight very early on to develop that image, and then start bluffing later on. That is actually a real strategy that you can do.
I agree. Or you start bluffing early on, so you get paid off when you hit it later. I think I'm probably more of that school. I mean, you're more likely to get tilted and either run that or bluff off a ton of money early on, so you're just fighting the claw back to even.
Some people do that.
But it's definitely
bet here from Noodles, taking advantage of his image, whether he had it or not here.
I really hope he doesn't have it. He probably had it, but it would be very well timed for him to pot something, especially three-handed, and then show a four-card bluff. That would actually be. I mean, I don't know if that's enough, to change people's perceptions of him, but it would go away in terms of altering his current image at the table. I mean,
is he still playing at those other tables? Do you know?
Probably. I'll take a look. Let me take a look. I mean, there's no reason why would he quit the other tables. But I'll take a look. I don't think so. Let's see here. Let's see. Yes, he's still on the skillet, and let's see if he's still playing on the deep fryer. I bet he is. Yes, he is. Yep.
Oh, so he is multi-tabling
Yeah.
still. Well, it looks like someone dropped off the wait list, though.
Let's see.
Let's see who do we have still.
Oh, I think it was
Lipo,
Speed
and
Diddy for a brief instant was number 4. But he
Speed
probably
Diddy
just
gave
wanted
up.
to see his avatar on the amazingly illustrated Twitch overlay that
He wanted the
he helped
mention.
me. Yeah.
He wanted the mention, but he got his mention just now.
Now, I really feel like on the very, very, very infinitesimal chance that you ever became a global social influencer, that the odds are so high that there would be some kind of scandal. You would say something or do something that the backlash would come very quickly and very fiercely.
That's probably right.
So you
Very
may want to
straightforward,
be
very...
careful what you wish for. And yes, Speed Diddy, you got your mention. Great job. Well played, well played. All you gotta do is get on the wait list, and you too can be a social influencer. You can get your start.
There you go. Well, I've never been known to be shy. So... Noodles taking
All
another
right.
pot. It's like
Slowly.
Noodles woke up on this table here.
He's just simmering, similar probably to his cooking style. He's just simmering here.
And maybe he's just
It's
paying
a,
more
it's a,
attention now
it's a
to this
quiet,
table.
It's a quiet simmer for him. He's not here to, win it all at once. He's just gonna
He
quietly
doesn't have to
simmer in
play
the
every
background.
hand.
He doesn't want to
He doesn't have to
overheat.
be like Ray playing every hand.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spill stuff all over the stove and have, just clean up the stovetop. He's just gonna quietly simmer. Let the onions saute.
Yeah. It's too bad we don't get to see the full like VPIP here.
Yeah, here
I
I'll do
know
it.
that you
I'll
can
do
see
it.
it.
Yeah, that's true. We get ranges. I mean, I think a lot of them,
We get
since it's
ranges.
6 max, they're basically so Ray and Callie table hero. Yeah, I mean Wise Prof table hero, table hero. I think probably the only two who aren't. I'm looking now. Noodles folding pro, but I will give him some props for sticking to his playstyle. And we got loose cannon, so this has actually been pretty stable. I mean, if people were running HUDs, I think more interestingly would just be sort of like, what are people's seed bet percentage? How many people are betting the river? Blah blah blah. But even just on observation, Ray is probably playing the most hands pre, for sure.
Well, that's how he plays.
Yeah.
He'll play like every hand, almost every hand. Noodles thinking about it after limping. No, this is he's in the big blind.
No, he's in the big blind. All right, they're a 4-way pot here. It's interesting for Ray because he generally plays pretty quickly. So, thankfully, almost everyone except for Noodles is listening to this. But I do think, I'll speak more generally. I always type in my bets. Anyone who's played against me knows, I tend to manually type in my bets. Part of it probably mildly annoying, also out of habit. But I do that.
Set of aces.
Set of aces. I do that really to sort of. It sounds lame, but I do think it's important to just sort of like protect and balance like my timing tells. When I first started playing online poker and just poker in general, it blew my mind when I read about, the high stakes online players and they would talk about online timing tells, and I just thought that was just like such an impossible concept. Like I believed them, but it was just beyond sort of my grasp or comprehension, but they definitely exist. I mean, they're not like huge, but if you have a player that generally makes these really quick decisions and then they suddenly don't, and you have some history or some history with them, or you have notes on how they play certain hands, it does definitely give some information.
Well, yeah, except that now because of online, there's chances that people are multi-tabling too, right? So
Yeah, I
you
mean,
might not be able to
yes,
see them.
you have to be aware of that. And
Multi-tabling.
yes,
Yeah.
But don't forget that also comes into play where if they're playing if a pot gets big and they're multi-tabling, they're playing early streets like fairly quickly, and then suddenly they're tanking.
Mm-hmm.
Chances are much better that like they are consciously tanking rather than like I'm suddenly paying attention in this other hand. Usually in a big pot, I'll admit this, I'm multi-tabling.
Mm-hmm.
I will just like quickly fold on the other table. I mean, it has to be those
Mm-hmm.
rare situations where there are like two huge pots, on both tables. So,
It does
but
happen when you sometimes when you. I mean, you're right that then generally when you're multi-tabling, you make a choice about which table that you want to pay more attention to. That you might fold very quickly on some other tables, but then once in a while you do get like two big hands at the same time,
mhm.
and then you really do have to like go back and forth, make sure you don't accidentally get folded.
Mm.
Right. So
All right, Caliburrito with a nice win. Maybe he can string some wins together here, claw back some money. But yeah, I think the last thing on the timing tells. I mean, I'm all for like playing quickly, but and I'm probably just being selfish and carving out an exception for myself. But as someone who has a propensity to overbet bluff or overbet value bet the river, I am pretty paranoid about making sure I time that out quickly.
mm,
Or time that not quickly, time that out consistently, where it's not like, oh, whenever he overbet bluffs, like it's much faster, and he like time banks when it's value bet. So, I tend to be pretty paranoid about that. And I think that's
mm.
actually, if people get a large enough sample size, they are able, I think they can suss that out. Or it's at least worth considering. Here we have a small pot brewing here. If we get one more player,
Yeah.
it'll be,
Half.
let's see, like a 9 club river, 10 club river would be very good for action. 6 club river, possible. Yeah, 6 club
Well,
river probably be great.
three to the
Yeah, that
three to the
one.
river with
Yeah, yeah.
the
But
board pair.
multi-way, yeah, this is still good. Not the most action card river. I mean, unless there's a total cooler, but let's see here. Let's see what Ray does here. 170 in the middle. And he checks it back. 7 deuce, taking it down with.
Wow, Jack.
It's just a naked jack here. No, yeah, yeah.
Jack with the ace
No
kicker.
boat. Yep. Alright, 7 deuce
Wow.
twice, crossing the
Running
1K
runner.
mark.
That was a runner too. You got that Jack.
Hmm. I mean, is it possible that his wife is ghosting his account and it's actually not 7 deuce twice playing anymore? It's been a farce this whole
There
time.
you go.
It's actually the wife who's the poker shark of the household.
Yeah. Throwing emojis at Broke Tycoon all the time. I haven't seen Broke Tycoon is on this table.
Yeah, he's actually been MIA for a little bit. He's probably most likely just taking a break. But yeah, him and 7 News Twice actually used to be somewhat inseparable on the PLO tables. So hopefully we'll see
Yeah,
Broke
they were
Tycoon back
playing
in
a
action
lot.
soon. But I'm definitely going to lose this 1K pot bet. There's no way. And I think we're going to be streaming when it happens.
Mm-hmm. Nut Flush for Wise Prof.
Alright. 7 to show for. A win
Possible
is a
raid.
win. A win is a win. But when you see, players across the table with 1K stacks and 661, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Yeah, Dom, it's really too bad you can't isolate the audio, because I gotta tell you, the ocean waves are very calming during these moments of these slightly less
The ocean
significant pots.
waves.
I mean, all the pots are important. You should fight for every pot, but yes, indeed, an anchovy. Yes, that was an anchovy. A wise prof. But hey, you gotta eat. You gotta put it on your pizza. Anchovies on pizzas are great. Margarita pizza,
Yeah,
anchovy. Oh, so good.
I grew up with anchovies. I grew up in Brooklyn and lived next to an old Italian lady who made pizza for us, and she always put anchovies on them.
Hmm.
So that's how knew about eating anchovies on
Yep.
pizza. Of course, as an adult, I haven't actually had one because it's really hard to find. It's not like you can really ask for anchovies anywhere.
No, if you
on
go to like
pizza.
the more Californian highfalutin pizza places, you can definitely get anchovies on your pizza. You can
Oh,
do it.
really? I
Yes.
haven't seen them on the menu in most
Oh,
of these places in
well,
California.
you gotta stop going to Papa John's.
Papa John's. I'm from Brooklyn. We don't go to Papa John's.
Alright,
Even
alright.
like us Brooklyn transplants do
Yeah, but
not.
you're a Brooklynite living in California.
In California, we don't
So,
eat.
alright,
Even
alright.
California Pizza Kitchen is a big stretch.
Alright.
But yeah, there's not many places that have it.
Alright, off the top of my head, although it's been so long because of COVID, but I think places that you could probably get, I don't know for sure, but Beretta by your house, I would be shocked if
Oh,
they didn't
really?
offer.
Beretta? Okay.
They might
Huh.
not, but I would be super surprised if Beretta did not offer it.
Huh.
Have you been to two
Delfino
other
wouldn't
places?
have it.
They might, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had it on their menu seasonally. But I think, are you aware of like A16 or 00? Like both those places
Yeah,
are
yeah,
somewhat.
00.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
should, or double
double
zero.
zero has been shut down for a while. I
Yeah,
thought
but I think they would
in South
offer
Market.
sardines. There are probably
Huh.
one or two places in Oakland as
Well,
well.
sardines are different than anchovies, are they?
Oh,
It's not
you're
the same
right.
fish.
They are different. Okay, you could be right. Wait, no, but I think I've seen anchovies on menu for pizzas and not
Uh-huh.
sardines. I think it's anchovies because I think
Of
anchovies tend to
course.
be a little bit less oily. I think than
Mm-hmm. That's
sardines.
right. That's right. Of course, like with my family, I would be eating the pizza by myself.
Wait, no
It's
one in your
like,
family eats pizza?
no, I mean, like if I added
Oh,
anchovies
if you
to
added
it.
anchovy, all right. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of which, now I'm actually a little
And
bit hungry. Let me see what I've got in the
actually, it's
cupboard
not a bad
fridge.
idea. We could probably, we make pizza every so often. I should probably add
No,
anchovies
you
to
gotta
the
get the what?
toppings.
Mozzarella di bufalo,
Yeah, yeah.
spinach,
The buffalo. What are you
anchovies.
talking about?
No,
The
I'm
the
pretty sure
follow.
it's
It's
di buffalo. I
it's
mean, it's buffalo mozzarella or whatever, but I really
yeah,
thinking like I'm probably
buffalo. That's what we
mangling
used to
the
call it.
Italian, but I'm pretty sure it's di bufala. I'm pretty sure mozzarella di
In
bufala.
Brooklyn, we used to call it buffalo.
But yeah, now I'm really jonesing for some good pizza. I have a leftover burrito here, but some pizza would be
I've been
incredible
making
right now.
dumplings for Chinese New Year.
Nice.
Made
Yeah,
some lamb
which is
dumplings.
actually today. Actually, is it or was it
Yes.
yesterday? It was actually yesterday. It was the first day.
Technically yesterday, yes. Kung Hei Fa Choi to all
Hmm.
those streamers out there who speak Cantonese.
Although I have a funny aside, I'll tell after this hand about Kung Hei Fa Choi. We got like what is probably like round 25 between Raycerx and caliburrito here in a medium-sized pot.
Quarter size
Ray
bet
going
there.
with a down bet. Which is that even
Yeah,
a thing in PLO? Is a
I
down
know.
bet a thing?
It's a check.
Will he go with the double barrel down bet? It's probably
It's
not quite the down bet.
quarters.
It's close. I mean, it's like a little under half.
We're gonna see a repop here by Cali.
Please, no influencing of the action until after.
Oh right, I forget we're
That's
we're
quite alright.
live and they're listening to us.
I mean, yeah.
King High Flush.
A good thing he did not listen to you.
Oh, he had also the set of eights there, so
Mhm.
he was on a redraw. Had all kinds of draws there.
Yeah, tough call for Cali on the river there. We're not sure what he
Yeah.
had, but a tough call. I mean,
Could have
Reyes.
had a lower flush.
Mhm. It was many years ago during Chinese New Year. We had some friends over, and we were gonna play just mahjong. And someone's like, "Oh, like we should play, for Gong Hei Fa Choi." And we're like, "Oh yeah, great." And we're all like, "Gong Hei Fa Choi." And then my friend Mark was like, "What? He died?" And we were like,
What?
we were like, "What?" We're like, "No, Gong
What are you
Hei
talking
Fa
about?
Choi." And he's like, "Wait, he died?" And we like figured out that he thought we were talking about the director Chow Yun Fat.
The actor Chow Yun
Or
Fat,
the
you mean?
actor, not the director. The
Yeah.
actor, yes, yeah.
That, so he thought that means he died? Kung Hei Fa Choi?
No, he mistaken the phrase Gong Hei Fa Choi for the name Chow Yun Fat.
Chocolate and fat.
which is both really funny. Is it racist? Probably not, because he's my friend. I'll give him a pass.
Uh-huh.
But we were all like cheering Gong Hei Fa Choi, and he was aghast. He's like, "What? He died?" Yeah. I guess he just had to
We
be
were
there. He just had to be there.
celebrating Chow Yun Fat death. Although I've heard Chow Yun Fat's actually a really good guy. He like is in the public. Well, obviously before COVID, he was like in the public eye, and people he would like ride public transportation. People would see him in Hong Kong all the time.
You know, it would be perfect, but it'd be too hard technically for me to do because I don't think Jimbo is on Discord. But I know Jimbo is looking at Seven Deuce Twice and Ray's stack and being like, "What is going on?" And he would have so much to say if we were able to patch him in on this stream.
Well,
So much so that he would probably sit out at the table until he was done talking or discussing why this has happened, why this has transpired.
it's not hard to know. It's the most wild players. I mean, that's really what it is. And when you're played really tight, you're not going to get these big stacks.
Well, I mean, the adage is really... tight is right. So, yeah. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but that is like, you know, nobody's going to disagree with that. If you say that at a poker table, you're going to get a bunch of people nodding at you. Probably the older they are, like the harder they are nodding.
Well, you might win like a small, like, you know, you're less likely to lose all your chips, but at the same time, you're also like less likely to win big. Right? I think that's the drawback when you play tight. But when you are as aggressive as 7-2 twice and Raycerx, it's when, I mean, you can really win big. Of course, on the other hand, that also means you can lose big.
I cannot tell what sort of well, I think it was a euphemistic joke by a Wise Prof. But you can check the chat. I'm enjoying this burrito. My fingers are too dirty to touch my mouse, but I will laugh at what I think was a euphemistic joke by a Wise Prof in regards to tight is right.
Making a sex joke. Always good to have a sex joke every so often.
What has there been a standard open at this table? I haven't been paying attention that closely. I mean,
people are betting $4.10.
I mean, is that just pot? I'm guessing it's pot. Yeah. Yeah. Be careful.
We're trying to keep it a family show.
Yeah. No. Be careful what you wish for. I assure you.
We're trying to keep it a family stream.
Well, Dom's just trying to preserve whatever sponsors he imagines he'll get once he gets famous.
I'm trying to kick off my YouTube career here.
Although we're on Twitch. That's the best part. That should be the quote. Dom's trying to kick off his YouTube career on Twitch. That says it all.
Well, you gotta start, you know, somewhere. You know, when you're like a Major League Baseball player, you don't start in the major leagues. You gotta start in the minors first.
Yeah, but you don't. Yeah, if you're trying to get to the Major League Baseball, you're not playing Pee Wee soccer, telling everybody you're going to be in MLB.
$7-2 is almost over 1,200 here.
I mean, not that it matters, but just as an interesting side note, I think he actually bought in for the least amount out of everybody at the table in the beginning.
Oh, is that right? He bought in for like 100.
Like 90 or 100, I think so.
90, wow.
I mean, that's purely an anecdotal aside.
Right, betting here. And I call it. And the 4 pairs. Leads out.
Gotta click it back from Ray.
Wow. Wow. Sort of knew that Wise Prof bluffing there.
So there we go. I mean, the sample size is very small, but the two data points were on the river, a click and back raise has taken it down. I mean, very likely both times that was for value.
And that was a min.
That's some food for thought in terms of can you employ that in other spots on the river? And really, you're not really risking that much. That's the thing. That's what makes it a little bit tantalizing.
Yeah, if you're min betting there, min raising there. Repopping it.
Alright. Seeing some friskiness here. Seeing a little bit more raising. Yeah, early on for the first probably like hour, there's a lot of like check calling or checking behind, but players seem really to be hitting more of their stride here. Feeling more comfortable raising it. Whether it's a bluff, rather, I mean, it can't always be for value, I don't think, as we're seeing it a lot more frequently. But at the very least, they're widening their raising range here.
Almost family pot.
Yep. Alright.
Ray taking it down. What's going on with the tournament?
Well, I have not. I'm not
over.
sure. I'm not sure. Oh, it is over.
I
We
just
should
popped
look.
over there and looks like Jan took it.
Oh man, I wish we were on Zoom. I'll have to send her a text. But Dom, before I forget,
Jan, won $717.50 to River Days.
oh, River Days got second. Did you hear that, Kelly? Yeah. River Days took down second place in the tournament tonight. Excellent.
Pretty good.
Tom, I am shocked you did not notice the shout out on chat for you, as I know you live for this sort of stuff. And I'm actually not sure who Pools Poker Golf. All right, you want me to read it to you? You must want me to read it to you.
Oh, I see it now.
I'll read it to you. Pools Poker Golf says, "Love the commentary, Dom, the next Lon McCarran."
Lon McCarran? I'm Norman Chad. I haven't noticed. Lon McCarran. He's the boring guy.
Hey. They said it, not me. They said it, not me.
Get your analogies right, dude.
You get a shout out and you just shout back at them. I don't think you're gonna make it big. I don't think you know how the social media game goes.
If you're gonna use a shout out, get it right.
All right, Pools Poker. I appreciate you. You're lucky. It's very fortunate that this is not Dom's Twitch channel because he would have banned you. You would have been banned.
Gabe Kelplan. There we go. We've got the New York connection.
There, yes.
Actually, Welcome Back Cotter actually took place in my neighborhood where I grew up, Bensonhurst.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was Bensonhurst, and of course, I grew up there during the time of Saturday Night Fever. That was
Wait, is that different from COVID? What is that?
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding. I know what Saturday Night Fever is. Yes.
Oh, I see. It was a COVID joke. Hard to make jokes about COVID. That's actually probably one of the rules about comedy. Can't make jokes about a.
Well, I just don't want to get pegged as Lon McCarran. That's all.
You're AJ Benza.
No, AJ Benza is the color guy. Gabe Kelplan is like the analysis guy.
The color comment? No, it's like the commentator, the play-by-play versus the color commentator.
Yes, and right. I know you fancy yourself the color commentator. I get it. Ooh, I actually really do like. I don't know who everybody is, but yeah, there's been a response. You are not Norman Chad. You have not been divorced enough. That's just because he hasn't found enough people to marry him. That's the problem. He has not been able to fool enough women into marrying him. Otherwise, I assure you, he would be up there with Norman Chad with number of divorces.
Very funny. Very funny.
Jason Somerville.
I thought you were talking about Somerville the movie.
Wait, there's a movie called Wait, really? Well, I assumed he was talking
that
about the
horror
poker
film?
player.
Wasn't that like Swedish horror film of last summer? What was that?
No,
Wasn't it called
wait.
Somerville?
No, that's called. I love that movie. It was not called. It was called. Wait, what was it called? That movie was so good. It was put out by like A24 and Ari. Oh my God, I used to watch so many movies and I've stopped. But that movie was great. It was not called Somerville. It was close. I cannot believe I cannot remember the name. I gotta look this up. That movie was so
Yeah,
good.
it was like the Swedish horror film that I
Yeah.
saw the trailers for. I remember.
It's
Said,
super
that's
good,
not
yeah.
something I want to see.
I saw it
Midsommar
like
is
3
what-
times. It was Midsommar.
Jimbolaya,
It was Midsommar.
yeah, Jimbolaya just wrote Midsummer.
Yeah,
wasn't it pronounced
Midsommar. Yeah, yeah.
Midsommar?
It was great. It was very good. I don't know. I'm trying to guess if Jimbo would have liked that movie. He probably would have had mixed feelings.
Yeah, he's the movie guy, so you would know.
Thank you. Yes, and Speed Diddy. And actually, with Spencer, him and I are in like a separate movie text group. But Speed Diddy also watches a lot of movies. But going back to a Wise Prof's comments about Jason Somerville, are you talking about like vocally or just like style wise? Or you're implying that I might be gay, which would be fine. But I believe, yeah, Jason Somerville
Not that there's anything
came
wrong
out.
with that.
Yes, of course not. And you wouldn't be the first. My parents definitely thought I was gay for a long time. They're like, you moved to San Francisco and you have 2 cats and no girlfriend. What are we gonna think? So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Seinfeld reference. Well, I think what he means by it, if I had to guess what Wise Prof was saying, is that obviously, from what I understand, Jason Somerville is very technical in his analysis. Right?
Yes, he's clarified it. Yes. Wait, hold on. We got a pop brewing here between grudge match between Ray and Callie here. Turn goes check.
4 spades on the river. A paired board there.
Snapped him off.
And an insta call from Ray. And he's we hit the set of aces on the river with a full house. Likely that Ray had a king there.
Gabe Kelplan version 2.
Yeah, I think that's why I thought when we were talking about doing this, we'd make a good pair, because you're much more technical than I am about the analysis of the hands, and I'm going to be cracking jokes as much as I can. Just,
All right. I won't disagree with that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is an action flop.
Action flop with no action so far. That term come from action flop, but there's no action. Doesn't that imply that there's going to be like betting and stuff? That people.
Yeah, I mean, I'll reserve comment until after, but
Until after, yes.
this may end up being one of those.
But now it's even an action turn.
It's a wet firecracker type hand.
And no betting. Ooh. Even more action river.
I'm not gonna
With
lie,
no
no
action.
limit. This is definitely an overbet river, either for a bluff or for value, at least for me. But I think it's very different in PLO.
Yeah, I agree. Well, bet 2/3 pot.
I think I would safely bet like a jack high flush on this board, hoping that like a straight calls, like 10-9. I mean, the real question is
10-9.
just like how thin are you going? Like jack high, 10 high is probably a little bit thin there, because I mean anything higher, people are probably gonna semi-bluff the turn. That's the thing. It's just like, well, nobody bluffed that turn and he has position, right? Or bet that turn.
Yep.
So it's like
Nobody
if they have
bet
a
it.
flush draw, but you get there and you face that bet. I think people are gonna. There's pretty low down on the flush range. People are gonna hero call you with. So I think Jack high is probably about right. You're hoping to get called by maybe 10 high or 9 high flush. I mean, a bluff there would be amazing,
it's possible
but
Wise Prof didn't have anything because there was no betting.
that's
on
possible.
any of
But
the streets.
my logic here, yeah, that's obviously always possible. But you really have to ask yourself, especially in a multi-way pot, why would a person like suddenly decide to bluff the river when they had opportunities beforehand on the flop and the turn, where there was a lot less information out there, but there was still perceived weakness. So I really think that was sort of like a thin value bet, and I would guess in like the Jack high flush range.
Wouldn't a Jack high flush have bet on the turn?
Would
I would
they?
think,
I don't know about that. I'm not sure if they would. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's actually advisable because I mean that's like safe under the assumption that the nut high flush. all right. I mean, if you had the nut flush there, I doubt you did. But that feels like you lost.
I think that was his way of saying he had nothing. He just bet to win the pot.
Oh wait, let's take a look at that run out. If you have nothing, I mean, it's always possible. But it's like if you had nothing. I mean, okay, so it's. Oh wait, hold on. Let me see the run out again.
There was no betting on the flop, turn, or until the river, and he's.
I mean, that feels like, yeah, he's in position, and if you're gonna bluff it, why would you not? Or if you're gonna go for value as well.
See, he says I'm right. He said, "Hell yeah!"
All right, wait, what did you just say? Sorry.
No, he confirmed it. Wise Prof.
That you said what? I missed it. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I said
it.
that he didn't have anything. He was just betting because he was last of.
He was last to go. So, that's always possible, but it's like, that's interesting that why would you not take that same line, on the turn when the scare cut, where the flush comes in, and nobody's shown any sort of propensity, and then you suddenly decide, to like bluff the river. I mean, it got through there, but I feel like on that river, people are with like a low flush. I think there's a higher propensity for people with like a lower medium flush to hero call you on that river with that line, as opposed to betting the turn and then following through on the river. If you have something like an 8 or 9 high flush, right? But if it checks all the way through, then suddenly the button bets the river.
He's agreeing with you that he should have bet the turn. Well, the problem is with betting the turn, though, is that if you get called, then what kind of position are you in? I mean. What are they going to call you with?
I mean, probably a medium strength hand. Like nobody has shown anything. I mean, it depends. Will the nut? I feel like at this table, I could be wrong, but I feel like people with a nut flush draw are just going to lead out, or are going to be betting. They're not going to just be check calling. Yep. They're not like, oh, I'm like scared. I'm going to wait until I have like nut flush, right? So you can kind of rule that out, and people are going to be calling, or people that have the straight but are worried about the flush. And so I think a line there is like, if you're going to bluff, you just bet that turn. Probably fold any raise and then commit to like to betting most rivers, and I think that board probably leads itself to make
this is an interesting.
Yep. And a small raise.
So Wise Prof bet half pot and then raised it
with the click it back. That click it back is underrated.
Yeah.
All we gotta do, hey, if you want to like light the keg of gunpowder, somebody make a click it back and then just show a bluff. Because I'm pretty sure most of the click it backs tonight have been for value. It's just more a matter of like how thin or how how close to the nuts is it. But the fact that so many people are folding to them, it might be correct folds, but it's probably an exploitable line, especially if it's a heads up pot by the river, depending on the run out here.
Yeah, that was a little bit bigger than the min click it backs that we've been seeing.
I didn't see it totally, but at that point,
it was.
What are
well,
the odds
Wise Prof made it like about 41, and then Ray popped it to 100. Right, so it was a little bit bigger.
Or like 85, he made it 140, 140, 220. So basically, a Wise Prof had to call 60 to win 220. So that's like close to what? Like almost like 4-1. So basically, he has to be good like 20% of the time. So I mean, if he's betting, if he can't call where he has to break even 20% of the time. That means he's like bluffing a very wide range there. Or he thinks Ray's like a super tight player who would never do that. I mean, those propositions can both be true, but I don't know. I'm
well,
still...
Ray's not a super tight player, but
right, no, exactly.
Would Ray bluff at it?
Right.
Would Ray bluff at it that way?
And would he bluff at it that way? Yes.
Yeah. I'm not so sure Ray does that, to be honest with you. I think Ray is very wide and ranging, but he doesn't do that kind of stuff that I've seen, at least.
I mean, a lot of it, what it boils down to is just sort of like asking yourself when you're facing these sort of like click it back raises, especially on the river, like the ranges don't even matter. To me, you're more asking yourself, why is this person doing this? And most times, almost for everyone, they're doing it because they feel pretty good about either they have a monster hand and they don't want to, they just want to, they're happy with squeezing just a little bit more value out of you, right? In rarer cases, they have like a second best hand that they think is pretty good, so they're doing that. And then in the most rare case, which is why I think it's so exploitable, is that they're just bluffing. But I think that just happens so little, is that why like it's safe to just fold there. But if that seems to be the prevailing trend here at the table, and when you like click it back, you're not risking that much more. That's the thing. And if you get it through, that's the thing though. If you get it through and you show, it's a little bit iffy because you're risking a little bit to win a bit, but usually the pots aren't that big. When the pots get really big, people aren't going to mess around. They're either going to bluff huge because they want to take it down, or they want to get paid and they hope you have a hand that can pay you off. So the value of showing might not be there, but I think there is some value of just clicking it back because so far it's like what 4-0. Nobody has called a click it back yet.
Nobody has. Of course, NorCal Knockout is claiming that they've been 99% of the time they've been the nuts.
Probably, yeah, I agree. Yeah, usually, I agree. But that's why it's like, all right, if you recognize that, you can't go crazy. You probably gotta look at the spots, look at who's involved and what the run out is. But, maybe you don't even have to do a click it back. You could just, make it a little bit bigger. If people are just sort of value betting really thin.
Now, it would be, without giving advice, because it's like, it really would be the tight players here, right, that should be doing that more. Because then you have that image that you're not likely to be bluffing when you do click it back.
Right. Don't forget, if you're the tighter players, you gotta actually make it to the river. That's the thing. And I'm not even sure if, speaking specifically of Noodles, if they get to the river, if players are gonna think that they're good. I don't think it's giving away too much, but if you get to the rivers with Noodles and he's showing a lot of interest on the board, I've played with him and he has the ability to bluff for sure, but given what we've seen tonight, you're definitely going to err. If Caliburrito thinks that 99% of click it backs are the nuts at this table tonight, then it's got to be 99.9% for Noodles if he decides to do that.
Yep. Well, that's another interesting dynamic is if someone is multi-tabling, is it likely that they're going to be bluffing when they're multi-tabling?
Right.
That's something I've thought about as well, right? It's like, because bluffing, takes a lot more mental energy, right? And when you're bluffing, when I'm bluffing, I'm most likely just going to be focusing on one table. I can't like do two tables and having to, figure out I'm going to be like, oh, I'm going to bluff in this hand, and this other hand I'm just, playing ABC or whatever.
Right.
Right, so that it's one of the interesting dynamics of online poker. Oh, freeway action.
Interesting.
Click it back.
Yep.
But three-way though. Most of the times we've been talking about pick it back, it's been heads up.
I mean, this is kind of the added benefit of people watching the Twitch and we're talking. Yes. And
While we're
Kelly
talking,
adds,
they're
it's always,
listening to
yes, yes. I mean, as long as everybody can hear it, I guess with the exception of Noodles, but this is, damn, yes, well, he has to call. Let's
And he
see what we
calls
got
him.
here.
Oh, it was a bluff.
Alright, damn, click it back. He wasn't happy about it. He was not happy about it, caliburrito.
Oh wow!
Again,
And then 7-2 twice threw away the set. He actually threw away the best hand.
he
if
threw
I'm
away
not
the best
mistaken.
hand. Oh man.
Wise Prof
Wow,
won
wow,
it.
wow, 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 wow. Actually, I am a little bit surprised that you threw. Huh.
See, this is like one of those instances where the commentators have affected the play now.
Maybe. I mean, come on. They're not idiots. We might have just distilled some of what we've seen, but a
Yeah,
very
but-
interesting fold. Thank you, Clickhead. You can send us 5% later.
Want those royalties? Keep them coming.
I do admire the
I was-
attempt there. I actually think I'd have to look at the. I mean, I'm not fast enough to be able to analyze everything, but I do admire the attempt, because you made
Yes.
somebody fold and you made another person time bank and cry call. What was
Yeah, no,
essentially
it
like
was-
probably
well-
like 4-1 or whatever they're getting, which should normally like
Well,
just
it's,
snap
it's
it
hard
off.
for 7-2 twice to call there
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's
yeah.
got someone else
He's
acting
facing a
behind
bet
him,
and
right?
then a raise. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it
Yeah.
obviously looks, like, what? Like, in a vacuum or at the end, but given the action and, how people have played
Yeah,
tonight, I
it's
think that's
hard.
understandable.
But I mean, it really is a gutsy bluff there, three-handed, right? I mean, it's just harder to get a bluff past when you're three-handed.
But, I mean, hey, if you can fold out second boat, you might want to have that one in your arsenal again. You just chalk it up to be
Yeah.
like, oh, I kind of ran bad there.
Well, he called with two pair, right? Wise
Yeah,
Prof
so
called
then
with
you're
two
like,
pair,
ooh,
and-
should I click it back when I bottom set? I mean, these are the sort of
yeah.
the corners that I paint myself in where I either have like a
Uh-huh.
really good session or I end up being in a very
Oh,
painful teeth gnashing
This could
session.
be another interesting hand here.
The usual
flush comes on
suspect
the
of,
board-
Ray and
Board
Kelly.
pairs. This
Mhm.
green high flush. No.
What is
Oh,
this?
we hit the full house.
This is the full house.
Jack 5.
There I'm actually a little bit surprised. I think I click it back there is it's actually
Yeah, Callie
warranted there.
didn't raise there.
I think
Callie
so,
didn't
yeah.
raise.
I mean, there are obviously a
Is
bunch
he
of different
afraid
factions.
of the high ace 5 maybe? He could be afraid of ace 5. But yeah, misclick there.
But I do
Maybe
think I
lost
click
him.
it back there. I mean, if you're just trying to like think ahead and if you're just trying to build the strategy of like clicking it back with just like some bluffs and like some value, I think that would be a good spot. Especially after he just showed that failed bluff that didn't get through against Wise Prof. I think Ray would have called him there. Maybe not, but I think that's a decent spot. And if Ray doesn't call him there, he's at least like that is so annoying.
He can't be afraid of ace 5 there, can he?
I mean, if
There's
he
a
is, I have to
reason
look
not to
again. But
raise
if Ace 5 or whatever's a nuts, like Ray's not just flatting, and is Ray good enough to like re-click it back as a bluff? I mean, for any player, probably not. Not at this stage of the game.
Yeah,
So you have to
it
know if
wouldn't
you're
be-
raised there. I mean, who knows? I mean, we're talking about it now, so that's a possibility. But the distance between theory and practice, especially when you get into these higher levels of thinking and re-raising what you think is a bluff re-raising, those happen. Oh, go ahead.
Ace 5 would have been the absolute nuts if I'm not mistaken in that hand.
Yeah, and so you're gonna get
Because-
raised. So I do think I click it back
Yeah.
there. Yeah, you have to be okay with getting raised when you feel very confident that you're folding the best hand. Like it's really only very frustrating if you're folding to a re-raise and you're not sure. But I think most times when you face a re-raise or a bet 3-bet on the river, it's like 99% you're probably toast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
this is a
sizable
big
pot
pot.
here. Ray opts are about like a little under half. Got a call? Fairly quick call. It looks like he has a
And
straight.
get them straight. It was an interesting hand because Ray, like I said, you've been, talk about timing tells. Ray's been always active really quickly, and he took a while there on that river.
To parse it out.
So you wonder, and he was obviously trying to find value based on that hand.
I mean, it might also be villain dependent as well, or like some boards, you just need to think about. Yeah, I mean, I think for Ray, he's often, at least when I played, it's often like bets or bluff. I'd have to think about it more. How often is he, time banking, like bluffs or whatever? But I do think that's a good observation. And I only saw that run out quickly, but a Wise Prof probably put him on like a busted flush draw there.
It's possible, but he took, like I said, he took a while to think about it. So it told me that he actually had a hand, and also his bet sizing was not like typical. So he probably typed that in.
Which means he thought, yeah, right.
So he was like looking for value there. I mean, that's at least it was from what I thought.
Yeah, no, I think that's a reasonable deduction. Of course, it's obviously much easier for us to say when we're not in the hand.
We're not playing the hand, yes.
Yeah, we're like, oh, clearly a 22-second, timing tell is for value. Jeez.
Yeah, we're all geniuses. Meanwhile, after I've like lost the big hand to Ray, he's such an idiot. I love you, Ray. If you're listening, it's just like. Queen 8 flush.
Oh, Noodles is in. Always a minor event. I wish we could do like quick prop bets, like will Noodles see a turn? Like just like click the bet. That would be. We should live in a world like that.
Knockout said, "Has Noodles seen a river?" I don't know if that's actually a good question. I don't know if I assume he has seen a river here.
Oh, well, let's see here. And Ray is choosing to continue. Noodles perhaps trying to replicate Ray's timing here.
Well, it's either going in on the turn or the river there.
Yep.
I mean, the way he was betting. Like, could have had the flush there easily.
I think so. I could be wrong, but
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, even if he didn't, I feel like he can check that turn, and then he can just reevaluate on river. You know what I mean? If he doesn't have it, he can then just decide whether or not Ray has it on the river. And then
his stack size, it was either going to go in on the turn or the river, and then it's just a matter of like, where do you think you're going to get the maximum value? I mean, if he had like the flush, then you might want to just, get it in right on the turn.
Yeah, not see another card. Don't have the board pair.
Right. Right.
Speaking of paired boards, double flush draws here. Alright, and we head to a river.
Yeah, the back door.
Check.
Check. The trip nines.
Trip nines. Likely busted flush draw. I mean, he has a jack blocker, so jack 10's less likely. Probably like a club draw for Cali. Call any button on the turn. Call any button on the turn. I feel like I should know what that means. But wait.
Call any button on the turn? What does that mean?
Wait, I'm trying to think if he's referring to. I don't know. I'm being a little bit slow. Right. He's referring to 7 deuce twice as calling any. Yeah. that he would just call any bet, not button. He'd probably call any, yeah, on the turn. Yes, it's probably true. I mean, he did snap it off really fast, so yes. Alright, pardon me 1 second. I am gonna go to the bathroom myself. Alright, Dom, don't alienate anyone while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Now that it's my show. I agree with you, Wise Prof. We lost the dead weight. Tell you, I'm carrying this live stream. Ready, popping it. I think Noodles is the only one multi-tabling. So we're going to see him take a little more time in acting.
Alright, I am back.
So one of the things I was saying, Vito, was that I think Noodles is the only one multi-tabling. Is that right?
Probably. I would guess
Yeah.
that, yes. I can
Yeah.
check that in a second, but that's probably true.
I think that's right. And well, just based on like how fast people are acting, it seems that to be the case. Noodles is definitely taking the most time, like pre-flop.
Alright.
Big pot winning with a full house there with Callie.
Alright, he's clawing it back after suffering an
Yeah.
early setback. I mean, he was ahead early, and then he lost that big pot, I believe, to Ray. And now
He's
he's
still
quietly
extremely
crawling.
cold.
He's clawing it back, though.
Busted out a couple of times.
I think it's a long night for most of these. I wonder if Noodles will be the first to leave. I'm actually not sure. Alright, so he's clarifying. He's down 550, so he has a way to go. The comeback is real. Well, we're rooting for you. Hopefully your dad is too, or is he out celebrating his second place finish tonight?
Hopefully he's not borrowing from his dad's winnings.
Yeah.
You just see Wise Prof's comments right after you left.
Let's see. Let me take a look at this really quickly here. Right. Okay, Wise. You know, I'm the one that does the invitations around here, so you might want to reevaluate your.
That was my favorite comment of the night, I have to say.
You might want to reevaluate your comment strategy here if you want to get invited back to High Seas Poker. Thank you. I'll take it. Jimbo, take this down. I feel like Jimbo's been a little bit quiet here.
He has been very quiet.
I mean, he's slid into the very cold range here, which I'm sure he's very aware of. I mean, knowing Jimbo, he's probably gonna stick with his plan, and remind himself that come sunrise, he often is the one with the most chips on the table. We'll see if that plan carries through tonight.
Jimbo is like part vampire. He doesn't sleep.
No, you mean vampires are all part Jimbo. I think that's what you meant to say. Although, so we've seen some decent action, but after, I mean, well, I've already lost all sense of time, but maybe it was an hour ago where we had, like, 2 orbits of just, like, crazy-sized pods. And now it seems they've, settled more or less into a rhythm of, like, smaller, medium-sized pods. But there's
Yeah, I mean,
definitely
we had
the potential here. We were $10 shy of the
$10 shy of that
1K
limit.
pot. Yeah. Had I known, I should have done some custom animation for a 1K pot.
Well, I've been saying it. I said, been promoting it that we're going to see a 1K pot. And if I had to guess who was going to be in it, it was going to be 7-2 twice and Raycerx.
That's probably a pretty good bet. Caliburrito not far behind.
Yeah. Ooh, raise from Ray.
The limp call. Yep, limp call. No surprise there. Alright, we know whose flop this favors. Obviously 7 use twice.
Huh?
Seems like a fairly static board here.
Ray have pocket aces? No,
Oh,
pocket kings.
Both there. I mean,
I thought he might have had pocket kings. Or pocket aces. Again, if you notice the timing tell, he also took a little bit on that river to bet.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, this hand makes a lot of sense. Ray opens with, great hand here. Well, at least I think it's Ray hand, PLO 6 max. Kings with jacks double suited. Of course, he does not like that flop, so he decides to just check it back on the button, which probably makes a lot of sense. And then, it's the full house on the turn, then just goes for half pot, and then 3/4 pot, which makes a lot of sense. Probably hoping to get called by like a weaker 7 or an ace.
No.
We're on to you, Ray. You're not that crazy.
We're figuring you out. Wow, here we go. Click it back.
It's a very big click it back.
Very big. There was a check click it back. Check raise.
Alright.
Nice hand by 7-2.
Alright, he's maintaining that plus 1K chip stack.
And he shows the 3.
A bold show, very bold show.
A bold show. Well, the big question
That's
is
sure to tilt everyone at the
not.
table. Everybody's enraged. I'm surprised the table hasn't been flipped over.
Well, the big question is whether or not he had the full house. I think that's more of the big question. He might have to change his name to 7-3 twice after that one.
You got the signature $1 bet. And Dom, are you suddenly in like an industrial factory? What's going on over there?
I have to charge my laptop since I've been operating without battery power, so I'm moving.
All right.
But I'm now charged in. Although I wonder if my iPad's going to hold out. Well, I'm pretty good at 58% there.
Will this be a multi-way family pot? Yes, it will.
Oh,
Well, we
I
have to
think
click
it's
it
like the
back.
first.
I don't know if I've seen normally when we play when they play 10-20. I don't know if we see very many click it backs. It's usually bombing with pot raises. And hey, Len, thank you
Yeah.
very much for the compliment. For those of you still watching, that is actually the person helping me with the heavy lifting on the animations. So Speed Diddy does the illustrations, and Len and Speed Diddy does some of the animations and some of the illustrations, but Len has done a lot of the heavy lifting of the animations, not only for tonight's stream but for some of the other ones as well. So hey, thanks for dropping in. He does not play any poker, but we do play a lot
Oh,
of.
Len doesn't.
He does not. We do play a lot of Rocket League together, though. But thanks for dropping in, Len. And happy birthday, by the way. I know your birthday was I think, on Wednesday.
Oh. It's how you build the audience. You got to wish the viewers happy birthday.
Thank you. You were right when I was joking earlier, where I'm like, I hope other people enjoyed it, except for just me, you, and Spencer. And so you called it right. You're like, I'm sure people will. So you called it right. Wisdom beyond your years, my friend. You're still in college, but wisdom beyond your years. But probably to answer your subsequent question, I'm not sure when I can play Rocket League tonight. Maybe late tonight, because I know both of us are on pretty weird
Rocket
sleep
League?
schedules. Yeah, it's a video game that we both met through.
Oh.
Yeah, as a quick aside for Len, and a lot of this is just basically I guess a labor of love as we both sort of enjoy this. But if you look, I haven't actually noticed it, but oh, it actually just went off. If you look at the Golden Mermaids on here, there are I think there are 4 sparkle points, and we actually spent a bit of time trying to figure out like the right timing interval for them. I forgot I remember I was like, oh, I think I want them to not be noticeable, but detectable. And so I think we settled on like 63 seconds and like 94 seconds. But if you look, I mean, if you're bored enough, if you haven't noticed already, there are sparkles on those Golden Mermaids.
Be bored enough. They can't be bored with our.
Okay, maybe not with the
commentary.
commentary, but I meant bored enough to just stare at the statues like I did to make sure they worked and were positioned positioned the way I wanted
We're
them to be.
scintillating. Our commentary is scintillating.
Great word, great word. You're gonna do great on the SAT verbal section, Dom. I knew you would, Len. Yeah, I know you. I know you definitely appreciate it. So again, thanks for help. Thanks for your help on those sparkles. Actually, they were like that final touch I really wanted on there.
Small pot with trip queens.
Ray was close. Actually, yeah. To recap it, I think Ray was actually at 900, right? And then he got involved in that huge pot with 7 deuce twice. I think fell back down to like 400. Since then, has been on the grind back up to 1K.
And then he's been grinding it back up, and he's now got it up to 750. But 7.2 has just been on fire. He's if he started like about less than 100, he's over.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure he started under 100. I'll look it up right now. I mean, I think he definitely bought in the least out of everyone. Let's see. I'm going back to the first hand here. Yeah, he bought in for 100. So he's
Well-
running up from 100. I don't know if he had to buy in or if he topped up since then. I'm trying to think if he did, but if he didn't, yeah, he's like 12x'd it from 100 to 1.2k.
Yeah.
You gotta love PLO.
No. And interestingly, we also have people still waiting to play.
Waiting to play. Well, we got a $284 pot here on the river. Oh, all right.
Straight.
And somebody, oh, he
Straight.
probably chopped it over. Yeah, that makes sense. Given the speed
Yep.
with which they played, that makes sense. Ooh, we got Gary Foltman new on the list. Oh, actually, was he always?
Yeah, he's been on there. He's
He
been on
was,
there.
right? It was not. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense.
We had Speed Diddy come on and off just to get a shout out.
Right. Yeah, no, Gary Foltman's generally. I know he prefers 6-max, and I've played with him actually shorthanded PLO. I think me, him, and Wise Prof played for a while shorthanded on PLO, so I'm sure he's down to play. I'll have to keep these names down for the next time we run a high seas poker PLO game. But the next one will be no limit, and yeah, I'm thinking it'll probably be 50 cents a dollar.
Have you
with
been
mandatory
getting
straddle.
people signing up for the No Limit?
I
high
have. Well, I
stakes?
mean, I just talked about it like an hour and a half ago, so I've not sent out any feelers. But
Well, I'm
the only
wondering
the
if
only
people are,
person
like-
locked up would be Vermilion, for sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering if people like on the chat or on your text group.
Oh,
just
right,
said,
right.
Sign me up! Sign me up! I want that chain guy to be talking about me.
Right. Jimbo with the button open. I'm sure he knows it's not getting through. He's gonna be playing a medium-sized multi-way pot, or a potentially medium-sized pot multi-way.
Galley falling.
Alright.
Ooh, 3 aces. Wow. This is a very interesting board.
Jimbo tanking. I like it. Clicking it
raising.
back! And taking it
Jimbo
down.
has got to have an ace there.
Yeah, I think so too.
There's just no way he's clicking it back without an ace.
He should have
It was
showed.
the full
Jimbo,
by
you should have
Cali.
showed. If you didn't have an ace, I mean, it makes sense. You're gonna click it back there. If you didn't, you gotta show. You gotta show. I do admire Caliburrito still going for it.
Unless he had quad queens, that's the other hand he could have had, but highly doubt that.
Wait,
Pocket
you know,
kings? No.
no, in
He
today's
clicked it back with pocket kings?
in today's internet vernacular, that's either okay or that's, yeah, pocket kings. I'm not sure. If it was two capital K's, I'm like, alright, he meant pocket kings. But two lowercase K's, that could just be KK, which is, I guess, short for okay, which doesn't really make sense.
No, he
I mean,
True.
I could see. I mean, I don't know if I believe him. He might have pocket kings there. I just don't think he necessarily clicks it back there.
with pocket kings? No.
Yeah,
That's just
I think he's just like, because he's just gonna
He
be
said
like,
he
well,
had
what's gonna
pocket
call me
kings.
with? All right. I guess we believe you. It's an interesting spot though, because, I mean,
says never.
I guess you're hoping to get called by like, well, no, but in PLO
Yeah, but-
you have to play two cards. I know I sound like a huge fish, and
Yeah,
you're
and-
not playing
and-
the board.
Well, in PLO, I mean, I guess he's not afraid of the other guy
The
having
ace,
the
yeah.
ace.
Yeah, but then it's like, well, yeah, and he's just like, well, he probably won't call, but if he does, great, yeah.
Callie is criticizing Jimbo's play there.
That's why you gotta show, Jimbo.
No, I actually believe him that he had the pocket kings, because why would you lie about that? It's such a bad hand to be lying about. It'd be more believable if he said, I'm lying, I had pocket queens.
Mm-hmm. get one more caller. This could be a good pot based on this flop. Low cards, connected, flushing. Alright, if
All right,
Noodles calls, I will be so happy here. If Noodles raises and gets called, I'll be super ecstatic. We'll have to see. Alright, we got a call. I'm at least, it's not the bad. It's kind
four-way
of a
pot.
blank. Yeah.
Four-way pot.
I would have preferred like a heart there, like a low, either a low or like a 10, 8 of hearts, 9 of hearts would be awesome. It's alright. Everybody's gonna probably play pot control here. Let's see. Because I think 7 deuce let out, or not let out, he bet this, he bet the flop.
He bet the flop?
Yeah, now.
Checked it now.
Wise Prof
The
is
king comes.
potting it.
It's interesting.
Oh,
two callers.
We could have asked for some better rivers there. I mean, it might have helped. It theoretically could have helped someone come from behind, but this might be a run out of broken dreams here.
I don't know. I think I know what Wise Prof has, I think. We'll see.
Yeah, I had a slight guess on the turn. Let's just wait and see how this action pans out. Representing value here.
Yep.
It's a fold.
I think he had the 5-3, yeah.
Oh
no, he had pocket threes there, or maybe he had a 5 there too.
But I mean, he pots a turn. I mean, it could be a bluff. I could see double barreling there just because the board just did not change really from turn and river. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I thought maybe, at least with the turn, like, oh, you pair the king is like a combo draw.
I think he had the straight. I think he played it like he had the straight, but...
Let's see.
And the other guys played it like they had the
So if he had the straight, that means he would have flopped it, and I think it'd be very unusual for him to just flat the button.
Just flat it.
Yeah, so I do not think he has a straight there. You know, it could be total error, like he bets a turn, then like it's a non-dynamic sort of river, and he's like, I'm just gonna do it again. You know, I think the other like value range is something like pocket kings there. Pocket kings would bet that turn and only, you know, call the flop. I'm not sure if he would do that with something like, you know, ace king or like king queen of spades or whatever that he picked up on the turn, then just turns his hand into no bluff. I think that's possible too, as well. But yeah, you know, I can't really speak with a high level of confidence. You know, he decides to show the pocket threes, which, let me look at that board again. I mean, I really do think we can, well, let me think. I don't play a ton of PLO. It's like, yeah, it's like you flop the nuts. No, here's the thing. Yes, you can flop the nuts, but it's like, you do have to guard against getting free rolled, right? Or if you like raise it, yeah, I don't know. I feel like raising there, I guess it's pretty close. I mean, that's probably something I'll ask either like a Wise Prof or somebody else who plays more PLO. If you have like 3 deuce there, or 5-3 if you're raising that flop, because you could be getting free rolled. But I feel like on the flop, I do think you have to raise that, even if you are getting free rolled. It's just more, it's worse on the turn if you just go nuts with your flop straight, you know, and somebody's calling you and they have the flush draw. Yeah. Oh, we missed another all in. I was like looking at the hand. What?
Is there an all in?
Was there an all in? All right, well, I'm sure.
No, there's no all in here.
Although we now have Ray over 1K, so we may have missed. Let's see here. I think we would do a better job.
Callie looks like took a big hit in there. Sorry, I was looking through my
you're right.
cabinet.
We did, yes. Actually, it was like a 287 pot. Thank you for pointing that out. It looks like Ray had the straight. I'm just looking at the hand summary, not the details. I'm guessing that caliburrito attempted to bluff the river. I'm trying to see here. Yes, Callie went all in on the river, and Ray ended up having the straight here. Let's see, at what point did he? Yeah, it looks like he flopped it actually.
Wow. Now we've got 2 players with over 1K here.
Yeah, so Ray decided to check back that river. Quite sneaky. So Ray basically, he raised pre and then flopped the straight and just potted it. Was called by Callie in position. He half potted it on the turn and then checked the river on like a fairly safe board. I mean, he doesn't have the nuts. And then, yeah, Callie decided to attempt to bet into him. Callie still going for it.
Yeah. Have to hand it to Callie. He's not been afraid of buying.
He's definitely not afraid to fire, for sure. I mean, he's You have to wonder, depending on like the range that the villains or whatever that he's running into, like what worse hands had if they did not hit those hands, if they had not flopped it, like would he have won that pot? Ray's shooting for a 2K pot. Well, let's hit the 1K milestone first.
Oh,
Oh, yep, that's.
interesting.
I don't think we're giving away too much, but that was probably the last person that you want to call in all in with. Call in all
Yes,
in against.
yes. Well, that's why they insta-fold.
But he's simmering. He's simmering. Noodles is simmering. You're never gonna get burnt if you're just simmering your broth. You're never gonna get burnt. What were you gonna say?
So I was going to say that now we have Ray and 7-2 twice with each of having over 1,000. We may actually see a 2K pot.
Yeah, that's what Ray's saying. I mean, that you and Ray sound like long lost twins. Yeah, he's like, so now we shoot for a 2K pot. Well, I'm sure the other players at the table beg to differ at this point because I think they're all looking for $500 pots. That's what they want first, in their favor, obviously.
Well, I think we've just seen the one big one with 990, right? I don't think we've seen.
Yeah, 990 was the closest.
A couple. Yeah, I think that we had a couple of $500 pots.
Right. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, I should have actually paid more attention, because they're obviously busy playing. But I think what I'm gonna do is, I guess I will go through some of the hands in the hand history. I won't be able to get like the, how you get the replays. I'm gonna have to get it from them. So I'm gonna have to look for 7 News Twice calling for the truce. Is that your wife typing for you? And then I'll have to get the hand replays for some of the bigger pots. I'll figure out like the hand number and I'll like text one of you all. There's a white flag
There's
emoji.
no truce. Oh, look at that! Look at that.
Yeah, so we can get some of the hand replays.
Says the big winner. It's like
truce.
Truce. You've started with 100, and now you're at almost 1,200, and you're asking for the truce. There's no shame. Absolutely no shame.
Well, okay. The request for a truce is better than the concurrent sit out from both of them. They both crossed the 1K threshold. Like, let's sit out.
They actually haven't been involved a lot. It's been mostly
except for that one pot. That actually, I think they were involved in that 900, the 990 pot.
Yes, they were. True. As I said, the most likely people who would be in a 1K pot would be those two. Mm-hmm. Even I would have said that before we even started, before we knew that they would each have over 1,000.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree.
Yeah.
Interesting, send lead by 7 News Twice. Alright, Ray.
Check raise there. Likely he had Jack 10. Maybe like an Ace Jack 10 kind of hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Ray actually, with that hand, just surpasses 7 News Twice now for the biggest stack at the table. Alright.
Finally clawing it back a little bit.
Hanging in there. Jimbo's been so quiet. I can't help but imagine he's playing like Eye of the Tiger in his room, just like waiting for that second wind to just come back and crush here.
He's not multi-tabling, is he?
Alright, let's take a look at some of those other tables here. I don't think he is. I think most people are probably focused on this table. There's a decent amount of money to be won here. I mean, there's no way he does not play No Limit really anymore. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think anybody is. Let me check the other table.
There's another PLO.
Noodles is playing four-handed on the other table. And then, let me see that other pot limit Omaha table. Oh yeah, there's 6 people on the broiler playing 10 cent, 20 cent. Speed Diddy. It's a AAA, the AAA league.
Oh, waiting to come into this game.
Yep. It's a must move. It's a must move at the fish fry.
Of course, Jimbo could be playing on his PPP at the same time.
I mean, this table's actually pretty good. Jimbo's been talking about trying to get, a good PLO, juicy PLO game going, for stakes a little bit higher than 10, 20, 10, 20, 40, or 30, 60. So he got his wish. But can he make his dream come true? He got his wish, but, all right. That river was not scary. Caliburrito's faced some pretty tough rivers in pots that he's been betting at. So I was actually a little bit nervous there for him.
No believing Ray. Rough good is what Cali wrote for, I assume, for the last hand.
Yes. He is undeterred. I believe him. I don't think he would. I mean, there's no reason. Yeah. I mean, he's shown enough bluffs that there's like no reason that you have to lie to be bluffing there. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Noodles. Noodles alert. I wish we had like a separate animation for this and I could shower the stream with.
Ray bet big on the pre-flop, and now.
All right, we got three-way with
three-way action.
Yep.
And check, very fast check.
I feel like we may see like a pot-sized bet here from Noodles protecting his hand. It's nice to check pot control here.
Ooh, now the board pairs.
I don't know if he had it, but that would be such a good spot, I feel like. I mean, he would have gotten called by Caliburrito. All right, what does he have? I feel like he would have been called. Yeah, he would have been called, but I feel like that is potentially a good bluff spot for Noodles there. I mean, he would have lost.
But Ray's calling there with the wheel.
I mean, once we know what they have. But just given that, I mean, we don't see what he had. He probably had, like, a flush draw there. He would have gotten called, but... I mean, I guess... I don't know. People call that flop bet. I guess I have the 4 more often than not. And if he has some blockers to draws, then maybe it's not. But I mean, he really should try to leverage his sort of like tight image. Definitely in a like heads up pot. So yeah, so Ray actually that's what happened here. Ray, did he pot the flop? Hold on. So he flopped the straight again.
He did. He potted the flop. He bet big.
Oh, and then interestingly, he decided to pot control on the turn. Maybe just because he felt like he would get called, and he could potentially get... This is where it maybe makes more sense, where it's like, okay, maybe either somebody flopped 6-5, somebody flopped, the same thing as me, but with a flush draw, so I think it makes sense that he just decides to go into check call mode there. This is definitely, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get called in all 4 spots. We'll see though. Yeah, although Noodles, we'll have to see actually. I might take that back.
Ray taking some time here. I think he's going to repop it. Nope, just calls.
Alright, there we go. We got Noodles. Noodles alert. Following through. Alright, he takes it down.
Pot size bet wins it.
That's it.
Ooh.
Got the limp 3-bet here. From the cutoff,
Yeah.
no less.
An interesting hand. Limp.
Yeah, this could be good. I mean, it's already good. It's 105 on the flop. 4-way. With 2 people with 1k plus stacks.
Check to the button.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I was gonna say,
button
Wise
pop.
Prof basically has, yeah. I mean,
Specifically saying he has it.
or he doesn't have it now. He will. He feels very strongly that he may have it. All right, that's a good sized win for him.
Well, he was. I mean, he only had another 60 behind, so he's
Yeah.
basically saying he's playing for his entire
for a
stack
stack.
there.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Jimbo's favorite kind of pot. Limped 5 ways. Hey, you're the one voluntarily at the table with 5 other limp dudes, so you're definitely not absolved. You may have made the observation, but you're not absolved.
there's 6 players at that table.
Yeah, but only 5 of them were limp.
I see. I think we got someone trying out for commentary next time.
True. Yeah, I think Discord is like the way to go, but if I can figure out, I mean, a lot of people are on Discord, but it would be great for those who don't have Discord if we could just like patch people in. Like everybody that has Discord, it can be very easy for them to just join this, but if you don't have Discord, it's obviously a little bit trickier, which I might work on later to figure that out. Yeah, I messed around with Zoom, and it just was not that easy. Or Discord, yeah, you know, when we were working on it the other day, Discord, yeah, we were able to get to work pretty quickly.
Yeah, it seems like it's been pretty easy. And you can do like multi-way calls, right, with Discord?
Oh, yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
easily. Come on, Noodles, get in there. It's a pretty dry flop, but we want to see.
Very dry flop.
We want to see a big pot with you in it.
He's looking
Yeah,
at his
he's
other
in it.
table. He calls it.
10-5-3, yeah. All right.
Ooh, and the 5 comes.
I don't know, man. 5 limp dudes, and then the next line out of your mouth is 5 comes. I thought you were trying to keep this a family show.
There we go.
Caliburrito choosing the time bank here.
We haven't seen a lot of long tanks in this game.
I mean, it's highly unlikely that anybody's Hollywooding here. So he's have like a naked 5 here, and he just doesn't believe him. I mean, a Wise Prof is, basically repping a boat here. Because I feel like if Caliburrito had a lower boat, he would have called sooner. I feel like he's debating with a... And actually, I should probably...
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's right. I think that Cali had probably just a naked 5. Wise Prof was certainly representing a full house of some kind. Of course, could have been bluffing there too. I mean, Cali's been, betting a lot of rivers. Ooh, Jimbo with the raise.
There we go. Jimbo coming to life. Ray's gonna give him action. Doesn't matter if Jimbo's been dormant. Ray's in there. He's there to play.
Check, check.
What will Ray decide to do here? Alright, Jimbo
takes it down. He had the flush draw,
Yeah, so Ray basically had a flush draw and got shot there. Chose not to bluff in the Jimbo on the river, which is probably smart. I'm sure Ray perceives Jim as fairly tight, and he was fine just calling that flop hoping to hit, but when he doesn't, he's probably fairly confident that Jimbo is pot controlling and is not going to fold that river.
You think that if Ray bet there, that Jim would call? Not so sure, though. Like a pot-sized bet from Ray? A pot-sized bet from Ray could have taken the count, maybe. I'm not sure Jimbo calls there.
Let me see what Jimbo had here. Ace Jack 10. So yeah, it looks like, based on what he had, yeah, you're probably right. But I mean, Ray has to consider Jimbo's image here as well.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have depended on how Jimbo was feeling. I mean, I think he probably leans toward folding for a pot-sized bet and just puts Ray on like an 8. But I mean, Jimbo hasn't played a lot of hands, so Ray obviously is just being careful and is just hoping he hits like a sneaky draw, either his gut shot or, the flush isn't as sneaky. But
I think this might be the first blind versus blind.
I think you're right.
That we've seen.
Well, actually, it's still blind. Oh, all right, here we go.
All kind of leveling going on. Blind versus blind.
It's either a setup or it's a level war. All right, that ended quite quickly. Well done, Caliburrito. Well done, actually, both of you.
Ooh, showing the 2-pair.
Yep.
Yeah,
Wait, Jimbo declaring that seat opening. Jimbo, are you implying that you're leaving? Because actually we had... Oh, is that what he said?
7-2 saying that.
Oh, why does it... Oh, because it keeps appearing in front of Jimbo. Got it. So 7 news twice is giving notice that he is leaving soon. And no, we are not checking, because we were having these sort of like behind the scenes discussions, myself and the players, about like drawing for seats, and one player was like, can we change seats, or if somebody gets up, blah blah blah. And I mean, I can't make any hard or fast categorical rules, but I was like, I would prefer you not to play the tactical game of musical chairs and trying to whatever gain position, so please don't change seats. So let's see if 7 news twice leaves. Looks like Carcassone's up. He's on deck. It'll be great to see
Excellent.
him because he was one of the earlier people I
As
invited before.
predicted, 7-2 twice would be the first one to
Yeah.
leave, even though
Well done.
the calculation was quite a little different. I thought he would be busting out and leaving. Instead, the wife is now saying you have to leave with your big winnings. I'm sure.
It's like, well, I hope they have at least a very nice Valentine's Day dinner tomorrow.
There you go. Sending off the champagne emojis.
Yes. Well done, 7 News Twice. Thank you for a great show.
Yeah.
And I don't think he added on that much. So I think he's up like 1K basically.
Yeah, he's up like 1K easily.
Great session. Oh, I
Oh,
misread it.
Lipo's
It's actually
coming in.
Lipo, not Carcassonne. I thought it was Carcassonne.
Carcassonne
Lipo
must
is
have
in.
left. Let's see if Lipo's coming in though. Because I know that Lipo is put in now.
Wait, oh, Carcassonne must have gotten himself off the waitlist because I know I saw him in the #1 spot.
He just wanted the mention.
He wanted the mention. So sneaky. There's way too much leveling going on. All right, welcome to the game, Lipo. Flying in for a cool quarter 1K.
No, now my prediction of having the 1K pot is not going to happen.
You never know. This game's still gonna run for a while.
I don't know how much longer I can last.
Oh, all right,
it's
true.
almost 1 o'clock.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Considering that we were planning to do this for an hour.
Well, you were planning to do this for an hour. I'm like, yeah, I'll do this as long as it's fun, and it's definitely been much more fun than I initially, or I even probably like dared, I guess, to imagine it. I thought I'd be just sort of listening to waves all night and looking at the sparkles that we put on the Gold Mermaid. You're both more confident and more delusional than me. All right, Lipo wasting no time, potting it. Four ways on a dry wired
Lipo's
flop.
not afraid to play against Ray and Jimbo.
Making his presence felt early. Hopefully Ray noticed that that is Filippo and not 7 News Twice.
2/3 pot this time. And a fold. Representing, obviously, the 8. Maybe pocket 4s.
And representing that he's here to play.
Yeah, there's no way Lipo does that without like a big hand.
I agree with you.
In my experience playing with him.
No, definitely a very solid player. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Yes.
Do you have like background for information too on the folks who are joining?
I do not. I could probably talk a little bit about Levi. I know he lives in not Sebastopol. It's down Monterey.
They're like
he lives in Monterey,
right?
His wife plays at the Fish Fry as well, Spring TW. And I know he's a photographer. He's actually, if you're friends with him on Facebook, he actually shares a lot of his work as well. But a great photographer, and also thanks to him, I'm actually not sure if no, I know for sure, I just don't know how large of an impact, but for like him and a lot of his friends in LA, that would include Carcassonne, Cashew Lover. Who am I missing here? Cashew Lover, Michael Penny, who goes by Jonas Grumby. Who else? A few more, but they've had a regular game for years, and basically, I think I was introduced to them through Ian, who plays as Mindful Living. Yeah, they've been like huge, consistent players at the Fish Fry, and we've played over at his game, the Huckleberry Club. But in the early days when we just needed tables running, him and his crew were always here. So if you're having a good time at the Fish Fry, a lot of it is also due in part to Filippo and his crew regularly coming out, playing, and sort of supporting the club.
Yeah, it's interesting. obviously played in the Huckleberry a few times, but of course they always schedule the games like when Poker Bros has its maintenance scheduled.
Wednesday.
So
That was
like the
Wednesday, but
games,
Leafo does have it on Fridays now as
yeah, he's
well.
moved it to Fridays as well,
But
and Fridays is actually a lot of fun
But you
because
know, it was a conscious decision. It was. I can't remember the exact like sort of procedural history because initially when I was playing in Lipo's club with all of them, it was Thursdays, and and I think the game was moved probably for convenience to Wednesdays. But it really has been more of a conscious decision to keep it on Wednesdays for all of our own health because it shuts down
it shuts
at like
down. Yeah.
12:30. Otherwise, none of us have any discipline or self-control, and a lot of us at least have the wherewithal and state of mind or what is it, the mindfulness. Yeah, you're like, no, 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 maybe we should keep it Wednesdays so we're forced to stop playing at midnight.
Well, it is like some of us do have jobs even during the pandemic, so
Yes.
it's
Oh, and of
it is
course,
harder for
Jimbolaya
me.
is part of that crew too. I knew I was missing someone,
Well,
so it's like Jimbo, Filippo, Carcassonne, Cashew Lover, Jonas Grumby. I know I'm missing a few other folk. Let me think. I don't want to leave anybody out. Who else is part of that LA sort of like TV writers gang? Cousin Gary.
let's see
Cousin
here.
Gary is
Oh,
the other
cousin
one who
Gary.
comes around, yeah, regularly. And I believe, I think
A lot of
Cashew Lover's invited some friends of his as well. I think maybe Coconut
a lot of
44.
connections because you say Lipo is a photographer, but we have another photographer in our group is Judy.
Oh,
Judy's a
right.
photographer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've actually
Um,
made that
it's
connection.
that
Um,
connection because well, with her name, it's what is it like F? It's an F stop, right? That's what her
yeah, yeah,
poker
it's
name
like
is.
F8, EFF8, I
Yeah,
believe is her name.
yeah,
Yes. So, Lipo, if you're
yeah.
listening, next time you see F8, you're like, hey, I hear you're a photographer.
Yeah, she's a. She, I mean, she's I think retired now, but I think she was like a wedding photographer for
Hmm.
a long time.
All right, we got Ray versus Jimbo, which may be a prelude to what we might see at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's $100 pot again here. If Jimbo was on this chat right now, he would be like talking a mile a minute here.
Well, he has said that he doesn't play as well
Yeah, on
when
the
he's
Zoom chat.
on the Zoom chatting away.
So to his own benefit, but yes, to the detriment of the Zoom group.
Of course, he has no excuses tonight.
Yeah, actually, it should be a second level. He should actually join Zoom so he has like an out. If he plays well, like great, he somehow won while disadvantaged, and if he loses, he's like, told you I was on Zoom. So it's almost a win-win strategy for him.
Taking a long time here.
Alright,
And
that's
he calls. Ooh,
now
quad fours.
Jimbo is
Wow.
so mad. Or not only her, he's
Wow.
frustrated, for sure. It's like
You think Jimbo had a full house there?
at least,
It
yes,
took a long
yes.
time to. Oh, bad time for hero
Yeah,
call.
well, I mean, if you have a full house, you probably.
I
I
don't
think
think
you
he
have
had
to
a
call.
full house. He took too long to have a full house there.
I mean, I don't know about that. I think he did. That board's like what 7-9-4-4. I mean, maybe not. I mean, what was he calling it? Like ace 9-9-2, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think based on what I played with Jimbo there, I think he has a full house. I could be wrong though.
Well, he took so long to think about it. I think a full house acts faster, don't you think? They called. I mean,
For some
he
people,
did
but I
several
think
time banks
I
there.
think specifically for Jimbo that like I don't think I'm like giving up too much here. That he likes to try to get in relatively cheaply pre-flop, and he
Hmm.
relies, and I think rightfully so, on his ability to get away from like these trap hands, that he got in for
Hmm.
cheap, and he's not going to lose a lot. And he's usually only willing to get his money in when, hopefully people are betting into him or make some hero call against him, right? And
Hmm.
based on that, that's why I feel like it is quite possible that he is willing to fold like a lower boat there because he's like, this is just sort of my style of play. I don't want to get caught up in these hands where I have to make tough decisions in big pots and I don't have the strongest hand.
Hmm.
Because anything else, that's the thing. Anything else would be a quicker fold. I think the deductive logic there isn't that he took so long to call. It's that like he didn't fold quickly, and there's like so many hands that he would fold quickly there that he wouldn't be like, this isn't even close, like two pair, which is why I think that really leads me to believe that he had a lower full house there, that he took that long. And he's like, is it good? Am I being a nit? Like, should I really fold a boat here? But no way. Like, he could have this, this, and this. He could have quads, you know, and then
Well,
he finally
especially
calls.
Ray, right?
Yeah.
I actually thought Ray was bluffing there.
Then of course Ray shows him.
That was my read.
Ray shows him the quads. And he's like, stupid game.
You know, Ray certainly could be bluffing there on that board.
Or value betting worse boats. I'm sure that's what went through
Yeah.
Jimbo's mind. Like, you know, are there worse boats that, you know, Ray could be betting here with?
Oh, speaking of boat, Callie has a boat.
All right.
A small boat.
Callie's still grinding it up. Yeah, actually, I think in some ways, at least tonight for sure, Callie and I are kindred spirits. So you know, he's sitting on 435, but you know he's extremely cold. Or I've definitely been in the situations where it's like 30-60, and I'm sitting on like 400, and I'm like still cold.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So there should
Fought
be
him several times.
He's
down 1,200 big blinds, he says.
Yeah, we're still with you here. I'm still with you. I'm rooting for you.
We're still rooting for you. We're rooting for you.
But yeah, there's got to be a term for one of those things where, especially, yeah. Well, it applies obviously to live where someone has a huge stack, but you're actually like still stuck, or you're like even. But I've definitely been in that scenario where it's like you're sitting on a huge stack, and yeah,
people. What's
assume
funny is
that you're like up a bunch. Yeah.
People join the table late and they see that you have a big stack, and then they don't notice that you may have bought in like 4 times, 5 times.
Yeah, or you're still stuck. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're still like in the negative.
Callie going after it with Noodles here. Alright.
Noodles saying he has it. He has the Queen Jack. Queen Jack of Spades, baby.
What animal am I thinking of? Noodles is like, not a hermit crab. What's sort of like, it would have to be a sea creature, clearly, because it's the fish fry that's just sort of like, oh, wait. There's totally that one sea creature. It's not an eel. They like hide within like a hole of a rock, and then they just like, oh, I gotta look this up. It's some kind of like eel that basically like conceals itself in the hole of a rock and then like comes out and, hold on here. Eel.
You're thinking about...
Hold on. I can totally picture what it looks like in my head. Hold on.
A conch?
No, wait. I was gonna go with moray eel. I think I might be right. I should have just gone.
Moray eel?
Yeah. Do they
moray
hide?
Eels hide? I don't know if they hide. Do they hide? I don't.
Alright, let's see here. Now you're making me go beyond the images
if
here.
they get embarrassed, they might hide, but...
Let's see here. Feeding behavior. Alright, I'm on Wikipedia here.
Moray?
No, I think you're right, but there's definitely some sort of eel that like hides in the hole of a rock and then just like comes out, you know, very, very
like
strategically.
Isn't conch? Well, a conch may not be a kind of eel.
I thought a conch was just like a huge snail with a big shell on its back. Is that not right? No, those are the things that you like blow into or hold your ear up to hear the ocean. These things are definitely not snapping people off out of nowhere. No. I think I mean I was probably off with the moray eel, but I'd have to say you're even farther off the mark with the with the conch. Basically, so Google says it's a common name for a number of different medium to large size sea snails or shells. So no, I
They're
would
very
not,
yummy.
I agree with that, but I would not say that is Noodles' spirit animal. Yeah, see, I just got a text from Russell who he said he was on Twitch earlier, but this should be a Twitch comment. But yes, I agree with you, Russell. He texted me just like in Empire Strikes Back. Yes, on that when they go through like that asteroid or whatever. Yes, similar.
Oh,
I'm sure that is actually what George Lucas was like inspired by. Whatever the sea creature I'm thinking of. Yes, that's what it is. I can totally picture it in my head. I hear David Attenborough talking about it, but I cannot recall what that animal is.
It's not the moray eel, I'm pretty sure.
Is it moray eel and not moray eel? You're probably right.
Moray.
Alright, I gotta find what this eel is. Can you please keep an eye on the action?
Keep
What am
the
I
eye
doing?
on the action.
Snapping. Alright, this is just like desperate Google searching here. Snapping, rock, hole, ocean. I do think it's some kind of
Be
eel.
careful what you end up googling with those
No!
terms.
Alright, I'm close because this picture is what I'm thinking of. I was right. Well, at least the image I have in my mind, it's a black cheek moray eel. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
moray
and
eel.
there are pictures of it coming out of a rock. I was right. I should have went with my
There
instinct,
you go.
just like in poker. Just go with my instinct here. That knowledge
So,
is buried
Noodles,
deep.
if you're listening or not listening, you are the moray
You are a
eel
moray
of-
eel. You're the moray
the
eel of the
fish
fish
fry.
fry. Yes.
Now we're going to have to come up with analogies for all the other
Right.
players here.
Well, tongue-in-cheek, I've called Jimbo a raccoon before. I can't tell if he was insulted or mildly flattered, but I basically said that his poker spirit animal is a raccoon because he does not
Raccoon.
mind playing in the trash, playing trash cards. Then he knows how to get out of there when trouble arises. But he definitely does. He has no qualms about sifting around the trash, but he rarely ever gets caught.
I think Jim is just like a fish who just never sleeps. They just keep swimming and swimming.
Well,
That's
I mean,
much
that
more
could
of
be
an
a
apt
shark.
analogy.
I mean,
Could be a
sharks
shark.
don't sleep.
Yeah.
No, here's something a little bit closer for Jimbo. I don't have an exact species name for it, but is Jimbo one of those fish or sea creatures that live at like the bottom of the ocean where there's like no light and they're comfortable there and they just basically wait for their food to like fall to them. And that's it. You just survive down there and you know you're going to get fed. You just do your thing. You're not going to take any risks. You're not going to go to the surface. There's no reason to do that. You're just going to wait
No
down
light.
below, play
Just
your
wait
game.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just let people come to you.
Yeah, just
What do they
pick
call those?
the easy
What are those
pickings.
things?
I don't know. There's a bunch, and they all look they all look freakish. That's that is no relation to Jimbo. I'm purely talking about their survival strategy. Oh, Caliburrito says he needs a wedding photographer. All right, I will send you. I will hook you up with Judy or F8's contact information. I'm not sure if she's still active. She's actually retired, but if I can't help
She's
you,
retired.
perhaps
especially-
Lipo can. I mean, I don't know if Lipo has a network of photographers, but all right, I'll jot that down. I'll ask Judy if she knows anyone else.
I actually talked to Judy about possibly taking pictures at my wedding, actually, if I remember right. But I think she's sort of like said no.
Well, maybe she just disagreed with who you were marrying, or that you were getting married at all.
No, no, I think it was just like she's retired, but if I'm not mistaken, or maybe she didn't meet my price.
Well, Caliburrito,
Actually, we had a really good photographer. We had more of a journalistic photographer. We wanted to
yeah, I
find
mean,
someone who was like looking for candid shots as opposed to the pose shots.
oh, right. Well, I know for me and Joey, basically just took one selfie and we were like done. But
There
before
you
I
go.
forget, congratulations, Caliburrito, if your wedding is coming up.
Yeah.
Apparently in the
Judy may
San
not be
Diego area.
taking anything right now during
Yeah.
COVID, but
She may know someone, yeah.
she might know somebody who's willing to, for sure.
All right, right at the 1200 mark, so this is definitely the high water mark at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that 7-2 had as high.
Yeah, I don't think he crossed 1200, yep. And he has reached extremely hot territory, so for those of you keeping track, the heat index, when you're at extremely hot, that's being plus 500 big blinds or more.
So yeah, I think Ray signed in for about 250, right?
Yeah, I mean, he probably
And he
topped
may
up.
have,
I'm
yeah, he
sure.
probably topped up a couple
Yeah.
times. He may have busted out at one point too. But it is an impressive run to bring it back up to to that level.
Yeah, no, and fairly quickly, especially when he was so close. I mean, you
Yeah.
definitely have to hand it to Ray, both in terms of endurance, like him, Jimbolaya, and like Carcassonne are probably pretty much unmatched in the fish fry in terms of endurance and tenacity. But in terms of I think mental fortitude, Ray handles the swings pretty easily. I mean, he bounced back when he was at that 900 whatever $990 pot. That he lost, that huge pot that he lost to seven deuce. He
Yeah.
was
He
still back
does.
in the mix like the very next hand. It definitely did
Yeah,
not
he
phase
he
him.
lost half his stack in that hand. I mean, to go from like 1,000 to down to five or four
Yeah,
hundred,
it's
you know.
dispiriting to most people. And it looks
Yeah.
like Ray's clarified in the chat that he has not topped up. So that is
Oh,
almost
okay.
1K in pure profit. He's like $20 away from 1K in profit here.
Wow, that's impressive. I have to hand it to you, Ray. Even though I think you play like a silly very sometimes.
Now he's walking it back. It was 250 buy-in, no top-up yet. Actually, I think maybe $190 top-up. It's fine. This is not a court of law. You're free to
Well, it does tell you in your
stretch the truth
little.
at the poker table.
It does tell you in your, for you personally, how much your profit is on the table.
I mean, the thing about the auto top up. All right, so he's clarifying for both himself, us, and I guess those of you following along on Twitch. He's in for 340, so
Okay.
he's getting close to 1K in profit. But I was gonna make the comment about the auto top up is that what I think I like about it, aside from just always being able to like win the most that you can, is that for me psychologically, I then don't pay attention to like how much I've lost. I mean, you're obviously aware of
Sure.
it if you're losing, but when you
Hmm.
play live, like you can't keep topping up. I mean, you can have chips
Right.
in your pocket, but then you're just so much more conscious of like, I mean, you know how much you've lost, but then it's just more annoying. Where here, you're just like, I just got like this unending stack of whatever, 100 big blinds, 200 big blinds. And at least for me, psychologically, I think I actually prefer that. Where live, where I'm like, whoa, do I keep topping up? Or like, I usually then wait for like, some even number where I like pull out 100 or 200 or whatever, which is fine, but then like everybody like sees it. I mean, it's all
What?
like minor stuff, but I much prefer to just keep topping up and just keep playing and like, you might be stuck a little bit, but you have no idea. Whereas here, it's a constant reminder if you don't top up how much you're stuck. No,
Well,
and then no,
it's
even worse. Wait,
interesting.
wait. To finish this out, there are some times where I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna like finish this buy and then I'll rebuy, and then it always happens. Like if you're playing 2-5, you're down to like 40 or 50. You're like, oh, whatever. I'm just gonna jam it in and rebuy, and that would not happen if I was just constantly topping up to like 500 or whatever. I like just
That's an
gave up like.
interesting observation because obviously, when you're playing live, yeah, you're right. You're not retopping up until you are really low.
Yeah, until some like arbitrary number. I mean, you can for a
Yeah.
little bit, like if I'm like coming from somewhere table and I've got more chips and like that's great, and I actually kind of prefer it. But then, it still always looks a little bit shady if you're just like pulling chips out of your pocket and like putting it on the table. So usually I'm like, oh, whatever. But no, I psychologically, I definitely not just EV wise about having like a full stack. I think just psychologically for me, I'd rather just not know exactly how much I'm like stuck while I'm playing.
Yeah, it's funny because I generally don't auto top it, primarily because I don't even really know how to do it. To be honest, I was like, because every time I try to set it, because there's this like weird slider bar that says 100% or whatever, right?
No, the thing on Poker Bros, although Ray is throwing a little bit of shade, although he did this early, and I hear you, Ray, but I don't think you're going to leave. He is saying, I'm sure other people have read it, but he did say, for those of you, I guess, at the table who are not following Twitch chat, Ray is mildly complaining that he is getting a little bit tired of being 80% of the action. So I'm
Wah
guessing,
wah wah! I
wah,
have
wah,
too much money. Wah
wah.
wah wah!
So I'm guessing he's probably giving the other 20% to caliburrito, maybe 15%, and then throwing,
What is he
breaking off
talking
five,
about?
breaking off 5% for a Wise Prof. But it might also just be
He's
part of the
almost
metagame.
$1,000
I know.
ahead, and he's
Yeah,
complaining
I'm
that
getting
he's
tired
playing too much.
of winning all the money.
I'm tired of winning all the money. Now he needs to be criticized heavily for that. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he's still saying that if he plays, which I think there's a strong chance till sunlight. We'll
I'm 80%
see
of the action.
what that's one of those things where if you're at the table, you got to take a screenshot of that chat. But Filippo
tell
up
it to
to 312.
caliburritos.
Filippo's
Yeah.
been here
Well,
probably less than like 10 or 15 minutes. He's up, decent. What? Potted for like 250, so it's like 60 something, 62. Not bad.
well, Lipo is a really solid player, I have to say. I've played with him quite a bit here. He doesn't go crazy. He's just very solid, and I've not seen him. Yeah, even when he's like losing, he doesn't lose like a lot.
Hmm.
But I think overall, if I had to guess, like he's a positive um, player here, like net positive in the fish fry, in winnings, lifetime winnings at the fish fry. That is
I would take that bet.
just based
I
on
can
how
I
he's
can
played.
neither confirm nor deny. But that's probably a safe bet, or I should say, I don't think
Yeah.
anybody would bet against you on that proposition.
Yeah. Now Ray would be very interesting because he's so swingy, right? So I wouldn't know how to guess on Ray. He could be a big winner or a big loser.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is also.
It's
I mean,
like,
you got to look at like a long-term graph, and I think
yeah,
Ray's probably been playing at the fish fry actually for a bit, but it was kind of on again, off again. It actually wasn't until probably the last like 1 or 2 months that he's been playing more regularly. Whereas before, I sort of just had him on call for PLO when it was first starting.
right.
But he's basically
I
all
think that's
in
his
now.
preferred game, right? Is PLO. He
Yeah,
doesn't really play as much
he'll
no
play some
limit,
no limit, but PLO is definitely
but
his preferred addiction. All right, but we got Ray against Lipo here, so two people we've been talking about with very different styles, and he snap calls him here. And as we were
with the
saying,
straight, and of course he has
Lipo
he
has
has
a
it, of
straight.
course,
Hmm.
and probably Ray had the lower straight there.
Yeah. So Lipo making his mark quickly.
There you go.
All right, I want to see Noodles win or lose a big pot. It's gonna take a cooler though, but I want to check that off the Twitch checklist in terms of events that happened during the first game of High Seas Poker. Hmm. I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's a good thing that there's nobody here I am rooting for. I mean, there are multiple narratives running here that I would love to see happen. Alright, as I say that, let me take a look at the lobby. I hope I have not been too neglectful of the lobby. Alright, so there's one no limit table. Alright, that's good. Looks like it's gonna be a fairly quiet night, which is probably a good thing. Although I say that every Saturday, and I'm still up to like 4 or 5 in the morning every Saturday. Every Saturday, I'm like, oh cool, everyone's gonna go to bed at like 2.
Said people
No,
are watching our live stream, man.
it could be. It could be.
We still have a big audience here.
Well, I don't know if you've been on Twitch that much. I'm happy to have 13 people, but if you've seen the people who make millions from this, I assure you their audience numbers are higher than 16.
Well, we're at 20 something here.
Wait, really? Maybe I'm lagging. I have 16 online.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait, where are you counting? There's like a.
8.
Who are you? What are you counting? There's just like a counter.
The users in the chat.
Wait, on my screen, there's just a number that shows that there's 16 people watching.
Oh.
Where are you counting? Actually,
I'm counting in the users in the chat.
in the stream chat. Yeah, but I mean, some of those chat like happened like whatever, like an hour and a half ago. There's like,
is that right? They don't.
yeah. Just look at the red number right below the stream. It says that there are 18 people currently.
Oh, that's what that is.
All right.
That number 18.
Before you go global, Dom, you're gonna have to learn You're gonna have to learn how to at least read the numbers on Twitch. Please don't manually count how many people have chatted and then claim that to be your current viewership. But yes, that number is the number of people watching.
That's still pretty good at 1:21 in the morning here.
All right, Dom, your next assignment before we stream,
I'm just saying.
you need to explore Twitch and see what else is out there. All right, good night, Spencer. Thanks for hanging in there, and again, thanks for all your work, on Twitch in general, but specifically for this overlay for High Seas Poker. Good night, Spencer.
I guess we're down to 14 now.
Okay, Dom, do not give us a play-by-play of the Twitch viewer count. Now that I've told you what it is, please. Everybody can see it.
Okay.
Alright, I hope Jimbo has not fallen asleep here. Either that or he may be feeding his cat. A few months ago he adopted
Took a long
a
time to
stray
think
cat.
of
Yeah, this
tank.
is very unlike him. He is not tanking. He is just not at his keyword.
I do autophone.
Alright. Yep. Seems to be probably an auto
Oh,
open.
Callie.
Yep. I was gonna say it's an auto open on the button. Is that an auto 3-bet by Callie? Maybe not necessarily automatic, but I'm definitely not surprised. Alright. Welcome back, Jimbo.
Spelled P with a A. Unless he was eating peas. Maybe that's what he was on.
We got to click it back. This is a rapidly escalating pot with a bit of an
It is,
action river
100
here. Yeah. Alright.
Ray, of course, showing the.
Well,
he has
Ray,
the
you're
full
supposed to be
house.
80% of the action here. I can't believe you folded that pre. Lots of clicking
Check
back
raise.
action. Yeah. Alright. It's a bunch of. It looks like a bunch of busted draws. I'm looking. Or
Busted draws, so he
I
showed.
think so. I mean, he showed it so quickly with all four. Has to be. I will confirm that, but that does look like a bunch of busted draws.
Really interesting.
Yep.
Callie's been showing a lot of bluffs.
Well, that's the first 4 card. Absolutely nothing bluff. So kudos. There's your other 20% of the action there, Ray. Nice hand, Kelly. Was it a straight? All right, Lefo's never wrong. Really? All right, let's see here.
There was a straight there?
10, Jack, wait, Jack 10. Yeah, I don't know, Lepo. I think you gotta look at that board again. I do not think there was a straight.
That was a straight. There was no straight there. It
Yeah.
was busted draws. I mean, he had a lot of draws, but.
Lefo's just playing up the fish card here. What? He didn't have a straight? Are you sure?
Meanwhile, taking your money?
You're right, exactly. Yeah, that was definitely a double busted draw bluff on the river there.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well done,
Ray is
Caliburrito. 2 cards, happy to play. Thank you for the pro tip. a bit late for that tip, Jimbo, but thank you for letting both the commentators, your fellow players, and Twitch chat know that you must have 2 cards and only 2 cards play in PLO.
Set of aces
Sizable
for Callie.
Alright.
Callie making a comeback.
Yeah.
Ray's now under
Ray now
1K.
sub 1K. I mean, not unusual. He's clearly not fazed by it, but still worth noting. Cali stringing some wins together here.
Yeah, just grinded it out back. Bunch of nothing.
Bunch of nothing.
Fair jacks.
Caliburrito feeling it. He's feeling it right
Feeling it.
now. You know, when you're in that zone, it just feels like every time you press that bet button, it's just like withdrawing money from the ATM.
Still bust. Except he's busted a few times here.
Yeah. Well, all it takes is just once to
He's
run it
not
all the way up.
afraid.
He's just run it back up.
Yeah, that's right. He's not afraid. I have to hand it to him. Interesting. Nope. But we could see a bluff there. Check raise.
I mean, now that we've got, I mean, Lipo, I mean, he's not going to get it in unless he probably has it, most likely, but we still have the chance for a 1K pot here. I mean, even between Lipo and Caliburrito could happen.
Yeah, it's possible.
Or
To
like
build it up a little more.
Ray and a Wise Prof, I think, is also a possible pairing there for the 1K pot. Yeah, $100 splash pot, nothing to sneeze at. We were like $10 away just a few hours ago. That was actually kind of crazy that we were $10 away. It's basically 10 big blinds.
Yeah, it's. With a two pair.
Just two pair on that board. Mm-hmm.
Two pair on the river came. Modest pot.
So let's see, what, this game started at like 8 p.m.? It's not like 1:30. Dom, you said you were going to stream for an hour.
For an hour. Although I'm feeling it right now. I think I'm going to be calling it pretty soon.
Like 5.5 hours later. I remember before we thought
5.5 hours later.
we were like a little bit surprised, like, what? It's only been 86 hands in, and let's see what we're at. We're at like 265 now.
265.
Yeah.
Well, we've been having fun, and you know the audience is always good to get the positive feedback.
I mean, this is probably the most fun I've had not playing poker, but merely
Yeah, I
watching.
know. I haven't been playing. It would be really hard to do this while playing.
Yeah, there's no way I could play and do this at the same time, and it would
Said
be nowhere
if we
near
do this
enjoyable.
like once a month, maybe, or once in a while, it's fine. But I'm glad people have enjoyed our banter.
I'm glad you have not offended anyone.
I'm not offended anyone because I've been very impressed with the play, I have to say, and you know, I certainly would be one of the first people to say, "How could you do that?"
Right. That's both part of the risk and the appeal of having you co-commentate. Caliburrito is still riding that wave up.
Well, he's throwing donkeys at people now.
Sending out those donkey emojis.
Apparently, he doesn't feel the same way as I do. Of course, you know, it's actually does make a difference if you're in the hand, you know, versus watching.
Yeah, I will say there's a huge upside to commentating on poker because there's absolutely no stress.
There's no stress about it. Well,
here we go.
Criticizing the play now.
What are you calling with? All right, we got this nice spot here. Fairly dry board.
Good set. That's what he's saying.
Do they really censor the word full, or is he saying easy money? They don't
Easy
censor
money would
full.
be-
It has to be easy money. I know they censor money. There's no way they censor full.
Yes.
So my
It's
guess
kind
is,
of interesting
yeah,
what
there
they
you go,
do
money.
censor here.
No, they censor Poker Bros, which is like, that's just like so
They
hilarious.
censor your name when people write in
They
your name there.
censor PITO because that's like a vulgarity in like Spanish.
Is that right?
Yeah, pito, I think it means like dick.
No.
But usually they censor, I mean, they're way more stringent about anything like related to like money or gambling. They're like,
Yeah.
clearly worried that they're gonna get shut down or whatever for gambling. I don't know if they will. I think, well, let's wait till after the sand. The sand's actually decent sized pot on the turn, with potential for an even bigger pot by the river.
189 now. Three-way help build it up.
I mean, it really seems like Ray and Callie are just on this collision course of playing a huge pot.
Yeah, I think they're the most likely to have that 1K pot.
Clash. Yep.
If Callie can build it back up a little bit.
Alright. Yeah, it's interesting that he folded. The like club draw comes in there. Is he calling with just like a gut shot? I'm not sure. But Ray over the 1K mark again. Rab, yeah, it makes sense. Not just a gutty. I know you don't just have a gut shot there. I'm sure you have more out there, but yeah, obviously, when that flush draw comes in, that was not one of your draws, unfortunately.
Showing
That could be the
just a
best
pair of
hand.
tens.
I think that might have been the best hand.
Likely, yeah. When there's no bunch of folds there.
Alright, Jimbo. You're on the button. This is your time to shine, buddy.
Wow.
I mean, most likely not any busted draws. I mean, unless he's considering bluff raising draws, it's clearly a close decision for him.
Wow. And a snap. Set on the turn.
Yep.
Ugly.
It's a bad spot.
Yeah, bad spot.
I respect that check. Yeah, I respect that check raiser, but that's it's close.
Well, I had to think that Ray had something there. I thought he actually may have hit the set on the flop instead of on the turn.
Yeah, let's look at the. Alright, if we go back and look at the hand, so Ray opened. I mean, not surprisingly, basically pots it from middle position, with caliburrito basically like limp calling from under the gun, and then Ray follows on the 9-5 deuce with a 2/3 size pot bet. Yeah, and then fires 2/3 again, on the turn, which doesn't really change the board that much, and then fires a third barrel, only for half. But I mean, yeah, that sort of line definitely has to skew toward value. Caliburrito check raising there, on that board. There's not. I mean, it's like he's the one, like repping the set there, but you have to believe that if he turned the set of jacks, that he's probably check raising there. Maybe. I mean, the board's not that wet, but it is tough to figure out. And I think Ray's sense this as well. It's tough to sort of like figure out what value combos. And plus, I think what jacks are basically the nuts there, except for ace
Speaking of which, Wise Prof is all in
I
here.
see it. I'm switching back. 405. I can't even tell who's ahead or behind. We just have to see where the money's shipped here.
Well, he
had two pair on the. Yeah, he's got the full house on the first one. Are they chopping this up? Pot one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chop.
Oh, caliburrito, implying that he has some sort of randomizer in terms of when he bluffs. So yeah, he's basically repping that. I think he hit like the gut shot straight on there. I mean, now he just has to hope that he does hit the gut shot straight in the future and he gets paid off on that check raise. Yeah, we have a decent sized pot here between Lipo and Ray. Two players with very different styles. It looks like
Ray
Ray
with
got there
the baby
with the
flush.
baby flush. Yep. I mean, I imagine Lipo probably had this straight there. I didn't actually see all of Ray's cards, see if he had any
Yeah,
blockers.
likely. I mean, Lipo
I
was
mean,
betting
Ray has a
every
9,
board
but
there.
yeah, I mean, or at least a set. Let's see, did Lipo, but he did bet that turn. I mean,
He did bet the turn when the
seems
third
like he
diamond came out.
probably, he hit his straight here and is just going for value after Ray checks, possibly, and then yeah, he like shuts down on the river.
Maybe he had or do you think he had a smaller flush? He could have had a smaller flush.
Yeah, I think that's possible as well. I mean, he could have had both as well, the smaller flush and the straight draw.
And the
The complete
straight draw,
straight.
yeah.
Alright, we got a family pot here. Noodles alert.
Family pot. Noodles alert.
Alright, a Lipo versus Noodles battle would sort of blow my mind, but not the revenge.
Oh, Jimbo Raisin.
Check Razor. That's a sort of check raise that says I'm not messing around here. That is definitely not the click it back that we've seen throughout the night. And Lipo gives it up.
Jimbo definitely representing that he either just had the deuce or maybe he has pocket sixes.
Yeah, actually, the sort of stats or statistics that I think would be great to have would just sort of be like, the number of matchups. Like, I mean, I think the most common matchup has been Ray versus Caliburrito for most of the night.
Yep.
But those are sort of numbers that'd be interesting to see. Like how often they get to the river, stuff like that. I mean, like VPIP and like 3-bet percentage, that stuff's all kind of interesting, but you kind of figure it out just sort of like by casually watching, but more like who's lost the most pots, who's won the biggest pots, who's won like, the most small pots. I mean, I feel like Caliburrito's probably taking down a bunch of like small, medium
Ooh,
pots.
Ray taking another pot.
Right, taking another.
Ray's now over 1,400.
He's just quietly collecting it. There haven't been any big collisions, but he's been on the right side of like these medium-sized spots, particularly against Caliburito. Part of that is likely a function of just having position on Caliburito, and Caliburito just you know having no fear and just continue to either thin value bet or go for the that river check raise bluff that we saw earlier.
Hmm.
And not to necessarily beat a dead horse, and this is more theoretical. It's obviously a lot more difficult in practice, but given the amount of action between Caliburito and Ray, I feel like Noodles actually has sort of the best seat, to attempt to take advantage of that. I mean, it's obviously going to be slightly higher variance, but if he is paying attention, he's probably not. He's probably also playing no limit. he might be doing restaurant accounting. But if he, is willing to take a little bit
Yeah.
more risks, I think he has. I mean, he has the best seat in terms of value for sure if he hits hands. But these two have been, going at it, and he's got position on both of them.
Well, it takes a while to make pho broth.
That's true. Yes, that's very
It's,
true. Whereas, yeah, I think actually the way that it's played out, I think a Wise Prof might actually have like the toughest seat. As he's out of position with both Cali and Rain. They're both very, very active, and he's playing a lot of multi-way pots. out of position against two players who are very active. Yeah, he agrees. All right, I
Well,
got one right. I'm like 1 for 10 with him.
do we know if this was the way the seating arrangements were supposed to be?
I think it's pretty close. I mean, it was random anyway. I mean, I mostly
Hmm.
just wanted to do it random so that we didn't have people like waiting or like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, here are the
Hmm.
seats. Please just sit down. Let's get going. Um, I mean, the one
Flush.
we have the nut flush for Lipo, great. The one counter argument. So yeah, Wise Prof, definitely on a very not basic fundamental level, you definitely have like the toughest seat, but some people would point out that with two players, I mean, if they're more aggressive, actually, I'm not sure if I could categorize. I think caliburrito is more on the betting side and Ray as well, rather than the calling side. In a certain sense, by being out of position against them by checking, they do a lot of the sort of the heavy lifting, where you just check, they
Hmm.
bet, and they possibly just sort of like clear out, the players ahead of you. At the same time, though, it feels like every time caliburrito bets, Ray calls. So it might not be that helpful, but at the same time, depending on some spots, and your perceived threshold folding threshold for both Ray and Callie, you might be able to possibly exploit, what seems to be a positional disadvantage, to your advantage. But, that's obviously going to be a bit more high variance. But being out of position against two aggressive players isn't necessarily the worst. You have it's not great, but there are some ways to maybe get out of it. Maybe tougher in PLO, but I definitely think about that and play that more in no limit.
Showing aces.
Aces, aces. Probably the best hand there. Can't imagine anybody folding a worse two pair or even top pair on that board. And actually, I will note, just to follow up on the observation about a Wise Prof, I mean, he has definitely played his late position. He's taken advantage of like his button and his cutoff. I mean, he's raising nearly always. I mean, he's often limp
Hmm.
calling, I think, in earlier positions. And whether or not that's like his standard strategy, regardless of where he's at. I mean, I think when you are stuck in these situations where you don't have the best seat at the table and you're out of position against two very active players who both bet and call a lot, it's even more imperative that you open and take advantage of those windows of positional advantage that you have.
Hmm. Well, he was also obviously we had 7-2 on
Yeah,
there.
he did. Yeah,
He
so at
was
that part, yes, yep.
he
But I mean,
had
still,
the
he had position on him, but he's sandwiched between. I mean, it actually it might actually be an improvement that there's a slightly more sort of like consistent or less. What's the word for LiFo? I mean, LiFo and seven deuce are definitely LiFo's less likely to overcall. That's what I should say, which
right,
makes playing post
right.
flop a little bit easier because it's like what n-1 players post flop. But yeah, I mean, a Wise Prof is sandwiched. Yeah, definitely had the worst draw. Now that I like think about it and like look at it more closely.
Well, yeah, I mean there were definitely going to be like leveling that was happening too, and you might just call 7-2 twice as bet, but then behind you might get
Well,
raised
just because,
again.
yeah, no, or not
Yeah.
even just raise. It's more like, okay, you're probably ahead, maybe way ahead of seven deuce, but the fact that you decide to just call just entices Caliburrito and Ray to call behind, and then
Or raise on
I
to
mean, the
actually
Rays.
raise
I mean, here's
the
the thing: the
squeeze.
Rays is not that big of a deal because it's like, yeah, they
Right.
might be bluffing some of the time, but in a multi-way pot, they're probably playing fairly straightforward, and you can like safely fold. I mean, maybe you like gnash your teeth. No, what you don't want to
Hmm.
have happen is like you're pretty sure you're ahead of seven deuce twice, but you don't want to raise because you're only folding out worse hands. So the right play here
Hmm.
is to call, but just by calling, you've now made it more enticing for both Callie and Ray, who, don't need that much enticement to call and
Right.
come
To
along.
call as well. Come
Yeah,
along.
and now you've just lost so much equity with your hand. So maybe raising is better there. But then I will admit too in these spots too, just because you raise, it does not mean that Kelly or Ray are folding. I you know
Or
I
folding.
I,
Yeah.
I don't think there's some difference, but I don't think there's a massive difference between, at least on some boards, especially flops when there's still a lot of cards come out, between their calling a bet versus cold calling a raise. So in that sense, yeah, Wise Prof once again, tough seat for this
Tough seat. Yeah, it's a very
for
tough
this
seat.
game. That was a selfish. I actually thought he was gonna call there.
Pocket
I
deuces.
yeah. I was gonna
That was what he
say
had.
I really thought he was gonna call there. Not necessarily because I thought caliburrito was bluffing. He has some bluffing frequencies, but a lot of the pots I feel like that Wise Prof has won has been like check calling caliburrito, and calling someone on the lighter side. But I actually would have bet. I mean, I didn't want to impact the action, but I really thought he was gonna call there, and he was just sort of like check calling for value on that river. 'Cause, I feel like most of the pots that he's won, definitely against Caliburrito, have been like check calls on the river, rather than him betting and Caliburrito calling.
Well, Cali's been bluffing a lot. We've all seen that, and actually, it looks like in that last hand, Wise Prof threw away the best hand.
Yeah, I think he said he had like a pair and a busted draw.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
But Cali only had pocket deuces. He only had pair of deuces.
So it's like a limp freeze. I mean, it's like, okay, everybody can have whatever, and then Callie decides to pot the flop. Let's see, the flop was like 10. Am I looking at the right hand? Yeah. So yeah, that's an interesting spot. It's like 10-7-4, and Caliburrito basically pots the flop with Queen 6 Deuce Deuce. So I mean, he's got to believe in his mind that he does not have the best hand, and he's hoping to either take it down or build up enough pressure to fool people out, which makes sense because he gets called in 2 spots and decides to fire half on the turn, so he's clearly aware that he is behind here. He has like no draws and pocket deuces, yeah, and so very commendable. And now that I look at it again, I can see why a Wise Prof folded that river, because at this point Caliburrito has fired 3 streets. Pot half, and that looks like possibly a set. I don't know if 2-pair would do that, but I mean obviously no monster hands connected there, except for like Jack 9 and 9-6, which could be in his range. But I do not blame a Wise Prof there for check folding. I mean, if there were if there was less action on the flop and turn, it's probably more considerable. Yeah, Caliburrito is just stuck with his plan from the flop. Sometimes you gotta bet. Yeah, it seems like Caliburrito's more or less agreeing with me, where he's 99% bluffing. It's interesting though. He says I'm 99% bluffing that river. Does that mean 99% of the time he's bluffing, or when he makes that bet, he is 99% bluffing there? There's definitely a difference. Alright, we got Wise Prof all in against Caliburrito, and I cannot read the board fast enough.
King, queen, pocket
pairs?
kings. Cali has pocket kings.
Yeah, Wise Prof has top pair here, I think.
Just top pair.
Although he might have been just committed by the pot size, I'm not sure here. Or he might have fallen prey to the non-top up and be like, whatever. I'll just get the rest of it in. I can't read it fast enough. So, I mean, is it a sweep?
It's a sweep. Yeah.
All right, we get a scoop.
Oh
here.
no, he hit the straight on the last one.
6. Oh, the 6 deuce.
So it's a.
So he
won 2 out of 3
two-thirded. Yeah. Wise Prof won a third there. I was gonna say, there's no way. I mean, I've seen it happen rarely, but I'm like, Ray is definitely raising this big blind here.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if Ray necessarily thinks this way, either consciously, maybe subconsciously, but it feels like, when you run up a stack this large, even if you don't have a great hand, you're just like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm going to pretend that I'm not playing 50 cents a dollar, and, I'm actually playing 510 because I'm sitting on 1200. So let's just pretend, I just checked my big blind, in 510. So I'll pump it up to whatever, like $10, and we'll just pretend like we're playing 510. Exactly. Well, I mean that's more or less it. He just likes to make big pots. I'm probably just making it more
Oh,
academic than it has to be. But if you were to rationalize, you'd be like, oh, I got a bunch of money. Let's just pretend we're playing 510.
well, Ray likes to build those pots for sure.
All right. Good night, Wise Prof. A valiant effort. Sorry about the unlucky seats. Uh, hopefully see you again. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Have a good night.
Those wife off leaving.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
But we
Okay.
do have someone on the wait list. Who is on the wait list? It's Gary Foldman. Let us see if he's still up.
Let's see if Gary, if he's going to join us here. I mean, I was going to go to bed too, but we'll see if Gary Foldman will join. He's an interesting player.
I agree. Let's see if he or a high chance if he's playing No Limit. Although there's only 3 people at the No Limit table tonight, and he is not one of them. Although actually someone just sat. And Noodles is sitting on a $300 stack at the 30-cent, 60-cent No Limit table. So I'm sure
That's where his priority is.
Yeah, he has no qualms about us needling him for not playing a little bit looser on the PLO table. He's basically a prop. He's probably up a little bit. He probably bought him for 120. Let's see. I mean, he's like normal. I mean, we don't know. He's probably up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if he was auto topping up, but he's been playing so tight that he's probably up a little bit.
All right, let's see. I'll send Scott a text. You're up if you're up. Oh, we got Noodles here. We might get our wish to see Noodles in a big pot.
Check, check. The only thing he can do there, right?
Yeah.
Inside the, it's one of those situations we described earlier where you either get it on the turn on the river or the river.
Yeah, and he's just hoping that like caliburrito bets. Yeah, I mean I'm sure he knew he was probably way ahead, and you know his sort of only chance to get more money in there is to have caliburito try to bet.
To try, especially if I mean, Cali's been bluffing a lot.
But I mean, Caliburrito's not blind. You know, he's seen Noodles play a pretty snug game.
That's true. Wise Prof is still in the game, so he said he was going to bed. Maybe he's waiting until his button comes around. I mean, the blind comes around.
All right, nobody's letting him go gentle into whatever that great night, whatever the line is. You have a big raise by Ray.
Ooh, all in, all in.
All right.
See what?
All right, good luck, Wise Prof. I'm actually rooting for you if you're on your way out here.
Pair in the straight draw.
Well,
note the flush,
not flush. He ran it once. Let's see. Yes, he ran it once like a true trooper. All right, good night, Wise Prof. See you soon. Thank you for playing. All right, we've got Gary Foldman
see if Gary's coming in.
He might be asleep. He's been on the wait list for like so long. We'll have to see. I did send him a text, but I would not be surprised if he's asleep.
Yeah,
he's probably asleep. Let me take a look at what time is it? It's like almost 2 a.m.
It's almost 2. I'm gonna hit the bed.
All right. I'll probably stay up a little bit longer. You should go to sleep. It's been a great night.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Like I said, like to do this, not like every week, but certainly.
It's not on the agenda for every week because I want to play as
well.
Of course,
yes. Me too. Yes. But maybe like once a month, or maybe once every, maybe around special occasions.
You're on the list. You've passed the audition, Dom. All right, wait. We do have a pretty big pot here between Lipo and Ray.
We do. $450 pot so far.
And Dom, let's just wait here. And we got snap called.
A snap called.
Is it a chop pot? Wait,
straight.
Yeah, of course
Chop.
it's a chop pot. All right, I think there should be a theorem where if it gets all in by the river, not draws, if it gets all in and it's called, if Filippo bets on the river, called by Ray, it's gonna be a chop pot.
Yeah.
That's a clunky way of putting it, but I think that's probably a pretty safe bet. It's the Filippo Ray theorem, PLO. But Dom, I was gonna say, if you go to bed now, it looks like you're on the hook for drinking a martini.
I am. I
So
know.
the next time we do this, you need to start off with the martini.
I will have to go buy some vermouth. I was
Alright.
just looking in my liquor cabinet. Where we
Alright.
had a big hand earlier. I was looking through the liquor cabinet.
Well,
I have a
hey,
lot of different kinds of liquors, but no vermouth.
what are you gonna do? A vodka or a gin martini?
I would most likely do a
A
vodka
vodka
martini
martini. All right. So then,
because I prefer vodka
all
over
right.
gin.
So I'll text you, but you should get your vermouth. Just get Dolin dry. That's probably
Golden dry vermouth.
Dolin Dolin dry vermouth. All right. You're gonna have to drink the whole thing. For someone that doesn't drink, a dry martini is not the easiest thing. I mean, I love them, super tasty, but they are not the easiest thing if you don't drink regularly.
Yeah, you'll have to tell me how to
I
mix
will.
it.
Actually, I'm pretty excited. That'll be a great opening to the next stream.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll do it. All right. Well, have a good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, Dominic.
Right.
Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
It's been fun.
Wait, don't leave. We got a $178 pot between Ray and Jimbo here.
Oh yes. A good set.
All right, goes check, and I feel like oftentimes we goes check. Yeah, it goes to Ray. Ray, it is the Ray show tonight. All right, good night. You better leave
over
before we keep getting to
I will
that.
better.
Yeah.
I better leave.
I better leave you here
all night.
All right, good night, Dominic.
Right, have a good night.
Alright, so it looks like it's just me. I'll probably be a little bit more on the quiet end and listen to the ocean waves and wait for the big pots. There's nobody on the wait list, Ray. I was tempted to text some people because I have like I group people in like PLO, but it's a little bit late. I'd feel a little bit rude texting someone at like 2 a.m. and be like, hey, come in and play this deep stack 50 cent $1 game. So it looks like you're going to be playing five-handed for a bit. Alright, make that four-handed. I mean, this might just be playing into Jimbo's hand. He's just been waiting all night. Let's play short-handed, baby. And obviously, for those of you playing, I'm sure I don't need to say this, but, anytime you want to quit, please, there's obviously no pressure to continue playing merely because we're streaming this. Alright, Ray takes it down. I've mentioned this a few times already. I feel like I keep patting myself on the back, but I decided at the last second to put these ocean waves in the background playing, and I have to say, I'm really enjoying them. Especially in these moments where I'm just watching these big pots. I find them actually quite soothing and comforting. Ray, you could call in, but I'm not sure if you're on Discord. You should just don't worry about it. I think you should just play, and then if I pass out, I'm sure you will all continue. And who knows? Maybe I'll wake up at like 9 a.m. and pick up the commentary. If you and most likely Jimbo are still playing. bet and a snap call here. Alright, Ray takes it down. Looks like Caliburrito going for another. It looked like a triple barrel there. But the pot was only like 38, so it might have just been like a delayed double barrel. Let's take a look. Nope, he did go for a triple barrel. There's probably like a limp pot. Oh, I see what happened. He went for the delayed river pot bluff there, Ray. Ray decided to flat. Gotta hand it to Caliburrito. He is not giving up easily. Undeterred. He will get those bluffs through. I agree with you, Ray. Cali is indeed a fighter. He does not give up. He is the 20% of action that you were calling out earlier. Easy to bluff these stakes. That's true. Easy to bluff. Not always easy to get them through, though, would probably be my rejoinder to your proposition that it is easy to bluff at these stakes. Not always so easy to get them through. Alright, Lipo faces coming to the river, playing carefully. I feel like he's won most of his big pots here. See if he takes this one down. Alright. Looks like Cali's showing a bunch of missed draws there. I mean, I don't think anybody at this point should be surprised when Cali shows a river bluff. It's really just a matter of calibrating what your calling range is. You know, and I mean, it's obviously a little bit tougher on PLO to sort of like plan out your hand street by street ahead of time. But you know, I think if you're betting that turn, you already have to like know in your mind sort of what cards you're calling on the river, what cards you're betting, and what you're folding. Otherwise, yeah, Cali's just gonna put you in a tough spot every time on the river if you're not planning ahead. Oh, I noticed actually, now that Dom's left, if I'm going to be consistent here, hold on, where is it? I should be able to do this. Where is this here? Hold on. Now that Dom's left, it's just me. Oh, and he has it there. There we go. We've got the many shown bluffs finally paying off for Caliburrito. You know, Ray of course time banked there with a 3. You know, speaking of sort of interesting and more random stats, I think if there's any player that Ray has time banked the most against, it's probably been Caliburrito tonight. Otherwise, Ray is oftentimes snap calling or snap betting. Noodles takes it down. Yeah, unfortunate river for Noodles is he definitely had to slow down there. Was unable to bet one more street for value. Wait, Ray, it looked like he flopped a set. I'm not sure what you mean by you let him get there. It looks like Noodles flopped a set of threes. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I think so. I think he might have been behind that whole time, Ray. Oh, am I not looking at the right hand? The one against Noodles just now? Or, oh, you must be talking about the hand with caliburrito. Yes, where he rivered the 9. Yes. No, no. I follow you. Ray taking it down with 2 pot-sized bets. Small 3-bet by Jimbo from the button. Curious. And not surprisingly, both Ray and Kelly called quickly behind. If you're Jimbo, even in this spot with the button, this is not the sort of board you want to see with Kelly and Ray in the hand. Hmm. I'm still trying to read boards quickly, but I wonder if it's possible that Jimbo was actually ahead on that turn. Let's see what Ray had here. I mean, Ray ends up with 2 pair, but it looks like on the turn he has what, like a top pair with a gut shot. That's what it looks like. I would not be surprised actually if Jimbo had the best hand on the turn. You know, I mean, the real question there is Ray betting for value? Is he turning his hand into a bluff on the turn? Or is he just betting the bet? Because as he said, he likes to play big pots. And you can't get a big pot unless you bet. I mean, past few hands, it looks like Callie and Ray just sort of taking chunks out of Jimbo. I mean, if Ray and Callie aren't going at it hand after hand, it appears, you know, they're gradually, slowly taking money from Noodles, Jimbo, and Filippo. It looks like Filippo is giving his notice that he will be leaving soon. Thank you for coming. It looks like it's been a profitable session for you, Filippo, despite having been on that wait list for quite a while. Looks like Jimbo. Looks like he's auto topping up to like 230. I know I'm getting a little bit sleepy, but or like 233 maybe, unless I missaw something. But Jimbo's definitely not one to give up quite so easily. And not that I condone this strategy, although I have been known to play the same strategy. I would not be surprised if Jimbo continues to play uh, until he's like broke, figuratively, at least on the fish fry. I mean, maybe he'll call it if he gets coolered really badly in a big pot, but if history's any indication, and what I know of him, he's gonna continue hammering away with the optimism and belief that if he keeps playing, he will end up in the positive, and hopefully with a giant stack on this table. Interesting. Yeah, with the mid-raise. I'm sure Ray was obviously raising for value there, and Caliburrito snaps him off. Good night, Lifo. Thank you for playing. I mean, the real question there is whether or not Caliburrito could have re-clicked it back. I didn't look to see, sort of how close to the nuts his boat was there, but I think that's a possible spot to consider. Call by Caliburrito. He takes it down with a small flush. Looks like Ray was value betting that straight, the river straight, with no fear of the flush. Caliburrito still on this mini heater. Still stuck. I'm not exactly sure how much. A bit. We'll leave it at a bit, but he is grinding it back. Alright, it basically continues to be the sort of like Ray and Caliburrito show here. You have to leave, I think Noodles, even if he is, I have to check. I do think there's another no limit table that Noodles is playing on. But I think even if that table shuts down, he may continue to play here. I don't know how much his playstyle will change. I think he's more than happy, just sort of like sit patiently and be okay with hopefully getting in with the nuts and getting paid off by the second nuts, rather than, attempting to play a bit more of an exploitative style. Uh, Jimbo at the same time may just be biding his time and hoping to get, maybe Ray heads up, and run it up then. I don't think Noodles is asleep. He's actually actively in his hand, Ray. So no, I do not think he's asleep. Alright, Jimbo choosing to make his move here with a check raise. Called by Caliburrito quite quickly. Had Ray called there, we could have had the possible 1K pot there, theoretically. But this is already shaping up to probably be the biggest pot that Jimbo's played all night. Of course, not surprisingly, he pushes. Looks like he has a flush draw and what looks like a gut shot. And I cannot read these boards fast enough, but I know neither of them have the nuts. I know that much. So we'll see where this pot gets shipped to. We have a flush for Caliburrito, and then looks like it's like 2 pair on the second board, and then the flush. So it looks like Jimbo wins 2 out of 3. But that was definitely an interesting hand to say the least. I might be mistaken, but it does not look like they were getting the money in there with the strongest the strongest of ranges there. Very interesting spot for Mr. Jimbolaya. Yeah, so it looks like on the turn, if we just look at the equities, Caliburrito was actually a 56% favorite, and Jimbo 43% favorite. So Jimbo actually came out a little bit ahead there, winning 2 out of 3. But it is actually interesting, especially given sort of Jimbo's style of play, that all the money went in. I mean, I guess it makes sense that he just with the nut flush draw, and not many other draws there. He doesn't even have the nut flush draw there. He had the king high flush draw. Um, yeah, that's an interesting spot for him to basically be willing to get it all in. Caliburrito showing the the snarky 7 there. Cheeky 7. Alright, family pot. Alright, we got the two usual suspects heading into the turn. Could be wrong, but it seems like Jimbolaya is actually opening up his calling range here pre, and seems to be a little bit more open in terms of mixing it up with both Ray and Cali, as they seem to be, basically dominating most of the pots. I mean, with Lipo and a Wise Prof gun, and Noodles, most of these just playing his select style. It's arguable that Jimbo has, the sort of the best position at this table. It's just a matter of, whether or not the cards fall his way, and if he has a willingness to just sort of mix it up more with Ray and Cali, because he's going to have position on them more often than they're going to have position on him. Okay, another decent sized pot here. Full house for Caliburrito. Caliburrito is slowly taking it small but sure chunks out of Ray's stack. I mean, Ray's still sitting on 1.2, almost close to 1.3, but Caliburrito's now clawed his way up to 500, which is, he might be stuck, but that's 500 big blinds at 50 cents a dollar. And Noodles, the moray eel, takes it down with a pot-size lead from the small blind. I was gonna note, at this point where it's late in the night. True, yes, Noodles bets we all fold. Um, it often happens in these games, even shorthanded. Although people think shorthanded games tend to be wild and very aggressive, with all four of these players having been playing basically since 8 p.m. You sort of reach this like equilibrium, and in terms of like the heat index, it appears like both Jimbo and Caliburrito, are stuck quite a bit. They're both extremely cold, if you look, and Raycerx is extremely hot, and Noodles is basically normal, and so at this point you can sort of rely on the cards to give you these sort of like coolers and setup spots. But what's going to change here? I mean, the dynamic I see here is that Caliburrito is by far playing the most aggressively, trying to win pots. Um, Maybe not always picking the right spots, or maybe picking the right spots and just running bad. But he really seems to be the only one trying to make something happen and to sort of break out of that equilibrium. And I think that's actually really important. If you have two players who are stuck quite a bit, and one person who's a big winner, and then basically Noodles, who's just sort of just playing a very solid game. Like, it's unlikely that he's going to win a lot or lose a lot, unless there's a cooler. And I do think in a cooler situation, unless all the money gets in on the flop, if all the money goes in on the river and he's betting, he's probably going to win. But I mean, and this is no, I'm not casting any aspersions toward Noodles, but in many ways, this is kind of a three-player game. I mean, it's almost really a two-player game. It's a heads-up game between Ray and Callie, where for Noodles it's not as important because he's essentially broken even for most of the night, or maybe he's even slightly ahead. But both Jimbo and Callie are like, stuck a fair amount here. And, what are their plans? Maybe they don't have a plan. That's fine. Maybe they just want to play and they want to run good. But what are their plans to sort of punctuate this equilibrium of, just sort of like waiting and playing? I mean, Jimbolaya's plan, it could be. I mean, he's more perhaps a marathon guy, and he's just going to wait. Just wait and wait and wait, and then maybe get Ray heads up. And assume maybe Ray will continue playing. I mean, if history is any indication, Ray and Jimbo is very, very likely to be playing, continue playing long after I've probably gone to sleep. At which point, yeah, anything could happen. But for now, I feel like we've just sort of hit a stride, with the exception of caliburrito, just trying to like play these pots and Ray obliging him. I'm not sure how much change we're gonna see, other than Callie sort of like going up and down, unless there's a big cooler between him and Ray. In which case, Callie either doubles up or Ray now has like a huge, huge stack. But that's probably what I would have to predict here. Callie either like doubles through Ray, and then they just continue pounding at each other, or yeah, Ray double or not doubles, like wins a huge, huge pot off of Callie and gets even closer to a 2K stack. At which point, that kind of momentum, I'm not sure, if Jimbo and him play until whatever, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., or even 10 a.m., to go, to face someone heads up with a 2K stack and you have 300, that's a little bit daunting. I mean, you definitely obviously got to run good, and Ray's clearly going to have the momentum and confidence there. So here might actually be sort of your best shot, Jimbo, if you were to try to grind up a little bit more money here and make it more difficult for both Callie and Ray to win these pots. Yes, as Ray points out, even 2K versus 300 in heads-up match, two winning double ups by the 300 player, and it's basically 1200 by 1100. But don't forget, like, the player has to be willing to stick in that kind of money. I mean, the first double up is still for what, 300 bigs, and then what, the second double up is basically for 600 bigs. I mean, I guess you could argue that once your heads up, your range widens and perhaps you get a little bit more courage. But if you're able to do that, or if that's sort of your goal, you should theoretically be able to sort of translate that to even when you're just playing four-handed. But hey, I mean, this is obviously just sort of like speculation, and it's mostly academic on my hand because, as I've said already, there have been several instances where I wake up at 8 or 9 in the morning and Jimbolaya has all the chips at the PLO table. Or close to it. Jimbo saying this is a tilt call. Well, maybe it'll be a tilt win. We'll have to see here. Nope, the tilt does not extend beyond the flop. Probably good discipline on your part, Jimbo. Ray getting a little bit closer to that 1500 mark. I don't think he's crossed that threshold yet, but it's quite possible given the average pot sizes there, especially with him and Caliburrito basically mixing up every hand. Alright, he's closer. He's 32 away. Technically, I think 3115 from 1500 from 1.5k, which would be what 1500 big blind stack. That's not too bad. Big pop ruin here. What a call. Great call by Jimbo there with ace high. Well, not ace high, sorry. Ace, paired ace, top pair. Stop tilt calling. Caliburrito implores him. Great call by Jimbo. Very good call, I agree. Hey Jimbo, if you have the wherewithal, will you save that hand and save it to me so I don't have to go back and sift through all these hands? But if you can like clip that hand and share it, that would be great. You can send it whenever. If not, that's okay. But that was a very good call. So here has the momentum shifted. I mean, I do not think, that hand, the great call by Jimbo, I don't think that's going to deter Caliburrito from his strategy whatsoever. Whether or not that's wise remains to be seen. But as we've seen tonight, Caliburrito is not afraid to fire if he senses weakness or if he feels that the only way he can take down the pot is by betting. Alright, Caliburrito hanging in there. He's been hanging tough all night. That's a good question, Ray. Apparently, it looks like there were, what, 8 viewers? But I have to suspect some of them may have just like left the Twitch on. I don't know how many people are still actively watching. But I'm assuming Jimbo's probably still in the chat, and same with Kelly. And then there's me, so that leaves 4 viewers potentially unaccounted for. Although now we've bumped up to 10, so welcome to whoever joined us. But it might just be random people on Twitch. But I will say this time around is actually obviously much more enjoyable having Dominic as co-host, but also interacting in the chat as opposed to me just doing straight up commentary. Another sizable pot here. Ray now $8, $7.14 away from the 1500 mark. And you've definitely crossed. I know we were talking about it earlier. Regardless of what you topped up for, but you're definitely beyond the 1K in profit. I'm sure much to the chagrin of both Caliburrito, Jimbolaya, and to a lesser extent Noodles. And although, Ray, I laughed a little bit earlier where you were late to the game because you were creating a Twitch account, that really was quite the brilliant stroke so that you could participate directly in the Twitch chat. So perhaps I will recommend that in the future for those playing, if they so choose, to create a Twitch account if they don't have one already. Oh, it looks like, how did I already miss it? Ray, you already crossed the 1500 mark? I must have missed one of the pots. Yeah, I do agree with you. Unless you're playing on like a desktop or a laptop, if you have to like tap out the keyboard in the chat, it is impossible, especially if you're playing. I agree with you on that. Alright, well, now the question is, will Ray maintain that 1500 chip stack here? Hmm. Alright, Callie taking it down with another riverbed. I thought, maybe I was mistaken, but I swore, maybe it was 7 deuce, but I thought it was Caliburrito earlier who said that there was like a set time that uh, he had to quit the game, but perhaps that was 7 deuce, because if Cali doesn't have any sort of curfew or restricted time that he has to quit playing, I'm actually not sure who's going to quit next. It might be Noodles, but I know Noodles' stamina is actually quite good. It looks like, yeah, as long as that no limit table, which he's still playing on, has by far the largest stack, I think he's going to continue grinding. Um, so it really is a matter of when and if they feel like it. Obviously, if Jimbo and Ray are going to end up clashing heads up. Alright. Ray at 1584. Alright, I'm going to grab a quick bite, you all, so you can enjoy the waves. I will be back shortly, but you are all still on stream, so please be on your best behavior. Whoa, back just in time for this massive pot. It looked like that was all in free. That was quite the pot. I'll have to review the hand history there. But Noodles hanging in there. That's his first all-in of the night. We can check that off the list. I was saying earlier, we want to see a big pot with Noodles in it. Win or lose. So good job, Noodles. I know you're not watching. You're still playing on the no-limit table. But great job. Although you did chop it, that was quite the pot. That did take a bit of a chunk out of Ray. I mean, Ray's down to 1.2. Still, obviously, the largest stack by far at the table. But it looks like both Callie and Noodles are now reloaded with chips. And this is not going to be a surprise to anyone, but prying those chips from Noodles will definitely prove to be tough unless you're going to be in those spots where you just get it all in free. And he most likely has, like, suited aces there. Alright, we're starting to see some sizable chip swings here. Jimbolaya, surely but quietly moving up. He was at around, like, I feel like 250 for hours. Is that even an exaggeration? Suddenly now he's at 624. I mean, it was probably what? Just only 20 minutes ago we were talking about, two double ups. I think he was at what, like 300? Yeah, 300 to 2K, something like that. Now it looks like Ray, compared to him, has a 2-to-1 chip lead here. I keep forgetting to bring the avatar back, so I'm back. Gabe Kelplan is back doing some commentary. I'm not sure how much longer I can do this. I will stay up for a bit as the action is quite good and a little bit addictive. But even if I call it night, the stream will continue running. And as has been my practice, I usually then just wake up and turn it off at that point. But this will be up for VOD, and then depending on the size, I'm not sure what the size limit is for YouTube, but I'll likely archive this on YouTube as well for anyone interested in rewatching parts of it. Alright, I mean, if Ray is the evil empire, it appears the Jedis, the Rebel Alliance, are all slowly fighting back against the the evil empire that was Ray, who was just at 1500. It's now given a small, but not insignificant part of that back. To Noodles, Callie, and Jimbo, all of them beneficiaries. It's like Callie, even with the 7 blocker for 7-5, chooses not to go. I mean, he may have just been check calling for value, hoping that Ray bluffs at it there and he hasn't locked out one top set. But that's a curious spot not to bet. Strategically, it might have made sense. I mean, not knowing what Ray had. But that is an interesting choice by caliburrito to sort of check that and hope that Ray bets. Because I can't imagine he thought that he was behind or was that worried about, a straight being out there with the 7 blocker. Hey Len, of course you're still up. And yes, 7 hours. I don't know about going strong, but the first part's right. We are still going. I did lose my co-host. So as you can see, it's just me up on the screen. There is no AJ Branzino to join me. I think you were just checking in to see if I was free to play Rocket League. Yes, the pufferfish guy is in fact gone. He's gone to bed. I am tempted. I was actually watching Ray because Raycerx was had just broken the 1500 mark, and I was about to call it a night, and then a huge pop broke out. No way, caliburrito, you play Rocket League? Is that for real? Because that's basically how I know Len. And then I was telling him about this Twitch stream, and he told me he animated stuff, so that's how we got in. But if you're asking about rank, I'm mostly slumming now, around like mid diamond, trying to rank up friends. The highest I've gotten is champ 2, but I'm probably more of a like champ 1 player in like 3s and 2s. I think I'm like diamond 2 and 1s. Right, right, Len, yes. Okay. Champ 2, man, we gotta play. Are you champ 2 in 3s or in 2s or in both? Dang, look at the connections we're making. I can finally play with someone better instead of having to grind up friends of mine of lower rank. But champ 2, that's good sweat. You still play regularly? Alright. Well, Len, it looks like my Rocket League playing days with you are numbered, my friend. Oh, 1,500 hours? That's like nothing. That's like making me feel bad that, yeah, I'm only like high champ 1. Or was. Alright, I'll have to get your Steam ID later. Or maybe it's like Epic ID. But, yeah, that's, I guess I'm not surprised. Rocket League is definitely not just a niche esport or video game anymore. But nice. Yeah, I know. I also do have tilt issues, happily so, but definitely mechanics are probably still pretty solid, but the mental game and just the love of needling and trash talking probably holds me back. Oh, KBM. Len used to be keyboard and mouse, and actually Len's cousin, who I've been playing with forever, is keyboard and mouse. But you may inspire Len to go back to keyboard and mouse because he recently switched over to controller, which I think has made a vast improvement in his play. But yeah, Champ 2 at keyboard and mouse, that's actually quite the accomplishment. Very win that with just top pair, it looks like it. Swear the game's definitely getting good, where you have some decent sized pots being called with just top pair. Oh, hey Len, I will actually be around tomorrow if you want to grind some Rocket League. Caliburrito as well. I'll probably need to get some sleep, but text me. I'll text you Caliburrito, and we can like swap Steam IDs or Epic IDs. But Len will tell you I have like multiple accounts for various reasons. Len, I'll send it to you. They're playing for some money here. Len's just coming on here looking for Rocket League teammates. Alright, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Len. And as always, thanks again for all your help. The animations look really, really good. Jimbo grinding out another pot, closing in on 700, and just think probably under, what, 30, 40 minutes ago. I think it was probably around like the, what, 250 mark maybe? Gotta hand it to Noodles. He's playing three-handed at the no limit table and holding it down. By far the largest stack there. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably sit there and try to win some cheddar myself. But I will say it is very nice to just be commentating about poker and not stressing at all about winning or losing. Noodles, the moray eel, coming out for a little bit of a little snack, a little $28 snack there. Callie with the quads there, hoping to get a bet from Noodles. I think actually with that hand, I will. I think I'm gonna turn in. I probably have some actually administrative stuff to do for the fish fry. The stream will keep running, so good luck to you, Callie, Ray, Noodles, and Jimbo. Thanks so much for playing. Play as late as you want. It's gonna be on the internet. And for those viewers who stuck with us, thanks for joining in. We'll hopefully do this again very soon. So this is Papito signing off. But as I said, the stream will continue running. So please, good luck everyone, and please enjoy.